You think you had a hard day at work? Rick Grimes would like to have a word with you. Workplace injuries are no joke, especially when you wake up in an abandoned hospital in the midst of a zombie apocalypse with no idea what's going on. And that's just the start of Rick's story. Welcome back to Stan Lee Presents. Today we're breaking down the life and times of the Walking Dead's Walking Dad, Rick Grimes. Before we get started, make sure you like this video and subscribe for more. Excelsior! Pre-apocalypse, King County, Georgia. Rick, born in 1973, grew up near Atlanta, Georgia. As a child, he had a close relationship with his father, whom he described as a profound man who instilled in him a strong moral code. His mother frequently told him the story of the stone in the road, which encouraged him to persevere in the face of adversity. He was also inspired by the old tales of his grandfather, who served during the Second World War. He grew up with his closest friend, Shane Walsh, and the two developed such a strong bond that they regarded each other as brothers. In high school, Rick was the more disciplined of the two, leading to him having very few short-lived relationships with girls, in contrast to Shane, who had many conquests. Rick and Shane attended Georgia Central University together, where Rick graduated with a bachelor's degree in criminal justice on June 14, 1994. Afterwards, they were both employed as deputies at the King County Sheriff's Department, with Shane assigned as Rick's partner. As a young adult, Rick met a woman named Lori, and they eventually fell in love and got married. Together, they had a son named Carl. The family lived in a single-story house in King County, Georgia, where Shane became a close friend of the family. Rick took memorable walks with his 3-year-old son around a local farm. During these walks, Carl grew grateful for the safety and happiness his father provided. Over time, Rick and Lori's marriage became increasingly strained due to Rick constantly distancing himself from her. He generally hesitated to express his feelings about their marital issues, choosing instead to immerse himself in his work. This behavior led to various cracks in their relationship, resulting in harsh words from Lori, who once questioned whether Rick cared about his family in the presence of their son. Post-apocalypse, Season 1, Days Gone By. On a scattered Georgia highway, Rick drives his police cruiser past overturned and damaged cars scattered across the road, forcing him to stop. He gets out and retrieves a gas can from the trunk. Walking past more wrecked and abandoned cars, he heads down a hill towards a gas station. Corpses and garbage are strewn around the gas station, where a handmade sign hangs, reading "No gas." Rick searches the area when he suddenly hears a sound and quickly ducks behind a car. Peeking out, he catches sight of a little girl's slippered feet as she retrieves a teddy bear from the ground on the other side of the car. He stands up and observes the girl walking away, prompting him to approach her cautiously. Rick calls out to her repeatedly until she finally turns around to face him. He notices that her lips and right cheek have been torn away, revealing raw teeth and muscle. Rick's expression turns grim as the girl begins to advance towards him, emitting growling sounds. As she quickens her pace, Rick retreats, pulling out his Colt Python and firing a shot into her head. Her body collapses to the ground, and Rick lowers his gun. In a flashback, Rick and his partner and closest friend, Shane Walsh, sit inside their police cruiser, enjoying hamburgers and fries. They share jokes about the nuances between men and women. When the conversation shifts to Rick's wife, Lori, his demeanor becomes serious. He mentions their recent arguments and reveals that Lori accused him that morning of neglecting their family in front of their son, Carl. The difference between men and women, I could never utter something so harsh to her, especially not in Carl's presence, Rick reflects. Suddenly, the cruiser's radio crackles to life, reporting a high-speed pursuit involving 2 armed suspects. Rick and Shane abandon their meal and hurry to the scene. Upon arrival, they deploy a spike strip and rendezvous with their colleagues, Lambert Kendall and Leon Bassett. While awaiting the suspects' arrival, Leon ponders their prospects of appearing on a police chase reality show. Rick advises him to concentrate and ensure his gun is loaded with a round in the chamber and the safety off. Sheepishly, Leon checks his firearm, as Shane remarks that it would be pretty neat to feature on one of those shows. Suddenly, the car approaches, followed by 2 more cruisers from the Linden County Sheriff's Department. As the suspect's vehicle speeds over the spike strip, its tires shred. Losing control, the driver struggles to steer, and the car flips off the road, rolling several times before finally coming to a halt upside down in a field. "Damn," Shane murmurs, cocking his shotgun as the officers converge on the overturned vehicle. Approaching the overturned car cautiously, Rick spots a man emerging from the vehicle who promptly opens fire at the officers. Rick shouts at him to drop his pistol, but the man directs his gunfire towards Rick, striking him in the chest. Reacting swiftly, Shane fires at the gunman, fatally striking him as Rick collapses to the ground. Another man emerges from the vehicle wielding a shotgun, but is swiftly neutralized by gunfire. "I'm fine," Rick calls out, relieved to find that the gunman's shot had only struck his Kevlar bulletproof vest. As Shane Shane approaches, helping Rick to his feet, Rick issues a firm command. Shane, never breathe a word of this to Lori, understand? Unnoticed by anyone, a third gunman crawls out of the car and stealthily moves through the grass. He fires his weapon, striking Rick in the side where his vest offers no protection. He collapses to the ground, bleeding, as Shane quickly dispatches the third assailant before rushing to Rick's side. Urgently, Shane pleads with Rick to hold on, instructing Leon to call for an ambulance, but Rick remains unresponsive. Sometime later, Shane arrives at the hospital with flowers for Rick, but Rick is still not fully conscious as Shane begins speaking to him. 2 weeks pass before Rick finally wakes up and acknowledges Shane's presence. However, to Rick's dismay, Shane is nowhere to be found. The flowers Shane brought have withered and died, the incessant beeping of machines has ceased, and even the clock has stopped. The room is deserted. Feeling weak, dehydrated, and abandoned, Rick struggles to get out of bed, collapsing onto the floor. He calls out for a nurse's assistance, but his pleas go unanswered. Receiving no reply, he staggers into the bathroom, drinking water straight from the tap and noticing his beard has grown. As he makes his way to the door, he finds a gurney blocking the entrance. With effort, he shoves it aside and ventures into the dimly lit and unkempt hallway. The hallway's lights flicker erratically and loose wires dangle from the ceiling. Approaching the nurse's station, Rick attempts to use the phone but finds it unresponsive. While rummaging behind the desk, he discovers a set of matches and searches for anything else useful. Suddenly, a flickering light catches his eye, leading him to witness the horrific sight of a nurse's mutilated body, her skin mostly missing. Recoiling in disbelief and fear, Rick retreats. As he progresses down the hallway, he notices blood-splattered walls riddled with bullet holes. A double door leading to the cafeteria is chained shut, with a warning painted in black across it. "Don't open, dead inside." Through the cracks, he sees a woman's hands, her nails dirty and broken, attempting to manipulate the padlock and chains. The sound of moaning and growling accompanies more fingers emerging from the gaps, causing Rick to stumble back in terror. Finding the elevator non-operational, Rick tries a heavy door leading to a dark stairwell, permeated with the stench of decaying flesh. He struggles to breathe as he descends the stairs, using matches to light his way until he reaches the exit. Stepping out into the loading bay behind the hospital, Rick is blinded by the bright sunlight and is met with the horrifying sight of numerous decayed bodies, swarming with flies, covered in sheets and arranged in rows and piles. He exits the hospital and ascends a hill where he discovers a military helicopter, sandbags, and other remnants of a military presence, all abandoned. Walking along the road in his hospital gown, Rick notices an overturned bicycle in a nearby park. As he approaches it, he's startled by the sight of a badly decayed woman, missing her legs and lips, who reaches out towards him and pathetically moans and growls. Recoiling in shock, Rick tumbles off the bicycle but swiftly recovers, mounts the bike, and hastily pedals away. Rick rides his bike to his home, finding the front door ajar and the house empty. Collapsing to the floor, he sobs and calls out for Lori and Carl, questioning the reality of the situation. Returning outside, he sits on the steps and notices a man stumbling down the road. Gesturing to get his attention, Rick is caught off guard as a young boy sneaks up from behind and strikes him with a shovel. Recognizing the boy as Carl, Rick murmurs, "I found you, Carl." The boy, filled with determination, declares his intention to deal with the man. Meanwhile, the boy's father, Morgan Jones, approaches the stumbling man Rick had noticed earlier and dispatches him with a gunshot to the head. Turning towards Rick, Morgan points a revolver at him, demanding answers about a bandage on his face. Before Rick can respond, he loses consciousness. Later that night, Rick awakens to find himself tied to a bed, with Dwayne, the young boy, standing guard wielding a baseball bat. Morgan, now changed Rick's bandages, questions him stiffly, asking if he's been bitten. Rick reassures him that he's only been shot. Morgan examines Rick's forehead, stating that if he had the fever, he would have succumbed by now. Satisfied, Morgan frees Rick from the bedposts using a switchblade, warning him that any attempt to escape will result in death. He then invites Rick to join them at the dinner table. Recognizing the house as belonging to his neighbors, Fred and Cindy Drake, Rick refrains from looking out the window at Morgan's insistence to avoid attracting attention. Despite his confusion and disorientation, Rick listens as Morgan recounts the story of the outbreak and the subsequent chaos. Rick expresses regret for firing his gun earlier, fearing it has attracted the attention of the undead. Accusing Morgan of cold-blooded murder, Rick is corrected by Morgan, who insists that the man was a walker. Morgan further explains that the undead can become more active after dark. Before starting dinner, Dwayne insists that his father lead them in a blessing. "Lord, please protect us in these turbulent times." Morgan prays, then elaborates to Rick that the man he shot would have posed a threat to them. "One thing I'm certain of, don't let yourself get bitten. Bites are lethal. The fever consumes you, but eventually, you return," Morgan explains. "I've witnessed it," Dwayne adds, his tone solemn. Following dinner, the three engage in conversation about Rick's son, Carl, and Rick addresses their curiosity about his profession that led him to being shot. "I'm a sheriff's deputy," Rick reveals. Morgan chuckles and mentions Dwayne speculated you might be a bank robber. Abruptly, a car alarm blares outside, prompting the trio to extinguish the lights. Rick and Morgan cautiously observe the street from behind heavy curtains and boarded up doors, witnessing a horde of walkers drawn by the car alarm. As a woman in a nightgown approaches the house, Dwayne flees in tears. Morgan consoles his son while Rick watches the woman through the peephole. She attempts to open the door, prompting Morgan to reveal a painful truth. She passed away in the other room on that bed. I should have ended it. I just couldn't bring myself to do it. She's the mother of my child, he confesses with sadness. The following day, Rick steps outside wearing a face shield and wielding a baseball bat. Are we certain they're deceased? I need to confirm, he queries as he approaches a walker seated near the stoop. They're deceased, except for something in the brain. That's why the head is the target, Morgan affirms, exiting the house alongside Dwayne. Rick approaches the walker and begins swinging the bat at its head repeatedly, striking it until it ceases to move. However, he soon grows exhausted, likely due to his gunshot wound that is still healing. Back at the house, Rick shares with Morgan his belief that his wife and son might still be alive. He mentions discovering empty drawers in the bedrooms and noticing the absence of family pictures and photo albums. Photo albums. My wife did the same thing. While I was packing survival gear, she was grabbing photo albums, Morgan reminisces, his emotions stirred by the memory. Dwayne suggests that Rick's family could be in Atlanta. Morgan elaborates, recalling how the government had advised people to seek refuge at a center there, offering military protection and food until the broadcasts abruptly ceased. He also mentions rumors circulating about the CDC's efforts towards finding a cure. Rick, Morgan, and Dwayne make their way to the King County Sheriff's Department, where they enjoy the luxury of hot showers provided by a separate propane heating system. While dressing, Morgan confides in Rick, revealing that he and his son were en route to Atlanta but became stuck after his wife was bitten. Following her death, they opted to remain holed up at the Drake's residence. Later, Rick prepares a duffel bag containing firearms and changes into his sheriff's uniform and hat. He then equips Morgan with a rifle and supplies him with ammunition. They proceed outside, loading the weapons into the trunk of Rick's cruiser. Rick prepares to depart for Atlanta while Morgan plans to follow in a few days once Dwayne has acquired some shooting skills. Rick hands Morgan a walkie-talkie, instructing him to turn it on daily at dawn for communication. Before parting ways, Morgan offers a cautionary message. Individually, they may not pose much threat, but in a group, agitated and hungry, you need to watch your back. Their farewell is interrupted when Rick notices a reanimated Leon clawing at the chain link fence nearby. Despite not having held the young officer in high regard, Rick feels compelled to end his suffering. He dispatches Leon with a shot to the forehead from his revolver. With that done, Rick and Morgan drive away from the sheriff's department in opposite directions. Rick revisits the park where he previously encountered the legless walker. Following a trail of blood for some distance, he locates her once more, crawling helplessly. She reaches out to him in vain. I regret what has befallen you, he expresses before ending her suffering with a gunshot from his revolver. Later, as he travels towards Atlanta on Highway 85, Rick uses his cruiser's CB radio to send out a broadcast. At a camp situated outside the city, a cluster of survivors intercepts the transmission. A young blonde girl named Amy rushes to the CB but receives no response. Although among the survivors are Shane, Lori, and Carl, they fail to discern Rick's voice amidst the distorted transmission. By the time Shane assumes control of the CB and introduces himself, Rick has already moved on from the emergency broadcast channel. On his journey, Rick's cruiser exhausts its fuel supply, prompting him to abandon the vehicle on the highway. Carrying a gas can and the duffel bag filled with guns, he sets off on foot, ensuring to retrieve the family photo from above his rearview mirror and tuck it into safety in his jacket pocket. Seeking fuel, he approaches a farmhouse and peers through a window, stumbling upon a grim scene where a couple has tragically taken their own lives. God forgive us is scrawled in blood upon the wall. Rick searches for the keys to the pickup truck parked outside, but instead discovers a horse on the property. Opting for an alternate mode of transport, he saddles up and continues his journey towards Atlanta, the bag of guns slung over his shoulder. Upon reaching the city, Rick is confronted with a stark reality that contradicts Morgan's descriptions. On the opposite side of the freeway, he observes hundreds of burned-out cars attempting to flee the city. The road leading into Atlanta is eerily deserted. Despite his disappointment, Rick presses on, grappling with the absence of any leads on the whereabouts of his wife and son. Venturing further into the city on horseback, he encounters a military blockade overwhelmed by chaos, with additional burnt-out vehicles scattered about. As a few walkers begin to take notice of his presence, Rick urges his horse to hasten its pace. Glancing back, he witnesses a growing horde emerging from buses and alleys. Suddenly, Rick glimpses the reflection of a helicopter passing through a skyscraper. Urgently, he spurs his horse to pursue it, unaware that he's inadvertently steering himself into a throng of hundreds of walkers. Despite his efforts to escape, he tumbles from the horse as the walkers descend upon it, consuming it voraciously. Seizing the opportunity while the walkers are preoccupied, Rick scrambles beneath an abandoned tank for refuge. However, the walkers detect his presence and begin reaching for him from both ends of the tank. Though he manages to dispatch several with gunfire, their numbers continue to swell. Faced with overwhelming odds, Rick places the gun to his temple, uttering apologies to Lori and Carl. Just as he prepares to end his own life, he notices an open hatch on the tank's floor and hastily crawls inside, narrowly evading the grasping hands of the walkers. Seated inside the tank, Rick collects himself, seizing the gun from a zombified soldier and rifling through the shooter's uniform for any useful items. The soldier suddenly stirs, prompting Rick to react in panic, shooting him in the head. The loud report reverberates within the confined space of the tank, leaving Rick dazed. Determined to escape, he ascends to the top of the tank where the hatch is open, hoping to alleviate the ringing in his ears. Spotting the bag of guns he had dropped, Rick realizes it's within reach, but the surrounding area is swarming with walkers. As the walkers begin to close in on him, climbing the tank to reach him, Rick decides to take decisive action, shutting the hatch and sealing himself within the safety of the tank. Rick, grappling with uncertainty, presses the soldier's Beretta pistol against his forehead, his brow beaded with sweat. Abruptly, the tank's radio emits static before a voice breaks through. Hey there, you idiot. Yeah, you in the tank. Enjoying the snug shelter? The voice chides. Startled, Rick lifts his gaze and cautiously lowers the gun from his forehead. Guts. Sealed inside a military tank in Atlanta, Rick reaches out over the CB radio. Whoever's out there, I must admit I'm feeling a bit uneasy in here. A young man's voice responds, cautioning Rick that he's surrounded by walkers and suggesting that he sees the opportunity while they're occupied with his horse. Gathering a grenade from the deceased soldier and a shovel from the tank's interior, Rick emerges through the top hatch. He swiftly dispatches a walker with his shovel, then leaps from the tank and races down a nearby sidewalk, firing at approaching walkers. Rounding a corner, he encounters Glenn, who reveals himself as the individual communicating with him over the tank's radio. Together, they ascend a ladder to the roof, pausing to catch their breath on a platform halfway up. Introducing himself, Rick extends his gratitude to Glenn for rescuing him. As they traverse the rooftop, Rick questions Glenn about his decision to intervene on his behalf. Glenn responds, "Consider it a foolish, perhaps naive belief that if I were ever in dire straits, someone would extend the same kindness to me. I suppose that makes me an even bigger fool than you," leaving Rick to ponder his words. Descending a staircase, Glenn leads Rick to an alley, relatively clear from walkers due to a blockade formed by buses. Glenn contacts his group via radio, prompting T-Dog and Morales, clad in riot gear and armed with baseball bats, to emerge from the building to dispatch the walkers. With Rick and Glenn in the lead, they swiftly enter the building, closely followed by the companions. Inside the store, Andrea confronts Rick, leveling a gun at his face and expressing fury over his reckless actions. Blaming him for their predicament, she accuses, "You've signed our death warrants." Morales informs Rick that his gunfire has attracted a swarm of walkers to their location. "You've just invited them in," Andrea seethes, gesturing towards the front doors where the walkers are clamoring to gain entry. The group turns their attention to Rick, demanding an explanation for his actions. Rick attempts to justify his actions, explaining his attempt to signal a helicopter. Jackie dismisses his claim as a hallucination, but Rick insists, "I saw it." T-Dog attempts to establish radio contact with an unidentified group but fails to get a signal, suggesting they may fare better at a higher vantage point. Suddenly, muffled gunshots ring out, prompting Andrea to exclaim in disbelief, "Oh God, is that Dixon?" The group quickly departs to investigate the source of the gunfire. On the rooftop, Rick and the group discover Merle engaging walkers with a rifle. T-Dog reprimands him for the reckless use of ammunition, which only attracts more walkers. Dismissing T-Dog's criticism, Merle racially slurs him, inciting a physical altercation between the two. Despite Merle overpowering T-Dog and aiming a handgun at his head, Rick intervenes, striking Merle with his rifle butt and securing him to a pipe with handcuffs. Reminding Merle of the new reality they face, Rick emphasizes the importance of unity in their survival. While holding a gun to Merle's head, Rick uncovers a stash of cocaine in his shirt pocket and discards it from the rooftop, much to Merle's displeasure. Morales updates Rick that there's no sanctuary for refugees and that they belong to a larger survivor community located outside the city, but attempts to contact them via radio prove futile for T-Dog. "We're left to fend for ourselves," Rick declares. Recognizing the perilous state of the streets, Rick proposes seeking refuge underground. Jackie, leveraging her past employment at the Atlanta zoning office, suggests that the building might have access to the sewers, prompting Rick and the group to descend to the basement. Once there, Glenn devises a strategy, assigning Rick and Andrea to keep watch over the storefront while he and Morales venture into the sewers. At the storefront, Rick and Andrea stand vigilant. Andrea apologizes for pointing the gun at Rick, explaining her intention to safeguard the group. Rick reassures her, acknowledging her efforts while advising her to be more cautious in the future. He urges her to familiarize herself with the firearm, emphasizing its potential necessity. As they converse, Andrea notices a necklace adorned with a mermaid pendant. Rick encourages her to take it, reminding her that conventional rules no longer apply. As Andrea secures the necklace, the walkers breach the exterior glass doors, prompting Glenn, Morales, and Jackie to arrive with news of the sewer's unsuitability. With no other recourse, Rick and the group make their way to the rooftop. On the rooftop, Rick notices a cube van parked at a nearby construction site. The group deliberates the challenges of traversing past the walkers unnoticed. "They're drawn to the dead. We're not. It's a noticeable difference," Andrea remarks. Rick seizes upon this notion, recognizing the significance of scent in the undead's perception of the living. Afterward, Rick and Morales retrieve a deceased walker from the alley. Reflecting on the walker's former humanity, Rick proceeds to dismember the corpse with an axe. Rick and Glenn then coat themselves with the guts, evoking repulsion from the group. Before departing, Rick tosses T-Dog the key to Merle's handcuffs. Outside, Rick and Glenn maneuver under the bus obstructing the alley. Stealthily blending in with the horde of walkers, they cautiously advance into the streets. However, their camouflage is abruptly compromised as a sudden rain shower washes away the guts coating their jackets, exposing them to the walkers' scrutiny. Rick and Glenn swiftly engage in combat with the walkers while continuing their dash toward the construction site. Scaling the fence, they evade injury as Rick fends off the walkers with gunfire while Glenn searches for the keys. Despite the crowd of walkers breaching the fence and closing in on them, they manage to escape in the nick of time in the van. Rick instructs Glenn to radio the group for rendezvous preparations and notes the necessity of diverting the walkers' attention from the department store, eyeing a red Dodge Challenger sports car. With decisive action, Rick shatters the driver's side window, triggering the car alarm's blaring noise. As Rick drives the van away from the city, the group settles in, visibly relieved. T-Dog, burdened with guilt, confesses to misplacing the key, inadvertently leaving Merle stranded on the rooftop still bound to a pipe. Concerned, Andrea inquires about Glenn's whereabouts. Tell it to the frogs. As they travel, Morales offers Rick some advice, urging him not to dwell on Merle's abandonment. Upon reaching the camp, there's a flurry of embraces as the group reunites with their families, yet Rick hesitates, lingering in the car for a brief moment. Eventually, he steps out and locks eyes with Shane. There's a palpable exchange of surprise between them. Carl catches sight of Rick and rushes into his arms. Meanwhile, Laurie's gaze is fixed on Rick, and despite her initial hesitation, she tearfully joins in the embrace with her husband and son. With a smile, Rick acknowledges Shane, who responds with a sincere smile of his own. Gathered around the campfire at night, Rick recounts the overwhelming confusion he experienced waking up alone at the hospital. Laurie shares that she was informed Rick would be transported to Atlanta, but it never happened. "Mom told me you were gone," Carl interjects. "Under the circumstances, it's understandable," Rick responds. He then expresses deep gratitude to Shane for his role in safeguarding and caring for his family. Rick also offers to be the one to break the news to Daryl Dixon about his brother, a task also taken up by T-Dog, who is burdened with guilt over misplacing the key. Later that evening, inside their tent, Rick bids Carl goodnight before joining Laurie in bed. Holding her hand, he shares his certainty about their survival, citing the absence of their photo albums when he returned home. Laurie playfully opens one album, and Rick jokingly acknowledges her foresight, prompting a teasing accusation of overconfidence. Retrieving the family photo from his jacket pocket, they reminisce about their past errors and appreciate the opportunity for redemption. Not everyone gets that chance, Rick reflects. Laurie returns Rick's wedding ring, removed during his hospital stay, and the couple shares an intimate moment together. When morning comes, Rick awakens to discover a set of clean clothes neatly arranged for him within the tent. After dressing himself, he steps outside to find Carol diligently ironing his freshly washed uniform. Expressing her frustration at the absence of her old Maytag. Grateful for her thoughtfulness, Rick expresses his thanks. Meanwhile, Glenn grieves while Morales, Dale, and Jim dismantle the Challenger to salvage parts and fuel for the camp's needs. Attempting to console Glenn, Rick offers a comforting remark, assuring him that they may have the opportunity to acquire another vehicle in the future, before giving him a reassuring pat on the back. Rick confides in Laurie about his lingering guilt regarding leaving Merle behind and his intention to go back to Atlanta. Laurie is taken aback by his decision, but before they can delve further into the conversation, their discussion is abruptly halted by the sound of screams piercing through the air. Rushing into camp, Carl, Sophia, and Jackie appear visibly distressed from their walk, with Sophia calling out desperately for her mother. Reacting swiftly, the men in the camp arm themselves with various weapons and respond to the commotion. Rick, Shane, Jim, Morales, and Glenn rush past them towards a clearing where they find a walker devouring a deer pierced by crossbow bolts. The group engages the walker, beating it until Dale arrives and swiftly decapitates it. As they gather, alarmed by rustling in the bushes, Shane raises his gun defensively. Emerging from the woods, Daryl appears carrying a crossbow and a haul of dead squirrels. He expresses frustration at the walker for ruining the deer he'd been tracking for miles. Daryl then takes action, firing his crossbow into the skull of the decapitated walker, emphasizing the importance of destroying the brain. He proceeds into the camp, voicing his search for Merle. Shane informs Daryl that Merle never returned, to which Rick admits he left Merle handcuffed on a roof. As tension rises, Daryl throws the dead squirrels at Rick, prompting Shane to retaliate by pushing him back. T-Dog alerts Rick and Shane to Daryl pulling a knife, leading to a scuffle. Rick manages to disarm Daryl while Shane restrains him in a sleeper hold. Despite objections from Daryl about the legality of the move, Rick insists on a calm discussion about Merle. He explains to Daryl that his brother's behavior had been problematic. T-Dog interrupts, revealing that he accidentally dropped the key, but he secured the door to prevent the undead from reaching Merle. Daryl demands to know Merle's location, prompting Laurie to assert that Rick is going back to find him. Later, Rick gets ready to depart with Daryl, Glenn, and T-Dog. Shane questions Rick's choice to put himself in danger for Merle and argues that they need everyone to defend the camp in case of more walkers. However, Rick insists they require additional firearms, which he can retrieve from the bag left outside the tank. He also tells Lori that he needs to retrieve his walkie-talkie from the bag to warn Morgan about the dangers in the city, feeling indebted to him for saving his life. Shane then gives Rick the last of his bullets for Rick's revolver. As Daryl drives away from camp, Rick loads his gun in the passenger seat, and the group departs from the campsite. Arriving in Atlanta, the group stops near a railroad track. Daryl warns T-Dog that if anything happened to Merle, there will be consequences. However, T-Dog reassures him, stating that the undead won't be able to breach the chains on the door. Continuing on foot beneath a highway overpass, Glenn proposes that they prioritize rescuing Merle over retrieving the guns, since going for the weapons would require them to backtrack. Arriving at the department store, Rick, Daryl, Glenn, and T-Dog encounter a walker inside, which Daryl dispatches with his crossbow. Using the bolt cutters, they manage to cut through the chain on the stairwell and reach the roof. On the ground, they find Merle's severed hand lying beside the hacksaw, with the bloody handcuffs still attached to the pipe above. Daryl's anguished cry fills the air as the others watch on in distress. Furious, Daryl aims his crossbow at T-Dog, but stands down when Rick intervenes with his revolver. They then trace Merle's blood trail to a kitchen, where they find evidence of makeshift first aid, including sterno cans and a steak weight caked in blood. Rick agrees to help Daryl search for his brother on the condition that they retrieve the guns first. T-Dog insists they stick to the plan to recover Rick's bag, with Glenn suggesting a strategy. Daryl will provide cover in the store's alley, while Rick and T-Dog will cover another alley 2 blocks away. On the street, Glenn dashes toward the tank, while in the alley, a teenager named Miguel cautiously approaches Daryl. Daryl aims his crossbow at Miguel, who starts yelling. Meanwhile, Glenn seizes the bag of guns along with Rick's hat and rushes back towards Daryl. Hearing Miguel's cries, Rick and T-Dog also head for the alley. Suddenly, 2 men named Jorge and Felipe, who are after the guns too, ambush Daryl. They then turn their attention to Glenn, assaulting him. In response, Daryl shoots an arrow, hitting Felipe in the rear. The attackers then throw Glenn into a car and speed away, leaving Miguel and the guns behind. Rick approaches Miguel, pressing him for information about the men he was with, but Miguel remains tight-lipped. Daryl, in a display of intimidation, reminds Miguel of the consequences of angering his brother by tossing the severed hand towards him. Threatening to escalate the violence, Daryl warns Miguel of potential mutilation, specifically targeting his feet. Rick intervenes, seeking a peaceful resolution with Miguel's gang. Miguel eventually agrees to lead Rick, Daryl, and T-Dog to an abandoned factory, where they encounter the gang's leader, G. Rick proposes exchanging Miguel for Glenn, but G insists on the bag of guns, threatening to harm Glenn if their demand isn't met. Accompanied by Miguel, Rick enters the warehouse bearing the bag of guns on his back. After freeing Miguel, Rick demands that G surrender Glenn. Amidst the tense standoff, Felipe and Miguel's grandmother steps forward, seeking Felipe's assistance with Mr. Gilbert. Noticing Rick's uniform, Miguel's grandmother pleads for Felipe's safety, fearing Rick's intentions. Rick reassures her, explaining that Felipe is aiding in the search for a missing person. Leading Rick to a nursing home auditorium, Abuela guides him to a group of elderly individuals, including Glenn, gathered around an asthmatic man. Felipe assists the man by administering an inhaler. Having handed over several rifles, Rick, Glenn, T-Dog, and Daryl head back towards the cube van, only to discover its absence. Meanwhile, at the RV, a walker viciously attacks Amy, tearing into her neck. The group rushes back to find Amy under assault, swiftly dispatching the remaining walkers upon their arrival. Wildfire. As the sunrise paints Atlanta's skyline, Rick endeavors to reach Morgan via the walkie-talkie, recounting their experiences since their parting. Meanwhile, amidst the somber scene of Andrea cradling Amy's lifeless form, Rick, Lori, and Shane deliberate on how to approach her. Andrea's grief turns to hostility as she brandishes a gun at Rick's approach. Concurrently, Jim reveals his fatal bite wound to the group. Rick suggests seeking aid at the CDC, while Shane argues for the safety of Fort Benning, an army base 125 miles in the opposite direction. Approaching Jim with his pickaxe, Daryl attempts a swing, only to be halted by Rick, who aims his gun at Daryl's head, intervening. Later, Rick and Shane are seen digging graves close to the campsite. Expressing profound frustration, Shane rebukes Rick for their expedition to Atlanta in search of Merle, suggesting they should have remained at the camp to prevent the losses they've suffered. Rick contends that the firearms he retrieved were crucial, potentially averting even greater losses. Following the funeral, Rick confides in Lori about his guilt regarding his absence during the camp's attack and seeks her endorsement for the journey to the CDC. Lori, though not as accusatory as Shane, hesitates to blindly follow Rick's decision. Inside the RV, Rick reassures the feverish Jim of their intent to seek help, though Jim is incoherent. Meanwhile, outside, Shane urges Ori to dissuade Rick from pursuing the CDC, warning her about prioritizing their marriage over the safety of the group. When Rick reappears, Lori declares her support for Rick's plan. Venturing into the forest to clear out walkers, Rick, Shane, and Dale embark on their mission. In a private moment, Shane confronts Rick, expressing his frustration at what he perceives as Rick's lack of appreciation for his recent efforts. Tensions escalate briefly as Shane considers aiming his gun at Rick, only to relent and drop it when Dale catches sight of the confrontation. Back at camp, Shane surprises everyone everyone by endorsing Rick's plan to head to the CDC, suggesting they should trust Rick's judgment. As dawn breaks, Rick attempts to contact Morgan to inform him of their intentions. However, their journey hits a snag when the RV's radiator hose bursts. When Shane and T-Dog go in search of a replacement, Rick attends to Jim, who is suffering immensely. They share heartfelt farewells before honoring Jim's request to be left to pass away peacefully beside a tree. Approaching the CDC, Rick's caravan is met with a grim sight, the ground littered with the corpses of hundreds of people. Quietly, they advance toward the locked and shuttered building. As night falls, panic sets in among the group, with Lori voicing concerns about the dangers of being so close to the city after dark as the dead begin to stir. Rick notices movement from a security camera, but Dale dismisses it as a figment of Rick's imagination and pounds on the shutters, shouting for assistance as Shane pulls him away. At the 11th hour, the shutters unexpectedly open, flooding the group with blinding light. TS-19. In a flashback to the initial days of the outbreak, as Rick lies comatose in the hospital, chaos ensues as the facility is overwhelmed. Doctors flee in panic or fall victim to military executions, leaving Shane alone with Rick. Desperately attempting to rouse his friend, Shane's efforts are thwarted by an explosion that triggers a power outage, causing Rick's life support systems to fail. With no other option, Shane is compelled to flee, but not before barricading the door with a gurney, clinging to the hope that Rick may yet awaken, inadvertently preserving his life. Presently, Rick and the fellow survivors enter the CDC lobby, greeted by Dr. Edwin Jenner at the entrance. Jenner grants them entry under the condition that they all undergo a blood test, a condition to which Rick agrees. They proceed to follow Jenner to the basement control center of the building. Later, in the CDC cafeteria, the group enjoys a hearty meal, accompanied by wine and spirits, reveling in the relief of finding a secure refuge. Jenner guides them through the facility, directing the children to the recreation room and urging conservation of electricity. Rick, inebriated, wanders into the control room where Jenner is stationed, expressing gratitude once more. He confides in Jenner about concealing his true feelings from the others, but acknowledges the dwindling options they faced. Returning to Lori, Rick notices her tear-stained face and reassures her that there's no need to fear. The following morning, Jenner gathers the group in the control center, presenting brain scans of test subject 19, revealing the progression of infection. Acknowledging his ignorance regarding the nature of the disease and the lack of treatment options, he discloses the loss of communication with other facilities. Meanwhile, Rick, Shane, T-Dog, and Glenn depart to inspect the generators. Upstairs, the ventilation system of the building ceases to function. Alone in his office, Jenner gazes at a photograph of a woman, seeking solace in the hope that she would understand his efforts and be proud of him. As tension mounts, the survivors confront Jenner, who explains the imminent shutdown of the facility. As the building approaches a power depletion that triggers a self-destruct mechanism, a precautionary decontamination measure, Jenner attempts to persuade Rick to come to terms with their fate. Rick presses Jenner for an explanation on why he stayed if he harbored no hope. Jenner reveals that he made a solemn vow to his wife, test subject 19, a brilliant scientist, to persist for as long as possible. Despite her expertise, the situation proved insurmountable. Eventually, Jenner unlocks the door, acknowledging the futility of bypassing the lockdown upstairs. He clasps Rick's hand, drawing him close, and imparts a whispered message into Rick's ear. In the CDC lobby, the group discovers the doors sealed shut, their futile attempts to gain entry met with pounding on the windows. Amidst the despair, Carol retrieves the hand grenade retrieved by Rick from the tank in Atlanta. Rick triggers the grenade, shattering one of the glass windows. Seizing the opportunity, the survivors make a dash for the waiting vehicles. From within the RV, Lori observes Dale and Andrea emerging from the building. Meanwhile, Jenner and Jackie share a poignant moment as they watch the others evacuate on the security monitor. Suddenly, the CDC is consumed in a fiery explosion. Dale and Andrea hasten to the RV, where a shaken Rick ignites the engine, propelling the caravan away from the engulfing inferno. Season 2. What lies ahead? Perched atop a rooftop in Atlanta, Rick speaks into his radio, addressing Morgan, though his friend is conspicuously absent. He informs Morgan of Atlanta's newfound danger and dismisses the CDC as a dead end. Hesitating momentarily, Rick refrains from divulging Jenner's final words, opting instead to inform Morgan that they're en route to Fort Benning. With resolve, the group departs Atlanta, embarking on a fresh journey. Journeying southward, they encounter a blockade of parked and wrecked cars obstructing their path. Despite their efforts to navigate through the maze of vehicles, the RV's radiator succumbs to failure. Determined, the group scours the surrounding cars for a replacement radiator and any other valuable supplies. Rick and Dale maintain their vigilance, scanning the surroundings for any signs of danger. Dale's sharp eyes spot a limping walker, a sight that Rick too recognizes. Just as Rick prepares to eliminate the threat, he realizes it's merely part of a larger herd approaching their location. With urgency, Rick signals for the group to take cover beneath parked cars. From his vantage point, Rick observes Lori consoling a distressed Carol, while Sophia, unnoticed by her mother, shelters beneath a different vehicle. As the herd moves past, Sophia emerges, believing the danger has passed, unaware of two walkers lurking nearby. nearby. Helplessly, Rick watches as the walkers spot Sophia and give chase into the nearby woods. Assuring Carol of his determination to retrieve her daughter, Rick sets off in pursuit of Sophia. Upon reaching her, he directs her to take refuge under a tree drooping near the riverbank, imparting instructions for her safety in his absence. With a plan in place, Rick leads the pursuing walkers away, ensuring Sophia's temporary safety before dispatching them using a boulder. Returning to the highway with hopeful anticipation, Rick is dismayed to find Sophia absent upon his arrival, compelling him to confront a distressed Carol about her daughter's continued absence. Rick, Shane, Daryl, and Glenn revisit the riverbank in search of clues. After a fruitless search, Shane and Glenn decide to head back while Rick and Daryl press on. Their journey leads them to encounter a lone walker, prompting them to dispatch it before discovering evidence of recent feeding. Reluctantly, they dissect the walker as a precaution, ultimately discovering its recent meal to be a woodchuck, much to their relief. By sunset, they return to the highway. There, Carol reproaches Rick for leaving her daughter unattended in the woods. The following day, the entire group resumes the search for Sophia. Their exploration leads them to stumble upon a tent deep within the forest, yet Sophia remains elusive. Suddenly, the distant tolling of a bell catches their attention, prompting them to follow the sound to a nearby church. However, their hopes are dashed as they realize the bell's tolling is merely an automated loop, leaving Sophia's whereabouts still unknown. As the group gathers at the church, Carol seeks solace in prayer for her missing daughter. However, as dusk descends, they reluctantly decide to return to the highway. Unwilling to abandon hope, Rick and Shane opt to stay behind, with Carl expressing a desire to remain with his father. After agreeing to Carl's request, Rick approaches the crucifix, offering a plea for assistance in their search despite his lack of religious conviction. Setting out from the church, the group encounters a solitary buck, prompting Shane to consider hunting it until Rick notices Carl's inquisitive approach. Suddenly, a gunshot pierces the air, the bullet finding its mark in Carl's abdomen as he collapses to the ground, sending Rick and Shane rushing to his side. Bloodletting. Upon discovering Otis as the shooter, Rick, Shane, and Carl make their way to a nearby farm where Otis claims a man named Herschel Green can offer assistance. Rick carries Carl with desperation as they rush to the farm, where Herschel and his daughters come to their aid in placing Carl on a bed for treatment. Amidst the flurry of activity, Shane offers reassurance to Rick, absolving him of any blame and expressing confidence in Carl's recovery, citing his own past survival. Maggie, Herschel's eldest daughter, informs Rick of the necessity of a blood transfusion from him to Carl as they share the same blood type. As Herschel draws Rick's blood for the transfusion, he commences surgery on Carl, whose agonized cries deeply trouble Rick. Following the procedure, Herschel announces the need for additional medical supplies to complete the operation without causing harm. Recognizing the urgency, they determine that the closest source for such supplies is a nearby high school repurposed as a FEMA camp. Feeling responsibility for Carl's injury, Otis offers to undertake the supply run, with Shane volunteering to accompany him. Meanwhile, Maggie steps forward to inform Lori of her son's condition, believing she deserves to be informed. Later, Rick marvels at the tranquility of Herschel's farm and engages in a conversation with Herschel about the possibility of finding a cure. Their discussion is interrupted by Maggie's return to the farm, accompanied by Lori. Upon witnessing her son's state, she breaks down in tears. Rick proceeds with another blood transfusion, offering reassurance to the distressed couple that Carl will recover once Shane and Otis return with the necessary supplies. However, Herschel discloses to Rick and Lori that he is a veterinarian, a revelation met with disapproval from Lori. Rick reminds her that Herschel is their only hope. Concern mounts as they realize Shane and Otis have yet to return. Herschel warns that if they do not return soon, he will be forced to resume Carl's surgery without anesthesia or the required equipment. Save the last one. As night approaches, Rick and Lori welcome Glenn and T-Dog upon their arrival at the farm, offering their regards to Carl. Engaging in a conversation with Lori regarding their circumstances, she contemplates whether Carl's continued existence is worth the suffering, suggesting that it would perhaps be more merciful to let him pass away rather than witness further tragedy. Rick, overcome with emotion, disagrees, expressing his fervent desire for a hopeful future for his son despite the challenges they face. Their spirits soar when Carl eventually awakens, only to be shattered when he suddenly succumbs to a seizure, plunging them back into a state of fear and uncertainty. Herschel delivers a dire ultimatum. Carl's time is running out and the surgery must be conducted urgently. Miraculously, Shane returns just in time with the necessary supplies, though the news of Otis's fate casts a shadow over their release. Grateful for Shane's timely return, Rick remains unaware of the falsehoods surrounding Otis's demise. With the supplies secured, Herschel proceeds with the surgery, ultimately ensuring Carl's safety. Following the tense ordeal, Rick and Herschel offer solace to Patricia, Otis's grieving wife, as Shane observes from the hallway. Cherokee Rose. As Rick sits vigilantly beside Carl, his son awakens, immediately inquiring about Sophia's well-being. Despite her continued absence, Rick reassures Carl of her safety. Maggie presents Rick and Shane with a map of the area, offering a glimmer of hope for organizing the search efforts for Sophia. However, Herschel interjects, cautioning Rick that he's exerted himself too much in donating blood for Carl and needs to recuperate. Similarly, Shane's injuries from the supply run necessitate rest. They agree to postpone the search for a day. In a later conversation, Herschel confides in Rick, expressing his belief that once Carl recovers and Sophia is found, the Atlanta survivors will likely depart. Later, Rick and Herschel engage in another conversation, deliberating whether Herschel will reconsider his decision. In a moment of vulnerability, Rick confesses to Herschel about deceiving Carl, prompting Herschel to offer reassurance, affirming Rick's commendable qualities as a father. As the day draws to a close, Rick remains at Carl's side as his son wakes up once more, engaging in heartfelt conversation. Rick admits to Carl that he fabricated the truth about Sophia's safeness, seeking forgiveness. Lightening the mood, Carl jests about their shared experiences of being shot. Rick presents Carl with his sheriff hat, urging him to rest further, just as Laurie enters the room. After a brief embrace, Laurie departs, leaving Rick to retire his police uniform and badges before joining Carl in bed, shedding his clothes to lie beside his son. Chupacabra. Rick remains dedicated to the search for Sophia, meticulously studying the map of the area and organizing the group into teams to comb through terrain. Jimmy approaches Rick, expressing his desire to assist, asserting that Herschel has granted permission for him to join the search effort. Additionally, Rick permits Daryl to utilize one of Herschel's horses to extend the search coverage. Later, Rick and Shane are observed traversing the woods together, engaging in conversation about their reminiscences of high school and past romantic interests while continuing their relentless pursuit of Sophia. Shane shifts the conversation, suggesting that their efforts to locate her may be futile, citing the passage of several days after her disappearance. Drawing from his experience as a police officer, Shane points out that after 72 hours, missing persons cases become increasingly challenging to solve. Returning to the farm, Rick seeks Laurie's perspective on Shane's stance regarding halting the search. Laurie persuades Rick to persevere, urging him to imagine the situation reversed if it were Carl missing. Encouraged by Laurie's words, Rick resolves to continue the search. However, before he can fully commit, Beth Green approaches him, conveying Herschel's request for a discussion. Rick engages in a conversation with Herschel, who expresses discontent over Rick taking Jimmy into the woods without permission and borrowing one of his horses. They agree that boundaries need to be established. Rick will manage his group while Herschel will oversee his own, and it's apparent that Rick's group won't be remaining at the farm for an extended period. Later, Andrea alerts everyone to the presence of a walker approaching the farm, prompting them to prepare for a confrontation. However, to their surprise, the walker turns out to be Daryl, covered in mud and blood after an incident involving Herschel's horse. Despite Andrea's misidentification, she fires a shot, grazing Daryl. Rick and Shane assist Daryl back to the house, where Herschel provides medical attention. Daryl reveals finding Sophia's doll by the river, reigniting hope for her discovery. Following the ordeal, everyone gathers for a meticulously prepared meal, albeit amidst an atmosphere of tension and awkwardness between Rick's group and Herschel's. Secrets. Rick and Shane persist in strategizing the search for Sophia while also overseeing the training of both the Atlanta survivors and Herschel's group in firearms and combat techniques. Recognizing the need for preparedness, Rick and Laurie agree that it's time for Carl to begin learning about how to shoot, and he joins the others in practice sessions. Later, Laurie confronts Rick about Herschel's continued insistence on the group's departure from the farm, urging Rick to persuade Herschel to reconsider. Meanwhile, Rick discovers abortion pills in his tent, prompting concern. In search of Laurie, Rick finds her by the dirt road, leading to another heated argument when he learns of her pregnancy and attempted abortion. Despite their conflict and revelations about Laurie's relationship with Shane, Rick ultimately forgives her, understanding her actions during the tumultuous period when she believed him to be dead. Pretty much dead already. During breakfast, Glenn reveals to Rick and the group that there are walkers confined to the barn. Rick expresses concern for their safety and intends to discuss the matter with Herschel. However, Shane proposes a more aggressive approach, opening the barn and eliminating all the walkers within. After calming the group's nerves, Rick persuades them to await his negotiation with Herschel. In his conversation with Herschel, Rick broaches the topic of the barn and the possibility of his group remaining at the farm. Herschel remains resolute in his stance, prompting Rick to cite Laurie's pregnancy as a reason they cannot leave. He urges Herschel to reconsider. Upon leaving the house, Rick notices Shane inspecting the barn and attempts to reason with him, advocating for patience in making a decision. However, Shane is adamant about either clearing out the barn to stay or leaving the farm as is. Later, Rick and Andrea are interrupted in their planning for another search for Sophia when Herschel seeks Rick's assistance with the matter. While trekking through the forest alongside Herschel and Jimmy, Herschel asserts that if Rick and his group wish to remain at the farm, they must adhere to Herschel's unique method of handling walkers, which involves trapping and escorting them back to the barn. Encountering two walkers ensnared in mud, Rick consents and assists in leading the walkers back to the farm. As they approach the barn, Shane, who has been distributing weapons to the group against Herschel's directives and preparing to eliminate the walkers inside, spots them. Enraged and frustrated, Shane fires a shot at the walker held by Herschel. Rick, occupied with restraining another walker, is unable to intervene. In a fit of rage, Shane opens the barn, unleashing the walkers within. The Atlanta group aligns with Shane, joining in the effort to eliminate the walkers as they emerge from the barn. Amidst the chaos, Shane inadvertently shoots the walker Rick is restraining. In a scene of dread and disbelief, the Green family witnesses the final walker emerging from the barn, only to discover that it is Sophia, now reanimated. Shock and sorrow grip everyone present until Rick comprehends the grim necessity of the moment. Without hesitation, he retrieves his firearm, aims it at Sophia's head, and pulls the trigger. Nebraska. Following the tragic events at the barn, Shane directs his frustration towards Herschel, blaming him for Sophia's fate. Rick intervenes, attempting to calm the escalating confrontation. Herschel, in response, instructs the group to depart from the farm immediately. Rick, incensed by Shane's outburst, accuses him of disrupting a situation that Rick had been managing effectively. Shane dismisses Rick's concerns, labeling him delusional before storming off in anger. Left to confront the aftermath, the group resolves to bury Sophia, Annette Green, and Sean Green while incinerating the remaining walkers. Rick feels a profound sense of disappointment, realizing their pursuit of Sophia had inadvertently placed the group in jeopardy while she was safely contained within the barn. With heavy hearts, everyone except Carol gathers to pay their respects at the funeral for Sophia, Annette, and Sean. Following Beth's shock-induced state, the group realizes that Herschel is missing. Upon discovering his flask in his bedroom, Maggie speculates that he may be at a nearby bar in town. Rick and Glenn volunteer to search for him. During their journey, Rick engages in a conversation with Glenn regarding his budding romance with Maggie, advising him not to hesitate in expressing his feelings. As night descends, they reach the town and confirm Herschel's presence at the bar. Rick attempts to persuade Herschel to return to the farm, emphasizing the need for his presence for the sake of his daughter. However, Herschel adamantly refuses, citing his loss of hope following the barn massacre. He expresses his frustration, detailing how Rick's arrival disrupted the values he'd instilled in his daughters throughout his life, likening Rick and his group to a destructive force. Despite Herschel's despair, Rick urges him not to completely abandon his faith. After a period of tense discussion, Herschel eventually agrees to accompany them back to the farm. Just as Rick, Herschel, and Glenn prepare to depart, two survivors named Dave and Tony enter the bar. Over drinks, Dave recounts his journey across the country in search of safety, revealing the destruction of Fort Benning and suggesting Nebraska as a potential refuge. Despite Dave's pleas, Rick and Herschel reject his proposal for them to join their group at the farm. Tensions escalate as Dave becomes increasingly insistent. After numerous failed attempts to persuade Rick, Dave draws his pistol. In swift response, Rick eliminates the threat with a single shot to Dave's head, then swiftly dispatches Tony with another lethal shot. Trigger finger. Following the confrontation with Dave and Tony, Rick, Herschel, and Glenn prepare to depart but find themselves trapped in the bar by three members of Dave and Tony's group, Nate, Randall, and Sean. Rick explains that Dave and Tony initiated the violence by brandishing their weapons, but the opposing group opens fire nonetheless. Urging Glenn to investigate the back exit, Rick hears gunfire from that direction. Sensing danger, Rick instructs Herschel to provide cover for Glenn as they attempt to escape through the rear door. However, Sean detects Glenn's presence and opens fire. In response, Herschel returns fire, striking Sean in the chest. Rick and Herschel grow concerned when Glenn fails to move, suspecting that he may have been injured in the crossfire. Rick discovers Glenn cowering behind a dumpster and approaches him. Meanwhile, Randall, perched on a rooftop, spots them and opens fire. Seeking cover, Rick and Glenn huddle together. Nate arrives in a car and alerts Randall to the fact that their gunfire has drawn walkers to the town. As Randall attempts to flee from the roof, he miscalculates and falls, impaling his leg on a fence spike. Nate, expressing regret, abandons Randall and drives away. Rick decides to investigate and finds Randall injured. Subsequently, Rick, Herschel, and Glenn engage in a heated debate about whether to save Randall and how to proceed. Herschel proposes ending Randall's suffering via euthanasia. As the walkers draw nearer, the group decides to attempt amputating Randall's leg, but time runs out. In a desperate move, Rick lifts Randall's leg from the spike, causing further injury to his calf muscle. By morning, Rick, Herschel, and Glenn return to the farm with Randall blindfolded in the back seat, held as a captive. Disagreements arise among the group regarding Randall's fate. Rick proposes treating Randall's wounds, allowing him to recover, and then releasing him to fend for himself. However, Shane voices concerns that Randall may divulge the farm's location to his own group, potentially instigating a conflict. Herschel intervenes, asserting his authority over the farm's affairs and urging Shane to maintain his silence. Meanwhile, in a private conversation, Lori confides in Rick, expressing her belief that Shane was responsible for Otis's death and poses a threat to the group's safety if left unchecked. 18 miles out. A week following the previous events, Rick and Shane embark on a drive down a rural road. Rick halts the vehicle just short of their intended destination, approximately 18 miles from the farm, to confront Shane. Rick confronts Shane about the truth behind Otis's fate and Shane's relationship with Lori. Rick questions Shane's confidence and Rick's ability to safeguard his family. "You can't always play the hero and expect to survive," Shane retorts. Rick emphasizes the significance of his family, his wife, his son, and his unborn child. asserting his unwavering commitment to their protection. Rick opens the SUV to check on Randall, who remains bound, gagged, and blindfolded in the trunk. Continuing their journey, Rick discusses plans for the approaching winter, emphasizing the need to conserve ammunition and gather food supplies. Shane listens silently, gazing out the window at a solitary walker wandering through a field. As they surpass the 18-mile mark, Rick aims to find a suitable location to leave Randall with a chance of survival. They arrive at a public workstation enclosed by a fence. A walker dressed in a police uniform approaches, prompting Shane to ready his gun, but Rick intervenes. Rick deliberately cuts his finger and smears blood on the fence, luring the walker closer. As the walker reaches the fence, Rick swiftly dispatches it with a fatal blow to the head. Guns may be efficient, Rick remarks, but there are alternative methods. Another walker in uniform approaches and Shane follows Rick's lead. Ensuring the area's security, Rick begins siphoning gas while Shane examines the bodies of the policemen, noticing the absence of bite marks. Rick indicates scratches on their bodies, likely the cause of their transformation. Together, they move Randall onto the pavement. Rick deliberately drops a knife onto the ground as they walk away, prompting Randall to plead with them not to abandon him. He insists he's just a regular guy and even mentions his acquaintance with Maggie. This revelation causes Rick and Shane to halt abruptly. He could lead them to the farm, Shane suggests, reaching for his gun. Reacting swiftly, Rick tackles Shane just as he attempts to fire, preventing him from hitting Randall. Rick insists he needs time to contemplate their next move. Shane argues that Randall poses a threat to the safety of the farm, suggesting he could lead his group there. Accusing Rick of jeopardizing Lori and Carl's safety by sparing Randall, Shane asserts, "I don't think you can protect them." Tensions escalate into a physical altercation between the two friends. During the scuffle, Shane inadvertently traps Rick under a motorcycle. Approaching Randall with his gun drawn, Shane is interrupted when Rick tackles him, preventing him from firing. Rick gains the upper hand by delivering several punches to Shane's face. Defiantly, Rick declares he won't allow Shane to make decisions due to his reckless and anger-fueled demeanor. In frustration, Shane grabs a wrench and hurls it at Rick. Although Rick dodges, it crashes through a nearby building window, triggering an influx of walkers. Rick seeks cover beneath a corpse as Shane flees from the ensuing chaos. Rick fires his gun repeatedly as walkers swarm around him, overwhelming him. Meanwhile, Shane seeks refuge inside a school bus, barricading himself against the encroaching walkers. After managing to free himself from the pile of bodies, Rick discovers Randall attempting to flee. As they observe Shane trapped in the bus, Randall protests that Rick cannot leave him behind after the earlier altercation. Rick concedes and opts to abandon Shane to his fate, opting to rescue Randall instead. As they depart in the SUV, Shane witnesses his former partner's decision from the confines of the bus. Along the way, Rick pauses to retrieve the weapons from the deceased policemen, but upon seeing their lifeless bodies, he reminisces about the close friendship he and Shane once shared before the onset of the apocalypse. Inside the bus, Shane finds himself overwhelmed by the advancing walkers, but their escape plan takes an unexpected turn when the SUV crashes through a nearby gate. As Randall takes the wheel, Rick leans out of the window, urging Shane to seek refuge at the rear of the bus while he fends off the walkers with gunfire. Following Rick's instructions, Shane makes a dash for the back of the bus and leaps into the waiting SUV as they speed away from the public station. Once they're back on the road, Rick and Shane secure Randall once more, confining him to the trunk of the vehicle. In a private moment, Rick acknowledges to Shane that he's contemplating killing Randall but needs more time to deliberate. Reaffirming his commitment to protecting his family, Rick emphasizes the importance of unity and following his leadership. Returning Shane's gun to him, Rick extends an invitation for Shane to rejoin their group, declaring, "It's time for you to come back. Judge, jury, executioner." Upon learning from Daryl that Randall's group poses a significant threat due to their heavy armament and large numbers, Rick determines Randall to be a danger and insists on his execution. Dale, however, challenges Rick's authority, arguing against the unilateral decision to take a life and pleading for more time to explore alternate solutions. Reluctantly, Rick grants Dale the remainder of the day to present his case to the group and potentially find an alternative. Meanwhile, Lori discovers Rick preparing a noose in the barn and inquires about his decision regarding Randall. Rick seeks her validation, to which Lori responds that she'll support whatever he deems necessary, also expressing curiosity about the events involving Shane during their recent outings. "He's no longer a concern," Rick replies. Carol interrupts, reporting an incident where Carl displayed arrogance towards her. Rick reprimands Carl for disrespecting Carol's beliefs about heaven, urging him to consider his words carefully. Reflecting on his actions, Rick emphasizes the importance of thoughtful communication. As twilight falls, Rick seeks Lori's reassurance once more. Finding solace in her nod, he presses on. Inside the house, the group convenes. Rick inquires if anyone advocates for sparing Randall. Disheartened by the lack of support, Dale, fighting back tears, accuses Rick and the group of forsaking their humanity. Exiting, Dale confides in Daryl, expressing his belief that the group is fractured beyond repair. As evening falls, Rick, Shane, and Daryl escort Randall to the barn where they force him to kneel. Rick offers him a chance for final words, to which Randall pleads tearfully for mercy. As Rick prepares to execute him, Carl enters the barn unexpectedly. "Just do it, Dad," he urges. Rick hesitates, lowering his gun, and orders Randall to be taken away. Shane angrily exits the barn. Returning to camp, Rick recounts the event to Lori, expressing his inability to carry out the execution in front of Carl. The screams from the field alert everybody, so Rick orders Carl to go inside while he and the others investigate. Daryl arrived first at the scene, where a walker tore into Dale's stomach. In order to get help, Daryl stabs the walker in the head. The intestines of Dale are spilling out of his body, and he goes into shock as a result. Dale cannot be saved when Herschel arrives. Rick feels compelled to shoot Dale as he writhes on the ground, but can't bring himself to do so. Andrea begs Rick to end Dale's suffering, and Rick takes out his gun. After taking the weapon, Daryl shoots Dale in the head. Better angels. In the morning, the group gathers for Dale's funeral, with Rick vowing to prove that they're still united and capable of working together. Rick and Daryl devise a plan to escort Randall to a neighboring town and leave him there. Shane interrupts, insisting on speaking with Carl, but Rick prioritizes dealing with Randall. Shane reveals that Carl confided in him about spotting the walker responsible for Dale's death the day before, but was too fearful to speak up. After Carl hands Shane a gun he swiped from Daryl's bike, Shane storms away, frustrated that Rick prioritizes Randall over Carl. Rick seeks out Carl in the barn, advising him to keep the gun and emphasizing the necessity of taking action in their new reality. Meanwhile, as Rick and Daryl prepare to depart with Randall, T-Dog is tasked with retrieving him, only to find the barn empty and Randall gone. Investigating the situation, Shane appears with a bloody nose, claiming that Randall escaped and attacked him with a rock while he was on watch duty. Rick gathers a team consisting of Glenn, Daryl, Shane, and himself to search for Randall, instructing the rest to remain locked inside the house until their return. While in the woods, Rick and Daryl observe Shane's unusual agitation as he pushes for splitting into teams to scour the forest. Eventually, Rick and Shane separate from Daryl and Glenn. As night descends, Rick discerns Shane's suspicious behavior and realizes Shane's true intention: to lure him into the open and kill him. Rick confronts Shane, pointing out the flaws in his plan and asserting that no one will believe Shane's story without him and Randall present. Shane confesses to killing Randall earlier and orchestrating a scheme to frame him for Rick's murder. He asserts that he's a superior father to Carl and better for Lori, blaming Rick's return for complicating matters. Shane demands Rick raise his weapon, intent on settling their conflict once and for all. Declining to engage in self-defense, Rick informs Shane that he won't fight an unarmed opponent. Deceptively offering his weapon to Shane, Rick seizes a moment of distraction to draw his knife and deliver a fatal stab to Shane's heart. With anguish in his voice, Rick attributes the violence to Shane, disavowing any responsibility for their situation. As Shane breathes his last breath in Rick's arms, Rick's accusation hangs heavy in the air. Seeing Shane dead, Carl appears to Rick, shocked to see what just happened. Aiming his gun at Rick, who is now trying to calm him down, Shane rises up, undead. After he hesitated, Carl shot Shane, killing him before he could bite Rick. Seeing Rick, he looks confused. As Rick and Carl bend over to examine Shane's corpse, a wave of zombies approaches in the distance, the shot alerting a mass herd of walkers beside the dying fire. Following Shane's demise, Carl queries Rick about the events that transpired. Before Rick can respond, he spots a looming horde of walkers and urges Carl to seek refuge in the barn. Together, they lead the walkers to the barn and ignite it, decimating a significant portion of the undead horde. Taking refuge on the barn's roof, they signal Jimmy, who drives the RV toward them. As they decide from the RV, tragedy strikes as Jimmy falls victim to the walkers, forcing Rick and Carl to flee into the surrounding forest. Eventually, they return to the farm just in time to rescue Herschel from encroaching walkers. Rick inquires about the whereabouts of the rest of the group, learning that they've all departed the farm. Recognizing the dire situation, they resolve to leave the farm behind, despite Herschel's initial reluctance to abandon his family home. Eventually, Herschel joins Rick and Carl as they depart, escaping the swarming masses of undead that have overtaken the once peaceful farm. At dawn, they arrive at the congested highway where their journey began and find no sign of the others. Carl, consumed by determination, insists they go back to search for Lori, but Herschel prioritizes Carl's safety above all else. Rick carefully considers their options as tensions mount. However, their worries are momentarily alleviated as Lori, Glenn, and the remaining survivors emerge. Joyous reunions abound as they take stock of the situation. Jimmy perished in the RV, Patricia met her end attempting to flee the house, and according to Rick's account, Shane fell to walkers. Concern lingers over Andrea's fate as she was last seen saving Carol from a horde of walkers with her condition unknown. When Daryl proposes returning to search for Andrea, Rick swiftly dismisses the idea, emphasizing the importance of staying together. "We're not splitting up again," he asserts. With a consensus reached, the group resolves to leave the area in search of a new safe haven. However, as dusk falls, their journey comes to an abrupt halt when Rick's vehicle runs out of gas. He suggests taking shelter in nearby ruins for the night, prompting panic among the group, who fear the dangers of being stranded on the road. Amidst the tension, Daryl reveals to Rick and the others that he and Glenn encountered Randall reanimated in the forest after they split from the main group. Anxious for answers, they inquire about the events of the previous night. Rick discloses the truth Jenner confided in him at the CDC. Everyone carries the infection. This revelation sparks anger among several members of the group, particularly Glenn and Carol, who feel betrayed by Rick's concealment of this info. The newfound knowledge of Jenner's secret fosters a sense of distrust toward Rick among many, though Herschel and Daryl remain steadfast in their trust of his judgment. Later, Rick confides in Lori about Shane's demise, leaving her horrified. She recoils from Rick, adamantly refusing to allow him near her or Carl. Gathered around a campfire beside the road, the group discusses the possibility of parting ways. Suddenly, a noise from the forest startles them, prompting complaints directed at Rick about the choice of camping location. Frustrated, Rick reaches his breaking point and confesses to the cold-blooded killing of Shane in order to protect the group. He offers those who disagree with his actions the freedom to depart. As tension hangs heavy in the air, Rick waits for any response, but when no one moves to leave, he asserts with a snarl, "You stay, understand this. It's not a democracy anymore." With those words, Rick departs to investigate the source of the noise, unaware of the looming presence of a prison complex on the horizon. Season 3, Seed. 8 months have elapsed since the dramatic conclusion of the second season, and Rick appears to have been forgiven by the group for his past actions, regaining their trust and assuming a leadership role once more. While on their journey, they chance upon an abandoned house, dispatching the walkers inside before deciding to take refuge there temporarily. As they gather in the living room, the silence is shattered by the sound of approaching walkers, prompting the group to hastily vacate the premises in search of safety. While traveling, Rick confers with Herschel about the necessity of finding a suitable location for Lori to safely deliver the baby in a few weeks' time. Recognizing the danger posed by the swarming walkers in their current area of Georgia, they agree to seek refuge elsewhere. While out hunting with Daryl, they chance upon an overrun prison, realizing its potential as a secure sanctuary. As they approach the prison entrance, they note the relatively sparse presence of walkers in the courtyard, providing an opportunity to secure the area for the night by closing the gate. With Rick's quick action, the group manages to seal the gate while others dispatch the remaining walkers. Taking shelter within the secure prison yard, Rick reveals his intention to take control of the prison, seeing it as a potential treasure trove of resources, including food, weapons, and medicine. Despite Lori's pleas for a few days of rest, Rick remains steadfast, expressing lingering resentment towards her for her affair with Shane and the uncertain paternity of the baby. The following day, Rick and the group diligently clear the remaining walkers from the courtyard and secure the entrance to the prison. Within, they discover a fortified cell block named Cell Block C. Despite Lori's attempts to express gratitude, Rick remains distant. Exploring further, they uncover valuable resources such as riot gear and flash grenades. Rick, Maggie, Glenn, Herschel, and Daryl venture deeper into the prison in search of the cafeteria and infirmary. However, their progress is halted when they're unexpectedly ambushed by a group of walkers. In the chaos, Glenn and Maggie become separated from the group, prompting Herschel to insist on retracing their steps to find his daughter. In a harrowing turn of events, Herschel is bitten on the lower right calf by a stray walker. Despite seeking safety, the group stumbles upon a locked cafeteria and forcibly gains entry. With time of the essence, Rick takes decisive action, amputating the lower portion of Herschel's leg to prevent the infection from spreading. As they struggle to stem the bleeding, Daryl's flashlight illuminates 5 figures observing them, revealing them to be living prisoners. Sick. As Maggie works to staunch the bleeding, Rick, Daryl, and T-Dog hastily transfer Herschel onto a gurney and rush him back to Cell Block C, disregarding the presence of the 5 prisoners: Axel, Tomas, Big Tiny, Oscar, and Andrew. However, the prisoners trail them back to the cell block, escalating tensions between them, T-Dog, and Daryl, with Rick stepping in to mediate. Rick educates the prisoners on the dire state of the world, now completely overrun by walkers, as they have been oblivious to the external reality. Outside, tension escalates between Tomas and Rick as Tomas asserts that the prison rightfully belongs to the prisoners, not the survivors. In a bid to resolve the conflict, Rick strikes a deal. The survivors will aid the prisoners in securing a separate cell block in exchange for half of their food supply. As they transport the food to Cell Block C, Rick notices Herschel's continued unconsciousness and instructs Glenn to be prepared for the worst. Meanwhile, Rick, T-Dog, and Daryl accompany the prisoners to another cell block, only to be confronted by a small group of walkers. Despite their efforts, Big Tiny sustains a scratch on his back, leaving Rick with the grim realization that there is nothing they can do to prevent the infection from taking hold. Tragically, shortly thereafter, Tomas takes matters into his own hands, killing Big Tiny to eliminate the perceived threat of infection. Rick becomes unsettled by Tomas's menacing glare, particularly when he disregards Rick's warning and opens both doors, unleashing a horde of walkers into the room before the cell block. In the ensuing chaos, Tomas twice makes attempts on Rick's life, swinging his weapon dangerously close and attempting to push a walker towards him. With the walkers dispatched, Rick confronts Tomas once more, delivering a mocking remark before swiftly dispatching him with a fatal blow from his machete. As Andrew flees, Rick ensures his escape is to the outside, where walkers roam freely. Opting to spare Axel and Oscar, the remaining survivors of the prison, Rick leaves them examines cell block B and returns to cell block C. He tenderly holds Herschel's hand as he regains consciousness, expressing gratitude to Laurie for her role in saving Herschel's life. Outside, Rick acknowledges Laurie's contribution, offering a touch on her shoulder, marking the first physical contact between them in months, before departing without meeting her gaze. Killer within. As the group plans to dispose of the corpses of the slain walkers within the prison, they're surprised by a visit from Axel and Oscar, who express their reluctance to inhabit cell block B due to its perceived haunting. Despite T-Dog's objections, Rick ultimately decides to honor their agreement and allow the prisoners to depart, a decision reached after consulting with Daryl. However, tensions escalate when walkers unexpectedly invade the prison courtyard, prompting the group to divide as Rick, Daryl, and Glenn venture out to gather wood for burning the corpses. Rick and the group enlist Axel and Oscar's aid in combating the invading walkers, only to discover that the latch on the gate, designed to keep walkers out, has been tampered with. Suspicions arise as Rick considers the possibility that either Axel or Oscar may have sabotaged the gate, allowing the walkers access. As a loud alarm blares throughout the prison, Rick, Daryl, Glenn, and the two inmates rush to the generator room to silence the noise, intending to prevent further attraction of walkers. However, their efforts are disrupted when Andrew, the prisoner previously left to the mercy of the walkers in the prison yard, unexpectedly launches an attack on Rick, having somehow survived his earlier predicament. As they make their way back to the courtyard, they stumble upon the grim sight of T-Dog's lifeless body being consumed by walkers, a sight that Rick finds difficult to bear. Despite their efforts to regroup, the realization dawns upon them that some of their companions are still missing. Rick, consumed by worry, insists on searching for Laurie, only to be met with the sound of a baby's cries. His shock intensifies when he discovers that the newborn is Laurie's child, but she's nowhere to be found. The devastating news of Laurie's demise hits Rick with overwhelming force, reducing him to hysterical sobs as he collapses, finally releasing the full weight of his grief for the loss of his beloved wife. Say the word. Rick appears to be furious and mentally deranged as he picks up an axe lying in the prison's courtyard. He heads into the prison to find Laurie's body and slaughters a dozen, 2 walkers along the way. Glenn follows Rick inside and attempts to convince him to rejoin the group, saying that Rick doesn't need to do this alone. Rick is unresponsive until Glenn touches him, and then Rick slams Glenn against the wall. Rick walks away without saying a word after whipping Glenn away. Rick finds Laurie's body missing in the boiler room, picks up a knife, and finds a bullet. Upon following a blood streak, he finds a bloated, seated walker stumbling around in a stupor. He shoots the walker's head and stabs its stomach multiple times. In the boiler room, he hears a baby wail and a phone ring as he collapses in a daze. Rick is confused when he notices a phone nearby and answers it. Hounded. Upon picking up the phone receiver, Rick is greeted by the voice of a woman on the other end who claims to be part of a sizable group living free from the threat of walkers and deaths. Despite Rick pressing for more information, the woman abruptly terminates the call. Rejoining the group to check on Carl, Rick is approached by Herschel, who extends his sympathies regarding Laurie's passing. Rick shares with him the details of his conversation with the woman on the phone, mentioning her intention to call back after consulting with her group members within 2 hours. Although Herschel offers to wait alongside Rick, Rick opts to be alone. When the phone rings again, a member of the group queries Rick about his kill count. He responds with 4. When questioned about Laurie's demise, Rick remains silent. The caller abruptly ends the conversation, leaving Rick bewildered and angered. Later, another call comes through, addressing Rick by name. Fearing the worst, Rick quickly disconnects the call and retreats from the phone. After some hesitation, Rick eventually answers yet another call. The caller reveals herself to be Laurie, followed by others claiming to be Amy, Jim, and Jackie. Overwhelmed, Rick confesses his enduring love for Laurie and his regret for her death. Realizing it's all a hallucination, Rick ends the call. Returning to the cafeteria, he cradles his newborn daughter. Seeking solace outside, Rick spots a mysterious figure amidst a pack of walkers approaching the prison gates, realizing it's a woman camouflaged in walker guts carrying supplies from Glenn and Maggie. When the dead come knocking. Observing Michonne from beyond the fence, Rick witnesses her surrounded by walkers. Undaunted, she dispatches a few before her scent betrays her, prompting Carl and Rick to join the fray and eliminate the remaining threats. As Michonne collapses, Rick lifts her onto his shoulder and carries her into the prison. After laying her down, he seeks medical aid from Herschel for her injuries. Inquiring about Glenn and Maggie, Rick learns from Michonne that they were abducted by one of the governor's associates and that the governor, the ailing leader of the nearby settlement known as Woodbury, is responsible. Subsequently, Rick devises a strategy to assault Woodbury and rescue Glenn and Maggie. As they prepare to depart from the prison, Rick and Carl settle on the name Judith for their newborn. Accompanied by Daryl, Michonne, and Oscar, they embark on their journey toward Woodbury. However, they encounter a horde of walkers on foot along the way, compelling them to seek refuge inside the dwelling of a recluse. Despite the hermit's ignorance of the apocalypse, Michonne dispatches him as he attempts to flee, using his body as a diversion to aid her escape from the walkers. Under cover of night, they approach Woodbury's gate, taking cover behind the wrecked vehicles as they survey the area. Made to suffer. Assisted by Michonne, Rick guides the group into Woodbury to rescue Maggie and Glenn from captivity. They successfully capture and interrogate one of the guards without raising alarm, but he proves uninformed about the situation. Upon hearing gunfire, Rick and his companions rush to its origin, discovering Glenn and Maggie on the brink of execution. Utilizing flash grenades from the prison, they disorient the henchmen, allowing them to secure Glenn and Maggie and usher them to safety. However, Michonne opts to separate from the group, venturing into Woodbury alone. Learning from Glenn that his brother Merle orchestrated his abduction and brutal assault, Daryl expresses a desire to confront him upon discovering that Merle resides in Woodbury. Rick declines, deeming it too perilous to engage with any Woodbury inhabitants. They opt to depart, triggering another exchange of gunfire between the Woodbury forces and their group. Amidst the chaos, Rick becomes fixated on a hallucination of Shane emerging from the smoke. Tragically, Shane fatally shoots Oscar, prompting Rick to retaliate by dispatching the assailant. Upon closer examination, Rick realizes that the assailant was merely a Woodbury soldier. As they prepare to flee, they notice Daryl lagging behind. While they wait for him outside, an injured Michonne arrives, having separated from the group during the rescue mission. Initially held at gunpoint, Michonne offers assistance in locating Daryl, the Suicide King. Once more, Rick and Maggie infiltrate Woodbury, successfully liberating Daryl and Merle, who were forced into a deadly confrontation. Following their escape and reunion with Glenn and Michonne, Merle launches into insults directed at the group. In response, Rick renders him unconscious with a pistol whip, deciding not to bring him along due to his disruptive behavior. Similarly, they opt not to include Michonne due to her unpredictable nature. Despite Rick's objections, Daryl refuses to leave Merle behind and departs from the group. This decision incites Glenn's anger towards Rick, who is criticized for prioritizing Daryl's rescue over killing the governor during the assault. Rick emphasizes to Glenn that rescuing Daryl took precedence. He then informs Michonne that once she receives medical attention, she will need to fend for herself. Back at the prison, Rick grapples with the decision regarding the newly arrived group led by Tyrese Williams. Despite their willingness to assist and stay out of his affairs, Rick initially dismisses the idea. However, Herschel argues that their inclusion might be beneficial due to the shortage of manpower following Oscar's death and Daryl's absence. As Rick deliberates their fate, he begins to experience hallucinations once more. Witnessing a vision of Lori, he reacts with hostility. Misinterpreting his outburst as directed towards them, everyone present believes that Rick is ordering Tyrese's group to depart. Sensing the tension, Glenn swiftly escorts them out before any confrontation ensues. Home. The following day finds Rick still plagued by visions of Lori, driving him to leave the prison and follow his deceased wife, with Michonne observing from a distance. Herschel intercepts him, urging Rick to return and restore order and stability, citing Glenn's unfit state of mind to lead the group. Despite Herschel's plea, Rick refuses and retreats into the woods. However, he soon finds himself ambushed by the governor and his cohorts, prompting a firefight at the prison. Forced to seek cover, Rick exchanges gunfire with the attackers. A truck packed with walkers crashes through the prison gates, flooding the yard with the undead, endangering Herschel's life. Attempting to reach him, Rick finds himself surrounded by walkers attracted by the chaos. Out of ammunition and cornered by 3 walkers, Rick faces imminent danger until the Dixon brothers intervene, saving him from the walkers' clutches. Observing Michonne and Glenn rescuing Herschel, Rick gazes grimly at the overrun prison yard, once again engulfed by walkers. I ain't a Judas. The group deliberates their next steps regarding Woodbury in the aftermath of the attack. Despite Rick's attempt to wander outside, Herschel reprimands him, urging him to regain focus and take action rather than aimlessly wandering. Heeding Merle's counsel regarding potential surveillance by Woodbury forces, Rick conducts a reconnaissance of the prison yard, confirming the presence of Woodbury soldiers concealed behind trees. Carl emerges and encourages Rick to temporarily relinquish leadership responsibilities, acknowledging his need for rest, and proposes entrusting Herschel and Daryl with leadership duties for the time being. Upon Andrea's arrival at the prison, Rick grants her entry but promptly pins her against the fence, conducting a thorough search while questioning whether she arrived alone. Despite Andrea's attempts to reconcile and prevent further violence, Rick and his comrades express their intent to seek retribution against both the governor and Woodbury. Andrea claims that the governor sought negotiation, but Rick and the group assert that their adversaries initiated the conflict by attacking the prison first. Rick exposes the governor's deceit regarding the survivors' alleged aggression toward Woodbury. The negotiation collapses when Rick abruptly leaves, following Andrea's refusal to grant them access. Subsequently, Andrea departs in a prison vehicle provided by the group. Before her departure, Rick equips her with a handgun and a knife, offering her the means to potentially confront and eliminate the governor herself. Later that evening, as Beth sings, illuminated by candlelight, Rick confides in Herschel his intention to embark on a weapons procurement mission, expressing a desire for Michonne and Carl to accompany him. clear. Rick, accompanied by Carl and Michonne, embarks on a supply run that leads them to Rick's hometown. En route, they encounter a desperate man pleading for assistance by the roadside, but they opt to ignore his pleas. Carl expresses concern about bringing Michonne along given her outsider status. Upon their arrival in King County, they explore the armory of the sheriff's department only to discover it has been stripped of all its weapons. Undeterred, Rick leads them back to the main street where they anticipate finding more firearms. However, they're taken aback when they encounter a series of peculiar traps, one of which dispatches a walker with a gunshot to the head. Spotting a stranger aiming a firearm at them from a rooftop, the group engages in a brief exchange of gunfire. Rick instructs Carl to retreat to the car and await his return, while Michonne attempts to stealthily approach the mysterious assailant who suddenly vanishes. Confusion ensues when the same individual reappears in the street, firing shots at Rick from cover. Eventually, Carl manages to shoot the stranger in the chest. As Rick removes the man's shirt, they discover he was wearing body armor. Upon removing his helmet, they unveil his identity as Morgan Jones. They guide Morgan inside the building cautiously, mindful of potential booby traps. Inside, they're astounded by the vast stockpile of weapons and begin gathering them into bags for transport back to the prison. While Rick reads the numerous sentences scrawled by Morgan on the walls, he stumbles upon the walkie-talkie he had given Morgan while departing King County. Memories of his quest to locate Lori flood back, but his attention is drawn to a chilling message on the wall. Dwayne turned. Concerned for Morgan's well-being, Rick opts to remain behind and await his awakening to ensure his safety. While Michonne and Carl venture out in search of a crib for Judith, Rick offers an apology to the unconscious Morgan. In a moment of distraction, Morgan regains consciousness and retrieves a knife concealed by the side of the bed, launching a sudden attack on Rick that culminates in a stab wound to Rick's upper left chest. Despite his injury, Rick manages to aim his gun at Morgan's head, prompting the latter to plead for death, revealing his disturbed mental state. Recognizing Morgan's instability, Rick restrains him and attempts to reason with him, but Morgan continues to repeat the unsettling phrase, "You're wearing the skin of a dead man." As Rick tends to his wounds, Morgan persists in pleading with him to end his life. Rick attempts to trigger Morgan's recollection by presenting the walkie-talkie, prompting flashes of memory in Morgan. Angered, Morgan reproaches Rick for failing to uphold their agreement of using the radio every morning, while Rick counters by explaining the challenges his group faced in maintaining consistent communication due to being constantly forced inland. With bitterness in his voice, Morgan recounts the tragic fate of Dwayne. Rick urges Morgan to accompany them to the safety of the prison, emphasizing their need to stand together against potential threats. However, Morgan observes the abundance of firearms being gathered, deducing that others have their sights set on the prison. Despite Rick's assurance of victory in the impending conflict, Morgan declines the offer, predicting grimly that Rick and his companions will meet their end by either teeth or bullets. As they load the guns into the car's trunk, Rick inquires of Carl about his interaction with Michonne. Carl responds, suggesting that Michonne could potentially be considered part of their group. With the task completed, Rick, Carl, and Michonne depart King County, with Rick observing Morgan as he prepares to incinerate the corpses of walkers ensnared by his traps. En route, they come across the discarded remains of the man they had previously encountered by the roadside, prompting them to halt and retrieve his backpack before continuing their journey. Arrow on the doorpost. Arranged by Andrea, Rick, accompanied by Daryl and Herschel, rides out to an abandoned farm store to engage in peace negotiations. It marks the first direct encounter between Rick and the governor. Despite the governor's reassurances of peaceful intentions, Rick remains wary. As a sign of goodwill, the governor disarms himself, hanging his pistol holster out of reach and calmly taking a seat. He extends the same invitation to Rick, but Rick simply reholsters his gun, maintaining a stern gaze. Unbeknownst to Rick, the governor has concealed a weapon under his side of the table. Andrea bursts into the barn, expressing frustration that the governor initiated the meeting without her presence. Rick confronts the governor, revealing his knowledge of the governor's past atrocities, including the raids, the grotesque display of heads and fish tanks, and the attempted assault on Maggie. When prompted for his terms, Rick presents a map delineating territorial boundaries. Woodbury to occupy the west of the river, while the prison survivors maintain control of the east, with strict prohibition on interaction or trade between the two factions. Dismissing Rick's proposal, the governor demands the unconditional surrender of the prison survivors. In response, Rick defiantly challenges the governor to come and get it if he desires a surrender. Andrea intervenes, urging both men to calm down, but the governor insists on a private discussion with Rick, prompting Andrea to exit the barn. As she leaves, one of the governor's henchmen, Martinez, shuts the door behind her. Rick and the governor engage in a heated exchange of insults regarding their leadership roles. Surprisingly, amidst the animosity, there's a hint of mutual respect. Rick taunts the governor as a town drunk for his role in killing Axel and ramming the prison gates. In response, the governor questions if Rick has ever misjudged someone and hints at his knowledge regarding the possibility of Judith not being Rick's biological daughter. He expresses concern that if he refrains from acting against the survivors, it will be perceived as weakness by his his own people. That's your dilemma, Rick retorts. The governor recounts a poignant memory of the day his wife passed away. He was at work when he received the devastating news of her fatal car accident. Reflecting, he reveals that earlier that same day his wife had left him a message, yet he never returned her call. Curious, he questions Rick about his own experiences with lost opportunities. Rick's thoughts drift to Laurie's demise, visibly unsettling him, a reaction noticed by the governor, who smirks knowingly. Rising to his feet, the governor asserts that the conflict will persist until the bitter end, but hints at a potential resolution. He offers Rick anything he desires in exchange for surrendering Michonne. Rick attempts to dissuade the governor from his proposal, expressing concern about potential retaliation and deeming the suggestion beneath the governor's stature. He voices distrust in the governor's integrity, doubting that relinquishing Michonne will ensure their safety. However, the governor urges Rick to consider the offer, granting him a 2-day window for deliberation. Upon returning to the prison with Daryl and Herschel, Rick convenes with the group in the cell block, revealing the governor's intentions and declaring their imminent conflict. Rick confides in Herschel outside, disclosing that he misled the group regarding the governor's demand for Michonne, citing his lack of faith in the governor's word. Rick presents Herschel with a moral dilemma, questioning whether sacrificing Michonne's life is justifiable for their own safety. Perplexed, Herschel queries Rick's motives, prompting Rick to await Herschel's attempt to dissuade him from his decision. Prey. Rick stands vigilant in the guard tower of the prison. Upon Andrea's attempt to signal him, the governor swiftly intervenes, tackling her to the ground. Sensing a suspicious movement in the nearby woods, Rick aims his sniper rifle in that direction, but upon closer examination, he concludes it to be insignificant and disregards it. This sorrowful life. Outdoors with Herschel and Daryl, Rick reveals the governor's proposition to Daryl. Despite their attempts to dissuade him from sacrificing Michonne, Rick remains steadfast, believing it offers the best chance to preserve lives. Seeking input, Rick consults Merle, locating him in cell block B, where he searches for drugs. Merle derides Rick's plan to surrender Michonne and proposes restraining her with a strong cord or cable to prevent her from escaping. He challenges Rick's decision to surrender Michonne, questioning the governor's sincerity and honoring any agreement, and taunting Rick for lacking the courage to handle the situation personally. While roaming outside, Rick discovers a cable suitable for binding Michonne, but is startled when he sees an apparition of Laurie on the catwalk. "You're not there," he mutters, clutching his head in disbelief. Despite his initial resolve, Rick ultimately abandons the plan, discarding the cable and retreating indoors. He informs Herschel that the deal is off. After a fruitless search of the prison with Daryl for Michonne and Merle, they realize Merle has honored the deal and taken Michonne to the governor. Determined to retrieve them, Rick is halted by Daryl, who asserts his superior tracking skills and insists on going alone, instructing Rick to prepare the group for impending conflict upon his return. Rick convenes a meeting with the entire group inside the prison, divulging the truth about the aborted plan to surrender Michonne. He admits to changing his mind, but acknowledges that Merle has already acted and Daryl is in pursuit, though uncertain of success. Reflecting on past decisions, Rick recalls his refusal to sacrifice any member of the group for the greater good after the farm's destruction. Emphasizing unity, he asserts, "We choose to go, we choose to stay, we stick together." From the guard tower, Rick spots a figure approaching the gates through his carbine rifle, discovering it to be Michonne returning alone, with no sign of Daryl or Merle. Welcome to the tombs. Rick and the survivors are observed packing their supplies and loading them into multiple vehicles. Glenn approaches Rick to express Carl's discontent with their plan, but Rick reassures Glenn that Carl is simply a child and will come to understand their decision. During a final sweep of the cell block, Michonne approaches Rick to express her gratitude for being accepted into the group. The group conceals themselves as the governor and the Woodbury army arrive at the prison, armed and numerous. Noticing the apparent vacancy of the prison, the governor leads his forces into the tombs. Upon entering, they encounter numerous flash grenade traps and activate the prison's alarm system, luring walkers to flood the corridors. Escaping the tombs and regrouping outside, Glenn and Maggie launch a surprise ambush, catching the Woodbury army off guard and forcing them to retreat. Rick and the others rejoice as their strategy to deter the governor proves successful. However, mindful of the potential for his return, they resolve to track him down. While attending to the well-being of the group, Herschel informs Rick that Carl fatally shot a Woodbury soldier who had surrendered his weapon. Despite Carl's assertion that the soldier posed a threat, Herschel maintains that Carl executed the soldier without justification, leading to Rick's concern. As they ready themselves to pursue the governor, Rick experiences another apparition of Laurie on the catwalk. Rick confronts Carl about the shooting incident. Carl concedes that the Woodbury soldier had surrendered his weapon prior to being shot. However, he justifies his actions, stating, "I couldn't take the chance," and highlighting instances where Rick's decision to spare lives led to dire consequences, such as sparing Andrew and the governor, which resulted in the deaths of Laurie and Merle respectively. Carl asserts that he acted out of necessity and walks away. Rick hears a faint sound and observes Carl dropping his former sheriff sheriff's badge to the ground. Rick, Michonne, and Daryl depart from the prison in pursuit of the governor. Along the way, they stumble upon the entire Woodbury army deceased beside their vehicles. Amidst their investigation, they encounter Karen, the sole survivor, hiding out in one of the assault vehicles. Karen discloses that the governor ruthlessly slaughtered everyone without reason, prompting the trio to head for Woodbury. Upon arrival, they meet Tyrese and Sasha and cautiously lower their weapons. Rick and Karen recount the governor's massacre and their mission to end the conflict, but Tyrese refutes their claim, stating the governor hasn't returned to Woodbury. Upon learning from Tyrese that Andrea successfully fled from Woodbury, Rick speculates that she might still be lingering in the town since she never reached the prison. They proceed to the interrogation room where Glenn and Maggie were previously held captive, noticing a pool of blood seeping from beneath the door. Investigating further, they discover a deceased walker inside, with Andrea grievously bitten. Concerned about the safety of Judith, Carl, and their comrades, Andrea inquires about their well-being. Rick solemnly responds, "The rest of us, we're still here." Aware of her impending fate, Andrea requests Rick's gun to end her own life, asserting her familiarity with its operation. After some deliberation, Rick reluctantly hands over the revolver. As Michonne remains by Andrea's side, Rick, Tyrese, and Daryl gather outside, awaiting Andrea's decision to end her life. With the morning's arrival, Rick and the group, accompanied by a school bus filled with the remaining 18 survivors from Woodbury, including Tyrese, Sasha, and Karen, make their way back to the prison. Upon their return, Carl approaches Rick seeking clarification on the situation. "They're coming to join us," Rick responds, observing as Carl walks away. Glancing up at the catwalk, Rick finds no trace of Lori, a sign he interprets as affirmation of his decision. Season 4. 30 days without an incident. At the start of the episode, Rick emerges from cell block C and begins tending to the farmland within the prison courtyard. While working, he uncovers a pistol buried in the dirt and gazes pensively at the walker-infested fence before deciding to unload the weapon and discard it into a nearby wheelbarrow. As he continues his tasks, Carl joins him, and together they inspect Violet, a pig intended for food, now lying motionless on the ground, evidently unwell. Upon Michonne's return, Rick and Carl assist her in accessing the fenced area, and in gratitude, she presents Rick with a shaving machine. Later, Rick resolves to inspect the walker snares outside of the prison, eventually agreeing with Herschel's suggestion to bring his gun along. While navigating through the forest, Rick encounters what appears to be a walker, only to discover it's a living woman named Clara. Desperate for assistance, Clara reveals that she and her husband have been without food for days, prompting Rick to offer her some provisions. Observing Rick's cautious demeanor, Clara expresses her desire to join his camp, but Rick explains that he must first ask her and her husband 3 questions to assess their suitability. Clara agrees and leads Rick to her shelter, with Rick advising her against any attempts to deceive him. Along the way, she recounts her journey into the forest and shares heartfelt anecdotes about her husband's unwavering care and protection. Upon their arrival at Clara's shelter, Rick discovers that there is no sign of her husband. As Clara engages in conversation with her unseen spouse, she suddenly attacks Rick with a knife. Reacting swiftly, Rick subdues her and holds her at gunpoint. Clara confesses that her husband was killed and reanimated, requiring living flesh for sustenance. Realizing the depth of her desperation, Clara fatally wounds herself, choosing to join her deceased husband. Witnessing her demise, Rick is deeply moved and agrees to honor her request for the 3 questions. He queries her about the number of walkers and people she's killed, to which she provides answers. However, her response to the final question, why, leaves Rick with lingering doubts and introspection. Upon his return to the prison, Rick recounts his encounter to Herschel, reflecting on Clara's final words and their profound impact on him. Infected. Rick is initially shown with Carl attending to the pigs, during which Carl requests his gun and assistance in dealing with walkers at the fence. However, Rick insists that Carl concentrate on aiding with the garden instead. Shortly after their discussion, Cell Block D comes under attack by walkers, prompting Rick to swiftly respond and assist. He engages in combat, dispatching numerous walkers and rescuing several survivors in the process. Following the attack, Rick, accompanied by Herschel, Dr. Subramanian, Daryl, and Bob, examine the reanimated corpse of Patrick, attributing his death to illness. They deliberate on this discovery. Rick then informs Carl, Maggie, and Michonne about the situation. Upon noticing a section of the fence collapsing, Rick rushes to aid in neutralizing the threat posed by the walkers. However, they prove formidable, posing a risk of breaching the fence. Rick assesses the situation and realizes that the sickness affecting Patrick may have originated from the pigs he was raising. Drawing connections between Violet's demise and the diseased boar, Rick, with Daryl's assistance, leads the pigs to lure the walkers away from the compromised fence, ultimately sacrificing the animals to ensure the safety of the prison community. Once the crisis subsides, Rick proceeds to set ablaze the pig's enclosure to eliminate any lingering threat of potential virus. Concurrently, he returns Carl's gun and opts for his Colt Python as a safeguard. Rick then adds his shirt to the flames, ensuring thorough disposal. Isolation. Rick, along with Tyrese, Daryl, and Carol, was spotted in the courtyard where the charred bodies of Karen and David were discovered. Following a brief deliberation on how to address the threat posed by the unknown perpetrator, later revealed to be Carol, Tyrese initiates a physical altercation with Daryl and subsequently Rick. In a fit of rage, Rick strikes Tyrese down, visibly shaken by his own actions before leaving the courtyard. Later, Rick is seen conversing with Carol, deliberating whether to clean the pipe for fresh water that day or postpone it to the next. After considering, Rick decides to postpone the task. Subsequently, he visits Tyrese as he digs graves outside, expressing remorse for his actions, although Tyrese remains resentful. Rick then takes it upon himself to investigate the deaths of Karen and David. Later, he confronts Carol, directly asking if she was responsible for the deaths, to which she responds affirmatively with a simple yes. Indifference. Rick and Carol venture to a suburb in search of food for the group due to the dwindling supplies at the prison. They encounter a couple named Anna and Sam, and together they agree to collaborate in their search for provisions. During their journey, Carol attempts to justify her actions in killing Karen and David to Rick. Later, they come across Anna's lifeless body, with Sam mysteriously absent. As they prepare to depart, Rick locks the car doors, preventing Carol from rejoining them. When questioned, he asserts that Karen and David might have survived, and Carol had no authority to end their lives. Consequently, he expels her from the group, forbidding her from returning. Rick then provides Carol with ammunition, food, and gas for a vehicle, bidding her farewell. Subsequently, Carol drives away while Rick readies himself to return to the prison alone. Internment. After returning from his expedition with Carol, Rick drives up to the prison where Maggie is stationed at the gate. She inquires about Carol's absence, prompting Rick to divulge the truth regarding the deaths of Karen and David, urging Maggie to keep the information confidential. Subsequently, Rick meets with Carl, instructing him to return with the group of separated prison survivors and providing him with provisions from their run. Later, Rick observes Herschel covertly stabbing a corpse and questions his actions. Herschel explains that shielding the survivors from such sights is necessary for their well-being. Rick confides in Herschel about Carol's expulsion and questions whether their circumstances will ever return to normalcy, receiving a solemn acknowledgement that they won't. As Maggie struggles to fend off the encroaching walkers at the prison fence, Rick assists her in fortifying it with additional lumber. Upon hearing a gunshot emanating from the cell blocks, Rick instructs Maggie to investigate while he tends to the fence. When the fence is on the verge of collapse, Rick calls upon Carl for assistance, and together they dispatch the walkers attempting to breach it. The following day, Rick and Carl share a quiet moment in the gardens, unaware that the governor is clandestinely observing them from a distance. Dead weight. At the episode's conclusion, Rick makes a brief appearance, under the watchful gaze of the governor from afar. Too far gone. Rick engages in a heated argument with Daryl regarding the decision to exile Carol following her actions resulting in the deaths of Karen and David. Expressing concern over Tyrese's potential reaction, Rick admits uncertainty about how he will respond. Urging immediate action, Daryl insists on confronting Tyrese promptly. Tyrese presents them with a dissected squirrel, passionately asserting the existence of a psychopath within their midst, responsible for the unsettling events, including the feeding of rats to the walkers and the murders of Karen and David. Despite Rick's attempt to disclose his knowledge of the perpetrator, an explosion shakes the prison, interrupting their conversation. Outside the fences, the governor is revealed to be present with his militia and a tank. He summons Rick for a discussion, proposing that they surrender the prison to him and his new faction to avoid bloodshed. Holding Herschel and Michonne captive, who he caught burning the bodies of the deceased ill, he threatens to kill everyone unless Rick complies. Rick pleads for coexistence within the prison, emphasizing its capacity to accommodate all. However, the governor becomes agitated and uses Michonne's katana to threaten Herschel's life, demanding Rick's compliance. Turning to Tara and the others from the governor's group, Rick questions their intentions and appeals to their humanity, asserting that redemption is possible for everyone. Initially relenting, the governor then accuses Rick of deceit before tragically injuring Herschel. In a fit of rage, Rick lashed out, but his shots missed as he scrambled to seek cover behind an overturned bus, dodging the relentless gunfire from Philip's forces. Amidst the chaos, Rick took a bullet to his thigh. As Philip and his men advanced into the prison, Rick launched himself at him, sparking a brutal fistfight. However, Philip soon gained the upper hand, unleashing a savage beating on Rick before attempting to strangle him. Just as Rick teetered on the brink of unconsciousness, Michonne intervened, impaling Philip through the chest with her katana. The walkers approach Rick as he enters the courtyard of the prison to find Carl. Nonetheless, before they have a chance to attack Rick, Carl dispatches them with a lever-action rifle. The search for Judith leads them to find her baby carrier covered in blood, indicating that walkers have devoured her. As Carl fires all of his remaining ammunition at the nearest walker, Rick steps in to stop him. Rick is led away from a burning prison by Carl, which is now overrun by walkers attracted by the sounds of battle. As they leave the burning prison in the distance, Rick leans on Carl and tells him not to look back. As they journey from the prison, Rick and Carl stumble upon a bar, salvaging a few supplies before finding refuge in a nearby house. While barricading the door, Rick notices his son's animosity towards him. During the night, Rick slips into unconsciousness on the couch, and the next morning, Carl's attempts to rouse him are futile. Frustrated and bitter, Carl unleashes a tirade, accusing Rick of underestimating his survival abilities and failing to protect their loved ones. He even expresses a grim sentiment about Rick's potential demise. Distraught, Carl ventures out to scavenge for food but narrowly escapes a walker attack. When Rick finally awakens, Carl, fearing his father has turned, cannot bring himself to harm him, and instead contemplates suicide, believing he was wrong to think he could survive alone. However, Rick rouses in time to prevent tragedy, urging Carl to prioritize his own safety. Their tense moment is interrupted by a knock at the door, and as Rick peers through the peephole, he bursts into laughter, revealing that the visitor is Michonne, there for Carl. Claimed. Having reunited with Michonne, Rick and Carl find themselves pondering their next move. The following morning, Michonne inquires about their plans for staying in the current house, to which Rick replies, "We'll wait and see." Expressing gratitude to Michonne for bringing laughter back into Carl's life, Rick admits he scarcely recalls the sound. As the day progresses, Michonne decides that they need to restock supplies, prompting her and Carl to venture out. Despite Rick's insistence on joining them, Michonne insists he remain home to recuperate from his injuries. Reluctantly agreeing, Rick entrusts Carl with his revolver and requests their return by noon. Retreating upstairs, Rick settles on a bed with a book, eventually succumbing to sleep. Later, he awakens to the sound of voices drifting up from downstairs. Realizing the voices weren't Carl or Michonne's, Rick swiftly reacts as he hears footsteps ascending the stairs. Grabbing a bottle of water, he dives under the bed just in time as one of the bandits named Tony enters the room. After some pacing, Tony settles on the bed and drifts off to sleep. Soon, Len enters, demanding the bed for himself. Their argument escalates into a brawl, culminating in Len overpowering Tony and strangling him. In his fading consciousness, Tony glimpses Rick but loses the chance to alert Len before passing out. With Len distracted downstairs, Rick seizes the opportunity to gather what he can and slip into another room. Attempting to escape through the windows quietly proves futile, forcing Rick to retreat to the original room. As Len ascends the stairs, Rick hides in the bathroom, hoping to evade detection. As Rick shuts the door, he catches sight of Lou seated on the toilet. A scuffle ensues, with Rick eventually gaining the upper hand and strangling him. Seizing Lou's machine gun, Rick takes a jacket from the house and manages to slip out through a window. Stealthily making his way to the porch where Joe is smoking, Rick prepares to attack for a safe escape. However, before he can strike, screams erupt from inside as Lou reanimates and attacks one of the men. Cursing, Joe rushes back indoors, allowing Rick to slip away. Reuniting with Carl and Michonne, who have just returned from their supply run, the trio departs that area together. While walking along a railroad, they come across a sign reading "Sanctuary for All, Community for All. Those who arrive survive. Terminus." After a brief pause, they decide to press on. Us. Rick, accompanied by Carl and Michonne, strides along the train tracks, while Carl and Michonne test their balance by walking on the rails, wagering on who can last the longest without slipping. Carl emerges victorious, earning the privilege of choosing his preferred chocolate bar from the remaining two. With their playful diversion concluded, the trio resumes their journey down the tracks toward Terminus. Gathered around a crackling fire, Rick, Carl, and Michonne venture to check their snare trap, discovering a small rabbit. Their peaceful moment is shattered by cries for help echoing through the woods. Carl dashes deeper into the forest with Rick and Michonne hot on his heels. They stumble upon a man besieged by a horde of walkers, but the trio remains paralyzed, realizing they're outnumbered and unable to intervene. Tragically, the walkers overwhelm the man, sealing his fate in a gruesome demise. Later that night, Rick and Michonne converse about Terminus while Carl sleeps soundly in a nearby car. Rick and Michonne are suddenly ambushed by Joe and his group. Meanwhile, Dan ambushes Carl at the car. Rick is recognized by Tony, and the group realizes he killed Lou. Following a tense countdown, Daryl appears and tries to put an end to the scene. The others claim that Rick is a good person, but Joe tells Daryl that Rick killed their friend. Daryl offers himself as Rick's replacement, and Joe looks shocked. When Daryl says Rick is a good person, he calls Daryl a liar and tells the rest of his group to beat him to death. Later, Joe informs Rick that they plan to beat Daryl to death, rape Carl, then Michonne, and finally kill Rick to achieve closure. Rick headbutts Joe, who is pointing a gun at Dan, while Dan tries to rape Carl. Joe fires on reflex and misses. In response to Rick's punch, Joe counters with a punch of his own, knocking Rick to the ground. Joe pins Rick's arms and holds him still as Rick gets up, grabbing his arm and pinning it. "What the hell are you gonna do now, sport?" Joe asks, and Rick bites open his neck, killing him. By distracting Billy, Harley, and Tony, Daryl and Michonne can easily kill them. As Rick stabs Dan repeatedly, blood covering his face, he angrily mutters, "He's mine." In the morning, Rick is seen sitting by the car, face and hands covered in blood as he stares off into the distance trembling. He's given a rag wetted with water by Daryl so he can clean himself. He starts blaming himself for trusting and believing his erstwhile comrades, but Rick tells him it wasn't his fault and that he's Rick's brother. Carl eventually wakes up after hearing Rick and Daryl's conversation. At the outskirts of Terminus, the groups divide, with Daryl and Rick on one side
and Carl and Michonne on the other. Rick stashes his Colt Python in a duffel bag filled with firearms, burying it in the woods outside Terminus as a precaution against any potential threat from the Terminus residents. The four proceed to sneak over the fence into a spacious room where Gareth, Alex, and a woman broadcasting are situated. Gareth instructs them to relinquish their weapons and subjects them to a pat-down, extending a cautious welcome to Terminus and cautioning them against any foolish actions, while Alex guides them on a tour of the facility. During the encounter with Mary and the offer of food, Rick becomes suspicious upon noticing various items in the possession of the Terminus survivors, including Glenn's riot gear, Daryl's poncho previously worn by Maggie, Bob's khaki cargo pants, the hitchhiker's orange backpack, and Herschel's pocket watch. Sensing something amiss, he takes Alex hostage at gunpoint, demanding answers about the whereabouts of their group and the presence of their belongings. As tension mounts and weapons are drawn by everyone except for the frozen in fear Carl, Gareth intervenes, questioning Rick's intentions. Despite Alex's pleas, Rick insists on answers from Gareth and threatens Alex's life. Following the fatal shooting of Alex by an unidentified Terminus resident, chaos erupts, leading to a fierce shootout. Rick, Michonne, Carl, and Daryl manage to flee, reaching the back entrance of Terminus only to find themselves outnumbered by armed residents lining the fences. Gareth commands them to lower their weapons before addressing them by specific codenames: Rick, Ringleader; Daryl, Archer; Michonne, Samurai; and Carl, Kid, instructing them to move toward the boxcar in that order. Inside, they discover Bob, Maggie, Sasha, Glenn, Tara, Abraham, Rosita, and Eugene. Abraham expresses determination to leave swiftly, to which Rick responds with resolve, asserting no, and adds, "They're gonna feel pretty stupid when they find out." Puzzled, Abraham questions what the Terminus group will discover, prompting Rick's ominous reply: "They're screwing with the wrong people." Season 5, No Sanctuary. In an attempt to fight off their captors, Rick, Daryl, Bob, and Glenn create makeshift weapons, but the Terminus guards use a flashbang grenade to blow up Boxcar A and drag them from the train. Rick recognizes Sam, among others, brought into the slaughterhouse as they bend over a pig trough. The guards brutally murder Sam, followed by 3 other captives Sam was with. Gareth threatens Bob to tell him what's in the bag buried by Rick before he enters Terminus before Glenn can be executed. Rick tells Gareth what's in the bag and says he'll kill him with the machete inside. As the butcher prepares to kill Glenn, Carol causes an explosion which distracts the guards and Gareth leaves the area. After sneaking a wood shiv up his sleeve, Rick uses it to cut his bonds and brutally slaughter the guards before untying the others. After learning that the guards are cannibalizing, Rick orders the group to kill any Terminus residents they see. The 4 manage to fight their way outside, where Rick urges Glenn to unlock a container housing a survivor. Unfortunately, the survivor is half mad and meets his demise at the jaws of a walker. Seizing an opportunity, Rick dispatches a guard, commandeers his machine gun, and uses it to incapacitate several Terminus residents, opting to let the walkers deal with them instead. Reuniting with their friends in Boxcar A, they liberate them, and the entire group swiftly escapes as the Terminus residents retaliate with gunfire. Amidst the chaos, a bullet finds its mark, striking Gareth as the group flees. In a forest outside Terminus, Rick suggests eliminating the remaining Terminus residents, but faces opposition from many in his group. Suddenly, Carol emerges, revealing herself as the architect of their escape explosion. She leads them back to the cabin where she, Tyrese, and Judith had been hiding, and Rick and Carl are joyfully reunited with Judith. Departing from Terminus, the group moves on, and Rick takes it upon himself to deface a Terminus sign, altering its message to No Sanctuary, Strangers. As they trek through the woods, Rick takes a moment to speak with Tara, confronting her about her past association with the governor. He explains that he reached out to her because he sensed she truly didn't align with their former enemy. Tara, visibly relieved, expresses gratitude for Rick's forgiveness. When Rick inquires about her role in saving Glenn's life, Tara humbly reveals that it was Glenn who saved her. "Well, that's how it goes with us," Rick quips, sharing a fist bump with Tara. He then encourages her to eat, reminding her that they have a long journey ahead. As the group continues their nomadic journey, they eventually make camp in the woods as night falls. Rick takes a moment to converse with Carol, admitting that he still doesn't fully understand what she did to the Terminus residents to ensure their survival. He also attempts to explain his decision to exile her after discovering her role in the deaths of Karen and David. However, Carol abruptly shuts down the conversation, reminding Rick that he once told her she could survive, and she proved him right. Reflecting on Sam's tragic demise, Rick recounts the harrowing events, sharing the pain of witnessing Sam's death firsthand. He prepares to return Ed's watch to Carol, but she declines, refusing to accept the reminder of her past. Before parting ways, Rick earnestly asks Carol if she will accept him and the others. With a solemn nod, she silently affirms her acceptance. Grateful for her decision, Rick expresses his thanks before taking his leave, returning to his family with a newfound sense of closure. The following day finds Rick and the group still traversing the woods in search of a potential sanctuary. While on the move, Daryl confides in Rick about his unsettling feeling of being watched the previous night, particularly concerning Carol. Their conversation is interrupted by a distant cry for help, prompting Carl to urge Rick to assist. Hastening toward the source of the screams, they stumble upon Gabriel Stokes under attack by walkers. After dispatching the undead and rescuing him, Rick conducts a thorough search of Gabriel for weapons, but finds none. Rick then proceeds to inquire about Gabriel's intentions, posing the 3 questions he typically asks those seeking to join their group. How many walkers have you killed? How many people have you killed? And why? Upon learning that Gabriel is a priest and witnessing his aversion to killing walkers, Rick inquires about the availability of shelter. Gabriel offers to lead him to his nearby church. However, during their journey, Gabriel attempts to lighten the mood with a joke about leading them into a trap to steal Daryl's squirrels. Despite his attempt at humor, the atmosphere grows tense as Rick and Daryl exchange pointed glances. Gabriel, sensing the shift, acknowledges that his attempt at humor fell flat, further fueling Rick's growing distrust of him. Upon reaching the church, Rick insists that Gabriel surrender the keys so he can inspect the interior, despite Gabriel's previous assertion that he was alone. After confirming the absence of any other occupants, Abraham attempts to persuade Rick to accompany them to Washington, D.C., citing the discovery of a functioning church bus as an opportunity for immediate departure. However, Rick declines, emphasizing the need to prioritize the acquisition of food and ammunition to Abraham's dismay. Rick then directs his attention to Gabriel, inquiring about the source of the canned food supplies. Gabriel explains that he obtained the canned food from a food bank from a nearby town and offers to provide them a map to guide them there. However, Rick remains skeptical and declines the offer, insisting that Gabriel accompany him, Sasha, and Bob instead. Before departing, Rick confides in Carl about his distrust of Gabriel. Despite his father's concerns, Carl offers a more optimistic perspective, believing that Gabriel may not be a bad person because not everyone can be evil. Rick heeds Carl's words, advising him to remain cautious as they part ways. As they make their way to the food bank, Bob urges Rick to consider Abraham's proposal of traveling to Washington, D.C. However, Rick expresses skepticism, stating his belief is that not everything can be undone and that they must accept the past. Bob attempts to offer a different perspective, suggesting that their current existence is akin to a nightmare, and nightmares always come to an end. Upon arriving at the food bank, the group encounters a hole in the floor, revealed to be a flooded basement teeming with food and walkers. Sasha proposes a strategy to use the racks in the basement as shields against the walkers, a plan which Rick approves. As they implement the plan, Rick suddenly notices Gabriel's absence, realizing that a walker he recognized must have frightened him into fleeing. Determined to locate and protect Gabriel, Rick rallies the group and they set out to find him. Eventually, they manage to reach Gabriel, with Rick intervening just in time to save him from a walker that had him cornered. As they make their way back to the church, Rick and Michonne are seen pushing a trolley laden with canned goods. Rick inquires if Michonne misses her sword. She responds in the negative, revealing that she misses Andrea and Herschel instead. Rick's expression visibly darkens at the mention of Andrea and Herschel's names, reflecting his sadness. As everyone begins unloading the provisions, Rick approaches Tyrese to inquire about his son's whereabouts. Once he learns where he is, Rick informs Carl that they've returned and advises them to grab some food. However, before Carl heads back to the church, he asks his father to look at something first. Leading Rick to the back wall of the church, Carl points out scratches on the window arcs that spell out, "You'll burn for this." As the group indulges in the feast, Abraham seizes the moment to persuade the survivors to accompany him to Washington, D.C. Rick, contemplating the well-being of his daughter and son, eventually concedes to Abraham's proposal. Amidst the festivities, Rick approaches Gabriel and takes a seat beside him. Expressing gratitude for Gabriel's hospitality, Rick chuckles lightly at Gabriel's remark about wine before receiving a blessing. However, Rick's demeanor quickly shifts as he confronts Gabriel, expressing his awareness that Gabriel is concealing something from the group. He warns Gabriel that if whatever he's hiding poses a threat to their group or family, he will not hesitate to take action. 4 walls and a roof. After hearing about Bob's disappearance and noticing that Daryl and Carol are also missing, Rick becomes convinced that they're being watched by an unknown party and suspects that Gabriel is in league with them. Gabriel denies any involvement in their absence or any connections to an outside group. However, when Rick forces Gabriel to explain what happened to the girl he saw as a walker and the "You'll burn for this" written on the side of the church, Gabriel finally reveals his secret. He locked the church doors and refused to open them for members of his congregation, forcing himself to listen to their screams as they were devoured by walkers. Believing that Rick's group has been sent to kill him because he is damned, Gabriel begs Rick to end his life. After Gareth and the Terminus survivors drop off Bob in the churchyard, Rick gets into a heated argument with Abraham. Abraham wants to leave for Washington to protect Eugene from potential threats, while Rick refuses to go until they find Carol and Daryl. Eventually, they reach a truce, and Rick questions Bob about where he was taken. After getting information from Gabriel about several possible locations, Rick, along with Glenn, Maggie, Tara, Abraham, Michonne, and Sasha, heads out to find Gareth. However, they double back and discover that the remaining Terminus survivors have infiltrated the church. They sneak back in undetected and wait for the right moment to strike. As Gareth aims his gun at the door where the others are hiding, Rick shoots and kills Mike and Albert, also shooting off 2 of Gareth's fingers. He then approaches the wounded Gareth, who tells Rick that he doesn't know what it's like to be hungry, and asks why Rick didn't kill him during the shootout. Rick coldly replies that they didn't want to waste any bullets. Gareth pleads that if he, Martin, Greg, and Teresa are let go, their paths will never cross again. Rick, knowing they will kill others if allowed to live, refuses. Pulling out the machete, he tells Gareth, "I already made you a promise." He then immediately strikes him with the machete, hacking him to death as revenge for torturing Bob and for killing and eating countless survivors. The day after the Terminus members are killed, Bob talks to Rick. Rick thanks Bob for taking him in and advises him that the nightmare may end, but it doesn't have to change who they are. Bob concludes by saying that if Rick ever doubts the world can change, he should just look at Judith and have hope. Abraham gives Rick a map to Washington, D.C. with a note that reads, "Sorry for being an asshole earlier, come to Washington. The new world's gonna need Rick Grimes." Rick, Carl, Judith, Tyrese, Gabriel, Sasha, and Michonne stay behind to wait for Carol and Daryl. Consumed. Rick appears in a flashback shortly after he's abandoned Carol for killing Karen and David. He's indirectly mentioned by Daryl when Daryl tells Noah he has many people to get Carol and Beth back. Crossed. Rick and his group reinforce the windows with wood for protection. Michonne wants to join the mission, but Rick insists he owes it to Carol much more. After saying goodbye to Judith and Carl, Rick prepares to go to Atlanta to rescue Carol and Beth. On the way to Atlanta, Rick explains the plan for the hospital, but Tyrese suggests an even trade. Rick is confident their plan will work. Noah runs to get the cops' attention, and Rick demands they drop their guns. One cop, noticing how Rick holds his gun, asks if he's a cop. More officers arrive, leading to a firefight. Sasha shoots a tire, and they rush to the vehicle, only to find it gone and encounter walkers. Rick returns just in time to help Daryl, pointing his gun at Bob. The cops argue that their plan won't work, insisting that Don is smart and suggesting a trade to end the conflict. Rick talks to Bob, who says Don won't compromise. Rick then walks away, reconsidering his plan. Coda. The episode begins with Rick chasing Officer Bob Lamson, who is fleeing after escaping captivity. Rick pursues him in a police car, repeatedly ordering him to stop. When Lamson doesn't comply, Rick rams the car into him, crippling him. Rick gets out of the car to finish the job. Lamson pleads that they can still work things out, but Rick responds, "Can't go back, Bob." As Lamson accuses Rick of becoming too detached, Rick shoots and kills him mid-sentence, saying "shut up" before getting back into the car. Rick returns to the group in Atlanta and informs Daryl of the situation. Daryl suggests that the trade could still work, noting that Don was threatened by Lamson. Shepard and Licari also support the trade, as Lamson was their only hope for any alternative plan. Later, Rick appears on the street to meet officers McGinley and Franco for a parley. He informs them about Licari and Shepard's incarceration, Lamson's death, and Noah joining their group. Rick then proposes a trade. Licari and Shepard in exchange for Beth and Carol. Rick and his group arrive at Grady Memorial to make a trade. In a single hallway, the old Atlanta survivors face the Grady survivors. Rick and Don cautiously negotiate the trade, with Licari and Shepard switching places with Beth and Carol. However, Don also demands Noah's return as her ward. Rick initially objects, but Noah decides to join Don. Beth then interrupts the deal and attacks Dawn, resulting in her being shot in the head. In response, Daryl shoots Dawn. A shocked Rick participates in a standoff between the two groups until Shepard calms the situation down. Rick makes a final offer. Anyone who wants to leave can come with them, but no members of the hospital accept. Rick leaves the hospital with his group and is reunited with the others in a bittersweet moment. What happened and what's going on? After Beth's death, Rick led a supply run with Glenn, Sasha, and Daryl. They checked an abandoned truck, cleared it out, but found nothing. Later that night, Rick spoke with Noah, who revealed that Beth was meant to accompany him to his walled community, which housed 20 people. Rick inquired about its location, to which Noah replied that it was far away. Despite the distance, Rick determined that Noah's community would be their next destination. He informed the group that if Noah's information proved correct, it would entail a long journey ahead. When Glenn questioned the possibility of the place no longer existing, Rick reassured him, emphasizing their commitment to keep moving forward. Michonne then assured Rick that they would find a new place. Rick takes Noah, Tyrese, Michonne, and Glenn with him on a trip to Noah's community to assess its viability. He informs Carol over the radio that they are approaching the community and will check if they can all be accommodated. Upon reaching the walled community, Rick leads his group over the walls and discovers the aftermath of a massacre. Noah reacts with terror as he sees his deceased family and friends, unable to be comforted. Rick decides to scavenge for supplies before departing. Since Noah is in no condition to move or help, Rick assigns Tyrese to stay with him as the others search for any survivors and supplies. Rick and Glenn Glenn encounter a group of reanimated members of the community, swiftly dispatching them with Michonne's help. Afterward, Glenn confesses to Rick that he no longer prioritizes safety offered by others, as survival in the real world has taught him that fighting is essential. He expresses indifference regarding who shot Dawn, emphasizing the necessity of her death for their survival. Glenn asserts that if more people must die for them to live, he has no qualms about it. Reflecting on their past choices, Glenn admits he wouldn't have urged Rick to save the crazed man in Terminus if given another chance. Michonne is unsettled by Glenn's revelation, but Rick quietly acknowledges his perspective. Despite Michonne's plea not to give up hope, Glenn argues that their experiences have repeatedly shattered their faith in others. Michonne urges Rick to take them to Washington, where Eugene claimed there was a safe zone. To Glenn's surprise, Rick agrees with Michonne's suggestion. During their return journey, Rick, Glenn, and Michonne hear Noah calling for help. They discover him under attack and trapped by a few walkers, but they manage to rescue him. He informs them that Tyrese has been bitten. Hurriedly, they rush back to find Tyrese, finding him unresponsive. As Tyrese hallucinates and sees deceased individuals from his past, Rick and Glenn firmly grasp his bitten arm for an emergency amputation, which Michonne performs. In urgent need of medical attention, Rick rushes back to get their car through the front gate. He contacts Carol over the radio, informing her of Tyrese's amputation and requests that she prepare everyone else for their return. With Glenn's help, they carry Tyrese while Michonne clears the path, eliminating any walkers in their way. As Michonne opens the front gate, Rick is forced to drop Tyrese when a group of walkers attacks from the gate. Tyrese's condition worsens as Rick places him in the car and drives away. Despite Rick and Glenn's attempts to revive him, Tyrese succumbs to his injuries and passes away on the road. Rick grants Michonne permission to put him down before returning his body to the car. Rick attends Tyrese's makeshift funeral, paying his respects by placing dirt upon his grave. Rick and his group sit on the road waiting for Daryl, Maggie, and Sasha. As they wait, Rick exchanges a few words with Daryl. When Daryl expresses a desire to go somewhere, Carol joins him. Along the way, they encounter a few walkers and decide to avoid confrontation by tossing them off a hill. Continuing their journey, they stumble upon abandoned cars in the middle of nowhere. While waiting for Daryl's return, they encounter 4 dogs, prompting Sasha to shoot them and cook them for food. After their meal, they resume walking and find water, but they're hesitant to test its safety. Eugene insists on trying it, but Abraham knocks the water from his hands. Suddenly, they feel raindrops, prompting laughter and fun among the group until they sense a tornado approaching. Finding shelter in a barn discovered by Daryl, they relax for the night. Rick shares a story about his grandfather in the war, emphasizing their survival instincts, stating, "This is how we survive. We are the Walking Dead." As Daryl keeps watch, he notices a horde of walkers approaching, leading Rick and the others to fortify the entrance. The next morning, Maggie awakens to find Rick asleep and Judith awake. The distance. Rick distrusts Aaron and his ideas, knocking him unconscious when he attempts to explain his community. He demands to know the size of Aaron's group. After learning that Aaron has nearby cars, Rick assigns Michonne, Abraham, Rosita, Maggie, and Glenn to investigate while sending everyone else to scout the perimeter. He warns Aaron that if the group is not back in an hour, he will kill him. When Judith cries, Aaron offers applesauce, but Rick suspects a hidden agenda. He makes Aaron taste it first to check for poison, then samples it himself before giving it to Judith. Despite his reluctance, Rick is eventually persuaded by the others to accompany Aaron to his community. Rick insists on taking a different route than Aaron suggests, opting for a nighttime journey on an uncleared road. Michonne urges Rick to take a chance with Aaron. During the trip, Rick rides with Glenn, Michonne, and Aaron. He expresses admiration for Aaron's license plate collection and questions the use of a megaphone to spy on them. When they encounter a herd of walkers, the engine becomes jammed, leaving them stranded. Following a flare, Aaron flees into the woods, prompting them to chase after him and fight off walkers along the way. Rick exhausts his ammo and resorts to using a flare gun and machete to fend off the walkers. After resolving the situation, they reunite with the rest of the group, including Aaron's boyfriend, Eric. Rick initially wants Aaron to sleep away from Eric, but Glenn persuades him otherwise. The next day, they continue their journey to Alexandria, with Rick discreetly hiding a gun at a nearby house. Remember, initially, Rick hesitates to surrender his gun upon entering Alexandria, stating that if he intended to use it, he would have done so already. He is the first to undergo an interview with Deanna Monroe, the community's leader, and remains skeptical about their acceptance. Aaron's revelation that the group will have 2 houses surprises Rick, though he decides they should all stay together in one. After settling into the house he shares with Carl, they enjoy their first hot shower, and Rick shaves his beard. Their moment is interrupted by a knock on the door, revealing Jessie Anderson, who introduces herself and offers to cut Rick's hair. The following day, Rick explores the town and becomes anxious when he momentarily loses sight of Judith and Carl, leading him to search the streets for them. After accidentally bumping into a sculpture crafted by Jessie, she guides him to his children who are conversing with an elderly couple. Rick expresses his gratitude and consents to allowing Carl to visit Jessie's house to meet her son, Ron. During an evening stroll, he encounters Jessie's husband, Pete, who warmly welcomes him to the neighborhood. The following day, Rick leaves Alexandria and returns to to the spot where he buried his gun, only to find it missing. He crosses paths with Carl, and together they fend off a group of walkers before returning to the community. Witnessing a confrontation between Glenn and Aiden Monroe, Rick is appointed as the Constable of Alexandria. Later that night, he reassures Carol and Daryl that they won't become weak, and if the residents of Alexandria do, they'll seize control of the place.
Forget. Rick, Daryl, and Carol convene in the woods near a house, contemplating their return when they encounter a walker. Carol swiftly dispatches it, revealing a W carved on the walker's forehead. Later, Rick checks on Michonne, and they discuss Deanna's motives for appointing them as constables. Rick and Michonne then meet with Deanna and Maggie, where Rick suggests establishing a guard tower to monitor potential threats, human or walker. Following the meeting, Carol emerges from a house and asks if Rick plans on attending Deanna's welcome party for the group. He confirms his attendance. Upon arriving at Deanna's house with Carl, Judith, and Carol, Deanna introduces them to her husband, Reg Monroe. Rick and Reg commend each other's accomplishments. Reg's construction of the wall and Rick's ability to keep 14 other people alive outside the walls. Deanna decides to call it even. Later, Rick converses with Jesse, her husband Pete, and her son Ron. Sam, her other son, inquires about cookies, and Rick assures him that he knows the woman who made them, Carol, and may be able to arrange for him to have his own batch. Sam stamps the letter A on Rick's hand, similar to all the other party guests. Later, Jesse, holding Judith, confides in Rick about her longing to carry a baby again. She returns Judith to him and he kisses her on the cheek before she departs. The following morning, Rick, Daryl, and Carol reconvene at the same meeting spot as earlier. Carol provides them with guns. Rick accepts one while Daryl declines. Back inside Alexandria, Rick encounters Jesse and Pete. Jesse raises her fist, stamped with an A, and he reciprocates. Rick then proceeds to the wall and listens to a walker banging from the other side. Spend. Rick initially checks in on Jessie, finding her owl sculpture destroyed by an unknown culprit. He assures her he'll locate the responsible party. Later, Peter approaches Rick, clearly inebriated. Following an uncomfortable interaction, Pete departs, with Rick giving him a stern look as he leaves. Upon learning that Pete is abusing Jessie, Carol advises Rick that he will have to eliminate him. Try. Glenn accompanies Rick, recounting the events at the warehouse. Glenn stresses the importance of making things work, but Rick expresses skepticism, noting that the Alexandrians lack awareness or haven't caught up with them yet. Carol and Rick converse on the porch of their home. Carol raises the issue of what to do about Pete and shares a disturbing account of Sam locking himself in a cabinet during his parents' fights and finding Jessie unconscious and covered in blood while Pete sat on the porch. Rick questions Carol's concern for Jessie, prompting her to assert that he knows why she cares, given their history, and she's noticed Rick's demeanor towards her. Carol emphasizes that if the walkers hadn't taken Ed, she wouldn't be standing beside Rick. However, Rick counters that she still would be. Standing beside the pond, Rick holds the pilfered gun obtained by Carol from the armory. Pete approaches Rick and inquires about his well-being. Rick ominously instructs Pete to keep moving. Although Pete appears puzzled, he obeys the command nonetheless. Rick confronts Deanna about Pete's abuse of Jessie. Deanna admits awareness of the situation and expresses hope for improvement. Rick argues that the situation will deteriorate, but Deanna highlights Pete's significance as a surgeon in Alexandria. Rick proposes locking Pete up and threatens to kill him if the abuse persists. He warns of potential consequences if Pete were to harm Jessie, suggesting that Pete would attract more trouble and seek revenge if exiled. Deanna insists they cannot execute Pete, citing the need for civility. She cautions Rick that resorting to such actions would lead to his own exile. Later that day, Rick approaches Jessie in her garage and acknowledges his awareness of the tension between her and Pete. He offers assistance, but Jessie hesitates, believing that the situation will improve on its own and cautioning Rick against involvement. As she begins to grasp his intentions, she becomes uncertain and exits the garage, closing the door behind her. After some time alone, Rick re-enters Jessie's home through the front door and reiterates his offer to help, assuring her of their safety. Jessie questions if he would extend the same offer to others, which Rick admits he wouldn't. Convinced, Jessie accepts his assistance just as Pete arrives. Witnessing their interaction, Pete becomes hostile and attempts to expel Rick from the house. The confrontation escalates, leading to a physical altercation. The altercation spills out into the town square, drawing the attention of the entire community. Rick and Pete engage in a closely matched brawl, with both men struggling to gain the upper hand. Jessie tries to intervene, but Pete violently pushes her away, further enraging Rick and tipping the balance in his favor until Deanna steps in to calm the situation. Holding his gun, Rick criticizes the community's approach to conflict resolution, warning that it will lead to casualties unless they take control over who lives among them. When Deanna acknowledges the gravity of the situation, Rick cynically questions if she's referring to him.
He delivers a passionate speech about the necessary measures to ensure safety, only to be knocked unconscious by Michonne. Conquer. Upon regaining consciousness, Rick learns that Pete has been separated from Jesse and that Deanna plans to hold a town forum to decide his fate. Determined to defend himself, Rick also devises a contingency plan to take control of the town if necessary. He visits Jesse, who expresses gratitude for his assistance, and he vows to protect her. Later, Rick confesses to Michonne about stealing guns from the armory and attempts to return the firearm. However, Michonne reassures him, admitting she wouldn't have stopped him, and explains that she knocked him out to protect him, not Alexandria. She expresses confidence in their ability to integrate and pledges her loyalty to Rick, even if integration proves challenging. Rick discovers evidence of walkers breaching the walls and sets out to eliminate them, ultimately prevailing in the encounter. As the forum commences, Michonne, Carol, Abraham, and Maggie each offer testimonies in support of Rick. Deanna then reveals Father Gabriel's accusations, portraying Rick and his group as self-serving individuals. Rick interrupts, presenting the corpse of a walker he recently dispatched as evidence of the ongoing threat beyond Alexandria's walls. He emphasizes the need for the community to be prepared for external dangers and underscores his commitment to teaching them survival skills. Pete barges in, wielding Michonne's katana and denouncing Rick's presence in Alexandria. Despite attempts to calm him, Pete fatally wounds Reg. Abraham restrains Pete, prompting Deanna to reluctantly order Rick to execute him. Rick complies, delivering a fatal shot to Pete's head. The arrival of Aaron, Daryl, and Morgan Jones marks the conclusion of the tumultuous event, leaving Rick shocked to reunite with Morgan after witnessing the execution. Season 6, First Time Again. After Pete's death, Rick and Morgan confer about the situation within the safe zone. Rick assures Morgan that he won't take any more risks, hinting at increased caution with newcomers. Following their discussion, Rick confides in Daryl about his intentions to bolster the safe zone's defenses and persuades him to halt recruitment efforts due to overarching concern. However, Daryl disagrees with Rick's decision to cease bringing in new survivors, arguing that recruiting missions should persist. Entering an empty house within the safe zone, Rick discovers Morgan engaged in staff practice. The two engage in a conversation about Alexandria and the events leading to Pete's execution. Exiting the house, they witness Tobin and Gabriel digging graves for Reg and Pete. Rick expresses his belief that Pete should not be buried within the community's walls, as it should not harbor killers. Rick and Morgan transport Pete's body miles away from the community, laying him to rest in the forest adjacent to a vast quarry. Surveying the quarry's expanse, they discover it swarming with thousands of walkers. Their attention shifts when they encounter Ron, who had trailed them from the graveyard after overhearing their conversation. Rick intervenes just in time to rescue Ron from a group of walkers and prevent him from plummeting into the quarry's depths. Despite Rick's attempt to impart survival advice, Ron remains resentful towards him for his father's execution, refusing to heed his words. Rick organizes a gathering with the community, sharing his observations of the quarry and the looming threat posed by the herd. He rallies volunteers to join his efforts in clearing the quarry of the herd and redirecting them away from the community. Rick outlines the necessary construction of barriers to contain the herd and designates rendezvous points for the operation. The teams initiate construction on the perimeter walls surrounding the community. Rick presses Deanna to authorize the use of firearms within Alexandria, just as walkers approach from the forest towards the residence. Hearing Carter's plea for help, Rick urges the community members to defend themselves, refraining from direct intervention by his own group. Amidst the residents' fear-induced hesitation, Morgan and the others swiftly dispatch the walkers. Morgan emphasizes their principle of taking no chances, while Carter directs a hostile glare at Rick. Following Carter's attempted uprising against him, Rick storms into the house to find him threatening Eugene with a gun after overhearing his intentions. Fueled by anger, Rick swiftly disarms Carter and is on the verge of executing him before opting to spare his life. Reflecting on the incident during a subsequent discussion with Morgan, Rick admits his initial impulse to kill Carter, ultimately choosing not to, as he believes individuals like Carter who lack the necessary mentality will inevitably meet their demise. Later, Rick rendezvous with Jesse in the armory, seeking a pack of flares for the upcoming mission. She reprimands Rick for his actions towards Ron at the quarry and emphasizes that Ron's resentment towards him will hinder any attempts at reconciliation. Rick proposes to teach Jesse firearm skills for self-defense, but she discloses that she's already sought Rosita's assistance in firearm training. The following day, Rick, his team, and the Alexandrians arrive at the quarry to rehearse the plan of attack. As Rick briefs them on the strategy to divert the herd, a barricade truck collapses over the cliff's edge, triggering the release of the herd. With urgency, they immediately initiate the plan, scrambling to their designated positions. Throughout the day, the plan unfolds as intended, with the herd successfully directed along the predetermined path. However, as they progress, a stray walker seizes Carter, sinking its teeth into his right cheek. Rick swiftly intervenes, dispatching the walker and attending to Carter's wound. Urgently, Rick silences Carter to avoid attracting the herd, now dispersing towards the commotion. With a solemn resolve, Rick ends Carter's suffering with a decisive stab to the neck. After briefing the team on the situation, they press onward. While watching the team guide the herd through the last checkpoint, they suddenly hear a distant horn blaring, diverting the rear portion of the herd away from the route and toward the safe zone. Startled by the unexpected sound, the group quickly reconvenes and hurriedly retreats back to Alexandria, with the herd in close pursuit. Thank you. Rick and the other survivors hurriedly follow the blaring horn of the truck. When Daryl asks about the situation, Rick explains that the rear portion of the herd has veered off course towards Alexandria. Despite Daryl's eagerness to help redirect the herd, Rick refocuses their efforts on dealing with the front half. Rick discloses his plan to seize an RV from one of the barriers and use it to draw the loose portion of the herd back onto the designated path. He pulls aside Glenn and Michonne, emphasizing the importance of eliminating any threats they encounter. Rick acknowledges the uncertain capabilities of the Alexandrian group traveling with them, insisting they may have to leave them behind if they can't keep pace. The group rushes to the sound of Barnes' screams as he's attacked by a walker. After dispatching the threat, Rick searches Barnes' body, finding an energy bar and a gun, before proceeding to the RV. Rick is then spotted sprinting back along the trail as Glenn shares his strategy to divert the approaching herd by setting fire to a feed store in the nearby town. Along the way, Rick encounters 3 walkers feeding on the road and dispatches all of them, inadvertently cutting his hand on one of their protruding blades. Despite the injury, he persists in his frantic run towards the barrier, ultimately reaching the orange checkpoint where the RV awaits. Without hesitation, Rick starts the RV and speeds off in the direction of the scattered herd's trajectory. Rick arrives at the approximate location where the herd is expected to pass and halts in front of a thick forest. He tries to reach Glenn and Tobin over the radio but receives no response. Contacting Daryl, who is still en route to Alexandria with Sasha and Abraham, Rick instructs them to continue while the rest regroup. As he prepares to call again, a small group of wolves launches an attack on the RV. Rick swiftly dispatches the 2 wolves inside the vehicle, including Edward, and searches their bodies, discovering a jar of baby food, which raises his concern. Spotting the remaining 3 wolves lurking outside, he readies his assault rifle and eliminates them by firing through the RV's wall. Attempting to restart the RV to return home, Rick discovers that the engine had been damaged, likely by a shot fired by the blonde wolf. Each futile attempt to restart the vehicle heightens Rick's panic until he hears the approaching moans of the herd emerging from the adjacent forest. Here's not here. At the episode's conclusion, Rick's voice rings out, calling for someone to unlock the gate to the town. Now. Rick rushes toward the town gate, urgently shouting for it to be opened as the herd trails behind him. Dodging both the herd and stray walkers emerging from the surrounding overgrowth, he slips through the gate just in time to close it behind him, securing the town against the approaching threat. During discussions among the residents about the ongoing crisis, Rick takes charge, emphasizing the need to minimize bright lights and loud noises to avoid attracting the attention of the herd. He reassures them that Daryl, Sasha, and Abraham will return to redirect the herd and expresses confidence that missing members like Glenn and Nicholas will find their way back. Additionally, Rick is present for Aaron's revelation about the wolves' attack motive, where his leadership in steering the herd away from the community is acknowledged as a nearly successful mission that mitigated potential dangers. As Jesse prepares to bury the deceased wolves and Alexandrians in the town graveyard, Rick approaches her and reminds her that it's not suitable to bury killers within the community's walls. With the herd relentlessly pounding on the safe zone's barriers, Rick finds himself at a loss for a solution to the problem, realizing they must wait out the walkers. Later in the day, Rick stands watch over the herd from the lookout post. Despite attempting to contact Sasha and Abraham via radio, he receives no response. Upon hearing Ron's calls from below, Rick allows him up. Ron then informs Rick about Carl's plan to search for Enid outside the walls and shares her last known whereabouts. Before leaving, Ron stops Rick again, expressing his interest in learning how to use a gun, prompted by Rick's words at the quarry. Rick lends Ron his Colt Python and instructs him to select a target from the herd. In the late hours of the night, Rick aids Deanna in dispatching a turned wolf. While assisting with the cleanup, Deanna confides in Rick, expressing her desire for the safe zone to endure. Rick encourages her to lead the community, but she insists he take charge, feeling he's more essential. Troubled by her son Spencer's earlier accusations, Deanna questions Rick about the validity of her vision for the safe zone, to which he reassures her it isn't just a fantasy. Later, Rick finds Jesse in her garage, sharing his concern about the groups who haven't returned yet. She offers a glimmer of hope, suggesting they might still be alive. Reflecting on their conversation from earlier, Rick acknowledges the harsh reality of their current world. Despite this, Jesse remains optimistic about the future and implores Rick to reassure her. Affirming her hopes, Rick nods, and they share a kiss. Heads up. Rick is observed strolling along the community perimeter, meticulously examining each panel for any potential breaches. While Morgan practices his Aikido, Rick approaches him, requesting a conversation at a later time, before returning to inspect the wall. He notices a trickle of blood seeping from a small hole but remains unperturbed, then joins Maggie at the lookout post where she scans for signs of Glenn's survival. In an effort to boost her spirits, Rick reminds Maggie of their group's resilience in the face of adversity, emphasizing their journey of overcoming challenges. He then redirects her focus to devising a plan to divert the herd before the return of Abraham, Sasha, Daryl, and Glenn. Maggie confides in Rick that seeing Judith lifted her mood as the child reminded her of Lori. Rick concurs before resuming his inspection. Later on, Rick is spotted strolling through the town alongside Carl and Ron. They come across Gabriel, who is putting up signs for an upcoming prayer circle near the town's solar panels. Still harboring resentment over Gabriel's past betrayal, Rick swiftly tears down the signs and tears them up, much to Carl's displeasure, prompting Gabriel to silently replace them. Upon reaching a specific spot near the wall, Rick and Carl begin instructing Ron on proper gun handling. After covering the basics of firearm features, Rick emphasizes the importance of patience when aiming and firing. Ron proposes using live rounds to practice on the herd outside the wall, but Rick declines, cautioning him about the limits of the wall's strength and the potential risks of attracting the herd to a single spot. Rick encounters Morgan at the infirmary and asks for a private conversation. They relocate to one of the townhouses accompanied by Carol and Michonne, where they discuss Morgan's decision not to kill the wolves who had previously attacked the community. Rick recounts his own encounter with the wolves while attempting to redirect the herd with an RV. As they express disagreement with Morgan's stance, he defends his belief in the sanctity of all life, citing it as the rationale behind his actions. Given the circumstances, Rick challenges, do you honestly believe you can uphold that without getting your hands dirty? Morgan responds that he isn't sure. Rick and Michonne discuss strategies on the porch, trying to figure out how to divert the herd. Michonne urges Rick to involve the residents, but he is hesitant. Deanna enters with blueprints of the community's expansion plans and offers them to Rick. He acknowledges the plans but expresses concern about more pressing matters. Deanna encourages him to think about her ideas later, assuring him that once current problems are solved, they can focus on the future. After a while, Rick is observed reinforcing the walls. Tobin joins him, offering his help. While working together, Tobin spots a hole in the wall. Rick reassures him that it's insignificant as long as the walls remain intact. Tobin reflects on the initial arrival of the survivors at the community and residents' initial reactions. He acknowledges their initial resistance to change, but expresses optimism that they will eventually understand it's for the best, urging Rick to remain hopeful. While they continue fortifying the wall, Rick notices Spencer attempting to scale it using a grappling rope. Quickly, Rick rushes to the lookout post and urges Spencer to retreat. As the hook begins to falter, Rick realizes Spencer is closer to the watchtower it's attached to and encourages him to keep going. Unfortunately, the hook breaks off, sending Spencer plummeting into the midst of the herd. Rick calls out to Spencer to return the rope while Tara fires at the approaching walkers to hold them off. With teamwork from Rick, Tobin, and later Morgan, they manage to pull Spencer back up the wall just in time, narrowly averting disaster. After Spencer is safely back on the wall, Rick scolds Tara for risking her life to save him, and then turns his attention back to Spencer. He rebukes Spencer for his reckless attempt and insists that he consult Rick before making any future decisions. Spencer challenges Rick, questioning whether Rick would have listened to him if their positions were reversed. Continuing his work on the wall with Tobin, Rick notices Tara passing by and approaches her to apologize for his earlier actions. Deanna joins them, expressing gratitude to Rick for saving her son. Rick criticizes Spencer's actions, suggesting that he could have used Spencer's situation to his advantage instead of rescuing him. Deanna questions why Rick chose to save Spencer. Rick responds, because he's your son. Deanna dismisses this as the wrong answer. Later, the entire community witnesses green balloons rising into the sky. Maggie excitedly tells Rick that it's Glenn's doing. Shortly after, they watch in horror as the old church tower collapses onto the wall, narrowly avoiding disaster. Start to finish, Rick emerges as the herd breaches the walls, urgently instructing everyone to seek refuge in their homes. Engaging the walkers, he's soon joined by Deanna. When a walker attempts to ambush Rick, Deanna intervenes, inadvertently injuring herself on a saw blade in the process. As they flee alongside Carl, Ron, Michonne, and Gabriel, they find themselves cornered by another group of walkers further down the road. Jesse intervenes, providing cover fire and allowing them entry into her home. Rick assists Deanna upstairs into a bedroom. While Michonne tends to her, she discovers the bite, which deeply affects Rick. He later confides in Jesse, discussing their plan to wait for the herd to thin out before making their way to the library. Inside Jesse's house, Rick carries Deanna to an upstairs bedroom, while Sam watches, paralyzed with fear. Jesse encourages her son to be brave. As a scuffle erupts between Ron and Carl in the garage, attracting walkers, Rick uses his axe to break the lock on the door, rushing to protect his son. Despite their efforts to barricade the door with a sofa, it proves insufficient. Upon hearing Judith's cries upstairs, Rick hurries to check on her, finding Deanna slumped over the crib. Initially mistaking her for a walker, he discovers she is still alive. Placing her on the bed, he listens as she emphasizes that all the people in Alexandria are now his responsibility, despite his initial reluctance. Deanna also entrusts him with notes for Spencer and Maggie. As walkers flood into the house downstairs, the group retreats upstairs, barricading the stairs with the sofa. Rick instructs Michonne that they need to use the guts of 2 walkers to mask their scent and safely navigate through the herd to reach the armory. Covered in guts, they leave the house and set out towards it. No way out. Rick is observed with the rest of the group as they slowly progress towards the armory. Eventually, they halt on the side of the street, prompting Rick to propose a new plan, retrieving their abandoned vehicles from the quarry to lure the herd away. Jesse expresses worry for Judith, leading Rick to accept Gabriel's offer to take her to the church for safety. Despite Jesse's efforts to persuade Sam to join them, the remaining members of the group begin to move towards the community gate. Their gradual journey continues into the night. As they advance towards the gate, Sam suddenly halts upon spotting a younger walker among the herd. Despite Rick's, Jesse's, and Ron's efforts to calm him and persuade him to continue, Sam begins to complain, attracting the attention of several walkers who proceed to grab and tear into him. Jesse and Sam's combined cries draw more walkers to their location, and soon Jesse is devoured alongside Sam. A distraught Rick is jolted back to reality when Carl alerts him to his own perilous situation, as Jesse's stiffened grip prevents Carl from escaping. Reluctantly, Rick raises his hatchet and starts hacking into Jesse's wrist, eventually severing her hand and freeing Carl. They both glance up to witness a vengeful Ron aiming a gun at Rick, attributing the death of his entire family to him before Michonne steps in and impales Ron from behind with her katana, causing him to tense and accidentally fire a shot that pierces through Carl's right eye. Carl calls out to his father before collapsing, and Rick scoops him up and dashes frantically for the infirmary, with Michonne clearing a path ahead. Upon arrival at the infirmary, Denise redirects Rick to a gurney, where he lays an unconscious Carl. With urgency, he implores her to save his son before rushing back into the fray outside, where he unleashes his pent-up rage by hacking into numerous walkers. As minutes pass, more Alexandria residents join him, initiating a collective effort to clear the herd. Their collaborative action leads Rick to acknowledge that they can indeed manage the herd. In the distance, they observe a towering inferno started by Daryl, drawing the herd towards it. Rick orders the residents to disperse, and they continue battling the walkers throughout the night until daybreak. While the residents find respite at the infirmary and witness the streets strewn with lifeless bodies, Rick attends to a bandaged and unconscious Carl. He expresses regret, acknowledging his misjudgment of the Alexandrians and recognizing their capabilities. Rick also discloses his intention to expand the community in line with Deanna's vision. Overcome with emotion, he tearfully implores Carl to join him in experiencing the new world. At first unresponsive, Carl gradually tightens his grip on his father's hand, prompting Rick to look up with hope. The next world. 2 months after the Walker invasion in Alexandria, Rick prepares for a supply run. Michonne requests toothpaste due to their shortage, and they engage in conversation with Carl, who appears to have recovered except for a bandage over his eye from the gunshot. Rick anticipates finding both food and new people that day. At the gate, Rick and Daryl are accompanied by Eugene, who provides them with a map and advises them on obtaining sorghum to improve their food stocks. As they depart, Rick plays a CD in the car's stereo, much to Daryl's irritation. While on the road, Daryl remarks on not encountering anyone for weeks. Rick and Daryl spot a sorghum barn and discover a truck filled with supplies after a quick search. Rick suggests driving the truck and returning for their car later. On the way back to Alexandria, they stop at a gas station to scavenge. Daryl stumbles upon a toppled vending machine and decides to use the truck to upright it. Rick, suspicious of Daryl's actions, questions his motives. Suddenly, a masked man named Paul Rovia, also known as Jesus, crashes into Rick. Rick and Daryl swiftly draw their guns on him. Jesus explains he was fleeing from maybe 10 walkers. Rick begins to inquire about Jesus' walker kill count, but Daryl interrupts. Eventually, they opt to let him continue on his path. While discussing Jesus and whether they should trail him, gunshots erupt from behind the gas station. They investigate and find firecrackers in a bin. Realizing they've been tricked, they hurry back to see Jesus driving away in the truck with Rick's keys in his possession, dragging the vending machine behind. Rick and Daryl race after the truck and locate the vending machine abandoned on the road. Daryl breaks open the display case and packs some orange sodas for Denise along with snacks into his bag. Rick remarks to Daryl about their unfamiliarity with Denise and her past acts of help, particularly her role in saving Carl in the context of Jesus, despite subsequently doubting any trust in him. They then share a can before continuing their pursuit. After a while, Rick and Daryl manage to catch up with Jesus and point their guns at him. Rick binds him, ensuring that the knots are loose enough for him to eventually escape, but only long after they've left. Subsequently, Rick and Daryl drive away in the truck, leaving Jesus behind. While traversing a field, they suddenly hear a noise and realize that Jesus has freed himself and is now atop the truck. They slam on the brakes abruptly, causing him to fall to the ground. They pursue Jesus in the truck, with Daryl opting to continue on foot while Rick dispatches nearby walkers. As Jesus and Daryl grapple inside the truck, Jesus inadvertently shifts it into neutral, causing it to roll into a lake and submerge. Reluctantly, Daryl agrees not to abandon Jesus, who is knocked unconscious, after Rick reminds him of Jesus saving Daryl from a walker. During the drive back to Alexandria in another vehicle, Daryl keeps watch over the unconscious Jesus in the rear seat. Upon arrival at the gate, Daryl admits to Rick that Rick's earlier suggestion to cease bringing new people into the community was correct. However, Rick counters, asserting it was Daryl who was initially right, showcasing his newfound optimism and confidence following the Walker invasion 2 months earlier. Rick and Daryl escort Jesus to the infirmary for examination by Denise. Afterwards, in the basement of the townhouse, Rick and Daryl leave water and a note beside Jesus' still unconscious form. Returning home, Rick collapses onto the couch exhaustedly, where Michonne joins him. They share updates on their respective days, after which Rick informs Michonne that Daryl is keeping watch over a newcomer they've brought in. He offers her mints from the vending machine instead of the toothpaste she requested. They share conversation and laughter, their fingers intertwining, eventually leading to hand-holding. Their gazes reflect a blossoming affection as they lean in and share a kiss. Breaking apart with smiles, they carry on. The following morning finds them nude in Rick's bed after a night together. Startled awake by Jesus standing at the bed's foot, Rick and Michonne swiftly arm themselves. Jesus suggests we need to have a conversation. Knots untie. After Carl and several members of the group stumble upon Jesus, Rick and Michonne emerge from the bedroom, Rick still unclothed, reassuring everyone that Jesus only wishes to converse. At sunrise, a brief gathering convenes. Jesus informs Rick and the group of his affiliation with a community specializing in agriculture and livestock, tasked with seeking out potential trade partners. He extends an invitation for them to visit his community, the Hilltop, as proof of his sincerity. As Rick loads the motorhome for the journey to the colony, he confers with Carl. Rick endeavors to explain his newfound relationship with Michonne, but Carl assures him of his support. Rick then instructs Carl to prepare for the trip, yet Carl insists on remaining behind to safeguard Alexandria. Rick, Michonne, Daryl, Glenn, Maggie, and Abraham embark in the motorhome with Jesus. Rick slows the vehicle upon sighting an overturned car. Jesus identifies it as belonging to the Hilltop and frantically searches for his comrades amidst the wreckage. Cautious of potential danger, Rick has Jesus restrained while he leads a search of a nearby structure, ultimately locating the surviving members of the crash. With the situation resolved, they return to the motorhome and resume their journey to the colony. After some time, the group finds themselves stuck in a mud puddle, prompting Rick to acknowledge the issue. However, Jesus reassures them that they've arrived, gesturing toward a wooden wall atop the hill. As the group nears the colony, they're greeted by guards armed with spears. Rick and the others brace for conflict, but Jesus intervenes, diffusing the tension. Jesus assures Rick that they can retain their weapons, revealing his community's shortage of ammunition and urging mutual trust. Leading them inside, Jesus introduces them to Gregory, the community's leader. Gregory mandates that the survivors clean up before their audience with him, much to Rick's annoyance. Delegating the task to Maggie, Rick hopes for a successful trade negotiation. When Maggie's efforts falter, Jesus pledges to sway Gregory's decision. Outside, a resident announces the return of a Hilltop team from a mission to Negan's compound, prompting the group and Gregory to step out to meet them. Rick listens as the team recounts Negan's brutal actions, including the killing of 2 members and the hostage situation involving Craig. As they approach Gregory, Ethan, one of the team members, abruptly apologizes before attacking Gregory with a knife. Reacting swiftly, Rick and the group intervene, with Rick wrestling Ethan to the ground and delivering blows. In a moment of opportunity, Michonne distracts Ethan, allowing Rick to fatally stab him. Regaining his composure, Rick turns to the stunned onlookers, perplexed by the sudden violence. Jesus reassures the residents, explaining that Ethan instigated the altercation, restoring calm to the scene. Subsequently, Rick and the group convene with Jesus to delve deeper into the threat posed by Negan and his faction, the Saviors, and the precarious deals struck between Hilltop and the Saviors. Shocked by the heinous acts perpetrated by the Saviors, the group offers to eradicate them on behalf of the Hilltop and secure the release of Craig. Loading the motorhome with supplies provided by the Hilltop, Rick enlists Andy, a former liaison with Negan, to provide intel on the Savior's stronghold. With everyone aboard, Rick confides in Michonne, affirming the necessity of emerging victorious in this impending conflict. Departing from the Hilltop, the group sets course for Alexandria. Not tomorrow yet. Upon his return to Alexandria, Rick gathers the community for a town meeting at the church. There, he elucidates the newly formed alliance with the Hilltop colony and the obligation to honor their agreement, as articulated by Maggie, necessitating the eradication of the Saviors. Morgan voices his dissent, advocating against the notion of indiscriminate killing, a sentiment Rick reluctantly acknowledges. However, with no others echoing Morgan's objection, Rick perceives a consensus and resolves the matter. "We eliminate them all," he proclaims. In a subsequent strategy session, Rick directs Andy to sketch the layout of the Savior's compound and devises a plan for infiltration, extermination, and plundering of resources. Upon learning of the Savior's demand for Gregory's head as proof of his demise, Rick asserts will comply. The following day, the survivors caravan down the road. Utilizing their vehicle horns to lure nearby walkers, Rick directs everyone to disperse on foot and regroup in a couple of hours. Speaking with Father Gabriel, Rick emphasizes the irreversible commitment to the mission, to which Gabriel confidently affirms his determination not to retreat. When questioned about his attire, Gabriel humorously remarks that he believes in maintaining his identity, and jests, "It'll make it harder for them to spot me in the dark." The exchange elicits a shared laugh between the two men. As time passes, Rick proposes waiting until just before dawn to initiate the attack. Carol expresses her disapproval of Maggie's involvement and fervently implores that she remain behind for added protection. Rick acquiesces to this request. Upon Glenn and Heath's return with several walker heads, potentially suitable as decoys for Gregory, Rick, Jesus, and Andy scrutinize them for resemblance. Jesus, being meticulous, points out a discrepancy in the nose of the closest match. In response, Rick forcefully strikes the head's nose, altering its appearance, and instructs Andy to claim that he inflicted the injury during a confrontation with Gregory, emphasizing the use of his injured hand as evidence. Rick notices Andy's apprehensive demeanor and reassures him, stating, "The Saviors may be intimidating, but compared to you, they're nothing." Later that night, following Andy's exchange with the Savior guards using the decoy head, one of them retrieves Craig as agreed. Daryl emerges from the shadows and dispatches the other guard while Rick aids in disposing of the body. Upon infiltrating the compound, Rick silently eliminates numerous sleeping saviors with precise head stabs. However, when a savior spots Abraham and Sasha, setting off the fire alarm alerting the rest of the compound, Rick switches to using his rifle, engaging in combat and assisting the group in clearing out the compound by eliminating multiple adversaries. As the sun rises, the group gathers outside. Rick observes as Tara and Heath depart in an RV. Michonne muses about identifying Negan among the men they encountered, prompting Rick to pause and reflect. Suddenly, a lone survivor from the earlier confrontation revs up a motorcycle, revealed to be Daryl's from Alexandria, and attempts to flee. Upon subduing the Savior, Rick aims his gun at him. The Savior's walkie-talkie crackles to life, and a woman's voice demands the group to lower their weapons, specifically mentioning Rick's Colt Python. Taking the walkie, Rick urges the speaker to come out and converse, only to be stunned upon learning that Carol and Maggie have been captured. The same boat. From Carol and Maggie's perspective, Rick receives Paula's communication through the walkie-talkie, informing them of their capture. Rick proposes a hostage exchange, but Paula dismisses it as unfair and declines. Subsequently, after Carol and Maggie manage to escape, Rick and the group arrive with Primo. Intensely interrogating Primo about Negan's whereabouts, Rick learns that Primo claims to be Negan, echoing Molly's earlier statement that all saviors are Negan. "I regret it had to come to this," Rick states before promptly executing Primo. Twice as far. In the opening scenes of the episode, Rick makes a brief appearance as Morgan places the final brick in a jail cell constructed in the basement of the brownstone. Curious, Rick questions Morgan about the purpose of the cell. "It'll offer alternatives next time," Morgan replies as Rick examines the cell. East. The episode opens with Rick and Michonne sharing an apple from the hilltop while in bed together. Michonne prepares to assist Glenn and Maggie in bolstering security, expressing Maggie's concerns about a potential attack. Rick reassures her, asserting their capability to handle any threat from the Saviors. "The world's ours, and we know how to seize it," he declares confidently. Shortly after, Tobin arrives at Rick's residence and presents him with Carol's farewell note. They convene with Sasha and Abraham at the gate, concluding that Carol departed in a car during a shift change. Rick decides to accompany Morgan as they follow Carol's tire tracks eastward. During the pursuit, Rick questions Morgan's determination to find Carol, considering their limited acquaintance. Morgan responds that he came to know Carol, acknowledging his unconventional worldview and the absence of absolutes. Rick counters, affirming his steadfastness, but Morgan cautions that challenges will inevitably arise. Arriving at the site of the shootout, Rick and Morgan discover Carol's abandoned car, but no sign of her. Rick euthanizes Jiro and notices a spear from the hilltop among the bodies, indicating the attackers were saviors. Rick commends Carol's prowess in taking down the assailants, describing her as a force of nature, despite Morgan's disapproval for his sentiment. Rick emphasizes the necessity of killing to ensure survival. Following a bloody trail into a nearby field, Rick remarks on the Saviors' proximity to Alexandria and admits that their attack on the Savior compound didn't eliminate the threat as he had hoped. Morgan concurs, acknowledging that they have instigated a conflict instead. Morgan recalls how Rick exiled Carol for killing 2 people at the prison and queries how Rick would handle such a scenario now. Rick responds that if faced with the same situation today, he would express gratitude to Carol or take action himself. Morgan suggests that Carol's redemption at Terminus illustrates the possibility of people changing and returning. People have the capacity to return, Morgan asserts. At a farm swarmed by walkers, Rick and Morgan encounter an armored stranger, indicating the murder of the farm's inhabitants. Rick commands the man to disarm, but he claims to be searching for his horse and flees. Despite Rick's attempt to stop him with gunfire, Morgan intervenes. Rick speculates the man was a savior, judging by his weapon, but Morgan argues that they couldn't be certain. He admits to Rick that he held a wolf captive during the Alexandria attack. Rick is enraged, but Morgan explains how the wolf ultimately aided Denise, who in turn saved Carl. Determined to find Carol alone, Morgan warns Rick not to search for him if he doesn't return. Rick hands Morgan a gun before heading back alone. Upon his return to Alexandria, Rick discovers from Abraham that Michonne has not come back yet. As they gaze at the gate, the two express their apprehensions about forming emotional attachments once more. However, Abraham shares his resolve, stating, "I reckon I'm even more prepared to shake up the world." Rick responds with a smile and a nod. Last day on Earth. Rick is initially shown loading up the RV in preparation for their journey to the hilltop, where they aim to secure medical aid for Maggie. Accompanying him are Sasha, Abraham, and Eugene. Despite some initial hesitation, Rick eventually relents to allowing Aaron to join them after Aaron insists, asserting that only Rick punching him again could stop him. Rick then receives an update on the safety precautions in place for potential attacks, courtesy of Gabriel. When Spencer suggests the possibility of negotiating with the Saviors should they arrive, Rick advises waiting until their return, as he has a plan in mind. As the RV advances towards the hilltop, Rick visits Maggie's bedside, reassuring her of the colony's doctor's ability to help. "As long as we're all together, there's nothing we can't overcome," he assures her. The RV comes to a stop as a small group of saviors block the road ahead. Rick and his companions disembark, hoping to resolve the confrontation through negotiation. The lead savior demands that the survivors surrender their possessions, warning that they might have to kill one of them. Rick refuses, asserting that his group had intended to propose the same exchange to the saviors, but with no intention of killing any more of them. As the two factions part ways, Rick challenges Simon, asking if he wants to make that day his final one on Earth. Simon counters, suggesting that Rick should treat his group kindly if their days are numbered. Rick reciprocates the sentiment before departing. Opting for an alternate path to reach the hilltop, the group encounters another blockade manned by additional saviors. Recognizing their outnumbered situation, Rick instructs Abraham to turn the vehicle around in pursuit of an alternative route. Traveling down another road, the group encounters yet another obstruction. This time, a line of walkers chained together blocking the path. Exiting the vehicle to investigate, Aaron points out one walker sporting two of Michonne's dreadlocks, while Sasha identifies another with Daryl's crossbow bolts lodged in its chest. As Rick moves to clear the blockade, several saviors open fire on the group from the surrounding trees. Rick swiftly severs the chain, releasing the walkers, and the group eliminates them before hastily reboarding the RV and continuing their journey. Back on the road, Rick observes that the saviors were deliberately firing at their feet, indicating that they wanted the group to continue in that direction. Aaron updates Rick on Maggie's deteriorating condition, adding to his anxiety. They encounter yet another extensive roadblock, this time manned by nearly 40 saviors, compelling the group to divert their route once again. Rick, visibly concerned, sits beside Maggie, comforting her by assuring her that the saviors have departed. "I have faith in you, Rick," Maggie assures him. Continuing down another route, the group encounters yet another roadblock constructed of fallen trees. As they begin to investigate, they discover the captive survivor from the initial roadblock hanging from an overpass. Rick intervenes when Aaron prepares to shoot the chain around the survivor's neck, emphasizing the need to conserve ammunition. They watch in horror as the survivor suffocates to death. Suddenly, the log blockade ignites in flames behind them. Simon recalls their earlier conversation, suggesting that it could be their last day on Earth for one of Rick's people. The distressing scene unsettles the survivors even more, prompting them to hastily retreat to the RV and drive away. While deliberating their next move, Eugene suggests that the saviors may be expecting them to use the RV and could be caught off guard if they travel on foot. As night falls, Rick and Eugene finalize the plan. Eugene will drive the empty RV to lure the saviors while the others head directly for the hilltop. Before parting ways, Eugene hands Rick a bullet-making recipe, preparing for the worst-case scenario. Rick, filled with gratitude, expresses how fortunate they are to have Eugene in their group. As they journey through the woods, Rick and Abraham bear a frail Maggie on a stretcher. Suddenly, whistles echo from all directions, signaling the group's encirclement. Rick commands everyone to flee. In the darkness, they find themselves back on the road, surrounded by a massive gathering of over 100 saviors. The RV sits nearby, and a bloodied and captive Eugene lies on the ground, beaten and battered. Approaching the group, Simon reiterates his demand for their weapons. Rick, overwhelmed by the gravity of his misjudgment regarding the savior's true threat, attempts to diffuse the tension by initiating a dialogue, but Simon swiftly dismisses any further discussion, asserting that it's time for listening, not talking. The group is then forced to their knees and stripped of their weapons. Soon after, Daryl's search party, including Rosita, Michonne, and Glenn, who had been held captive in a nearby van, joined them. Once everyone is assembled, the saviors call out for their leader. Exiting the RV, Negan scans the entire group, inquiring about their leader, to which Simon indicates Rick. Negan introduces himself to Rick, expressing his extreme displeasure with the survivors' actions against the saviors. He proceeds to outline the New World Order, informing Rick and the group that they now serve under him and that further resistance would only result in more suffering for Rick and his community. Negan declares that, as retribution for the loss of several of his men at the hands of the survivors, he intends to beat the holy hell out of one member of their group, unveiling Lucille, a baseball bat encased in barbed wire, as his weapon of choice. As he walks back and forth along the lineup, Negan realizes that Carl is Rick's son and begins to mock him. Rick desperately shouts for Negan to stop, only to be silenced by Negan. Initially indecisive, Negan initiates a game of eeny, meeny, miny, moe to randomly select a survivor for punishment, eventually settling on one member of the group. As Rick and the others voice their objections, Negan threatens to have Carl's remaining eye gouged out and fed to Rick if anyone intervenes with the beating. He then brings down the bat onto the chosen survivor's head, drawing blood. Rick can only kneel and witness as the selected member of his group is brutally bludgeoned to death. Season 7. The day will come when you won't be. After Negan brutally murders his victims, Rick issues a threat, vowing to kill him one day. Unperturbed, Negan begins to mock Rick about the importance of having a loyal lieutenant. As Rick seethes with anger, Simon hands Negan Rick's hatchet upon his request. Negan sheathes the weapon and then seizes Rick by the shoulder and drags him towards the RV, warning if that he returns without Rick, the saviors have permission to eliminate the entire group. Inside the RV, Negan continues to taunt Rick, suggesting that his best chance at killing him is to grab the hatchet from the table and attack. Rick attempts to do so, but is halted when Negan reveals he's armed with a rifle. Navigating through dense fog and smoke, Negan mocks Rick about the bloodstains left by walkers on the windshield, asking if it reminds him of anyone he knows. Through flashbacks, Rick reminisces about cherished moments with Rosita and Glenn. Negan halts the RV, which is swiftly encircled by walkers. "You belong to me. The people back there, they belong to me. This belongs to me," he asserts to Rick. Negan then tosses Rick's axe onto the roof of the RV, instructing Rick to retrieve it. Still in a state of shock, Rick hesitates to comply immediately. "Get my axe," Negan commands, brandishing Lucille inches from Rick's face. Rick rises to his feet. Negan forcibly ushers him out the door. Memories of Sasha flood Rick's mind as he battles walkers amidst the thick morning fog. Recollections of Eugene, Aaron, Abraham, Maggie, and Daryl flash through Rick's thoughts. Climbing atop the RV, Rick observes that Negan has parked it against the charred barrier of logs the saviors had erected earlier. The library survivor, now turned, dangles from the overpass. Thoughts of Michonne and Carl consume Rick as he begins to succumb to despair, while Negan asserts that Rick and his group will never enjoy a prosperous future. Lying in anguish atop the RV, Rick agonizingly revisits the harrowing events that transpired moments ago. In a flashback, Rick and his group watch helplessly as Negan selects his victim, Abraham. Despite Rick's shouts, Daryl attacks Negan after he torments Rosita, but his efforts prove futile as Negan has already been struck. Rick can only watch in horror as Negan retaliates and brutally kills Glenn. In the present, Rick lies atop the RV, tears streaming down his face as he grapples with the gruesome deaths of Glenn and Abraham. From the inside of the RV, Negan fires shots through the roof to urge Rick into action. Rick seizes the axe and leaps off the roof, seizing onto the walkers suspended from the overpass. In the process, he drops the axe, prompting a swarm of walkers to claw at his feet. Negan intervenes, shooting most of the walkers reaching for Rick, but the hanging walker's body separates from its head, causing Rick to plummet into the herd. Once again, Negan commands Rick to retrieve the axe. Rick retrieves the hatchet and heads back to the RV, haunted by memories of the group's brutal encounters with Lucille. Just as he feels overwhelmed, Negan opens the RV door and shoots the walkers surrounding Rick, allowing him to enter. Reluctantly, Rick hands the hatchet to Negan. "Good boy," Negan remarks before restarting the RV. As they drive back to where the rest of the survivors are waiting, Negan cleans the bloodied hatchet and tells Rick that although he may no longer be in charge, he can still lead a useful life under Negan's rule. Handing the hatchet back to Rick, Negan adds, "I think you'll need it, just a hunch." Negan forcefully ejects Rick from the RV and drags him back to the rest of the group, expressing his intent to alter Rick's perception of him through their journey. Despite Negan's efforts, Rick remains defiant, prompting Negan to conclude that Rick has not fully submitted to him. Ordering his men to aim their guns at everyone's heads, Negan instructs them to align the barrels with their noses for maximum effect. He then calls Carl over, and after discovering Carl is not left-handed, he uses his belt as a tourniquet and directs Carl to lie face down on the ground. Drawing a line on Carl's arm, Negan presents Rick with an ultimatum. Either Rick must amputate Carl's arm or everyone will perish, including the inhabitants of Alexandria. Horrified, Rick is paralyzed with indecision. Michonne pleads with Negan, stating that they now comprehend his vision for a new world order. Although Negan acknowledges that others may grasp his intentions, he asserts that Rick remains resistant. Rick pleads with Negan to spare Carl by offering himself instead, but Negan adamantly refuses. Impatient, Negan begins counting down from 3 as Rick continues to beg, his desperation evident. "Dad, just do it," Carl whispers, urging his father to comply. Tearfully, Rick raises the axe, but Negan halts him at the last moment. "You answer to me, you provide for me, you belong to me, right?" he demands, delivering a harsh slap to Rick's face. "I provide for you," Rick concedes, utterly defeated and trembling with nerves. Negan, satisfied by the brokenness he sees in Rick, relents. Turning to Dwight, Negan orders Daryl to be returned to the van, asserting Daryl's ownership now belongs to him. He warns Rick that any further defiance will result in Daryl being mutilated under Rick's command. "Welcome to a brand new beginning, you sorry shits," Negan announces to a shattered group, leaving them a truck for transporting the goods they'll produce for him. He sets a deadline for their first offering, promising to return in a week, and departs with a mocking ta-ta, leaving the hatchet behind. The survivors are overcome with shock and sorrow as the saviors depart. One of them captures a Polaroid image of Glenn's lifeless form. Eventually, Maggie manages to stand up despite her struggle. Rick urges her to seek medical attention at Hilltop, but she insists on returning to Alexandria to prepare for a confrontation. Rick argues, pointing out the danger posed by the saviors now that they have Daryl and a formidable army. Despite the group's insistence on heading to Hilltop, Maggie refuses their company. Instead, Sasha volunteers to accompany her. "I'm taking him with me," Maggie states, referring to Glenn, before she kneels beside him, overcome with grief, and embraces Carl. The group encircles Maggie, pleading to assist her. "He's our family too," Rick affirms about Glenn. Reluctantly, Maggie agrees to let them handle Glenn's body. Rick recalls Negan's haunting words. "Bet you thought you were all going to grow old together, sitting around the table at Sunday dinner and the happily ever after. No, doesn't work like that, Rick. Not anymore." With these words reverberating in his mind, Rick envisions a serene tableau. His group gathers peacefully for dinner in Alexandria, enjoying the outdoor setting. Glenn, cradling his toddler son, presides over the table, with Abraham by his side, sharing a meaningful, contented glance. Preparing to depart for Alexandria, Rick retrieves his axe as a walker approaches, but he pays it no mind, boarding the RV. As he drives away, Rick steals a glance in the side view mirror, witnessing the walker feasting on the remnants of Glenn and Abraham. The episode concludes with a close-up of Rick's shattered face. Service. Rick and Michonne lie in bed, their backs turned to each other. Silently, Rick observes as Michonne departs from the house, armed with her katana and a rifle. Later, he tenderly lifts Judith from her crib. At the gate, Rick encounters Negan, noting his early arrival. Negan strides into Alexandria and thrusts Lucille into Rick's grasp. Concerned for Daryl, whose face bears signs of swelling and bruising, Rick attempts to inquire about his well-being, but Negan prohibits any interaction between the Alexandrians and Daryl. Rick informs Negan that they already have set aside half their supplies, but Negan asserts his authority to determine which supplies will be taken. Negan inquires about Maggie's whereabouts, and before Rick can respond, Gabriel intervenes, offering to escort Negan to pay his respects. "She didn't make it," Negan questions. Rick remains silent but gives a hesitant shake of his head. Gabriel guides Negan to the graveyard where Glenn, Abraham, and ostensibly Maggie have been laid to rest. Expressing regret for Maggie's passing, Negan reveals his intention to have invited her to join him as his wife at his compound. Rick seethes with suppressed anger, tightening his grip on Lucille momentarily before relaxing. Suddenly, a gunshot rings out nearby. In the infirmary, Rick and Negan discover Carl aiming his gun at David. Rick pleads with his son to lower the weapon. After Negan threatens further harm, Carl reluctantly complies, prompting Negan to announce the confiscation of all firearms in Alexandria as a precautionary measure. Negan assures Rick that their food supplies will remain untouched to ensure their strength for future tributes. He demands gratitude from Rick, who defiantly refuses. Justifying his actions, Negan insists that Rick's actions left him no choice but to take control, hence the demand for thanks. Negan queries whether anyone stores guns outside the armory. Rick reassures him that all firearms are securely stored. Rick convenes a meeting with the Alexandria residents to address the missing firearms. Eric questions Rick's strategy for navigating the situation. Rick underscores the futility of resistance, acknowledging Negan's authority. He urges anyone with knowledge on the missing guns to step forward, warning of consequences if they don't comply. Eugene observes the absence of some individuals from the gathering. While searching Spencer's house for the missing guns alongside Gabriel and Aaron, Rick praises Gabriel for his quick thinking during the encounter with Negan at the graveyard. It was quick thinking, thank you. Despite Rick's belief that there is no escape, Gabriel remains optimistic about their eventual success. Rick discovers the hidden cache of guns, stolen food, and liquor concealed in the floor air vent of Spencer's house. He then delivers the recovered firearms to Negan. As the saviors prepare to depart, Rick spots Michonne lurking in a nearby dilapidated house. Requesting a moment from Negan, Rick initially meets refusal, but upon pleading, he is granted permission. Approaching Michonne, Rick confronts her about the secret rifle he knows she possesses and her clandestine target practice sessions. He implores her to surrender the rifle, emphasizing the danger posed by the saviors discovering an Alexandrian with a firearm. Rick presents Negan with Michonne's rifle, fabricating a story that she was out hunting. He then appeals to Negan for Daryl to remain in Alexandria, citing their compliance with the rules and the surrender of half of their supplies. Negan directly questions Daryl, who remains obediently silent. Refusing to depart until Rick expresses gratitude, Negan demands acknowledgement. Reluctantly, Rick concedes, uttering a forced thank you. As a walker, Negan dispatches it, prompting Rick to briefly contemplate using Lucille against Negan before ultimately dismissing the idea. Negan reclaims Lucille with half of Alexandria's possessions, and Daryl in tow, the saviors depart. Closing the gate, Rick confronts Spencer about his hoarding of supplies, admonishing him as feeble and fortunate. Spencer suggests they should have negotiated with Negan earlier, placing blame on Rick for the deaths of Glenn and Abraham. Rick threatens to physically harm Spencer if he repeats such accusations. Back home, Rick lays out blankets on the bedroom floor, noting the scarcity of mattresses taken by the saviors. Michonne reassures Rick of her lack of concealed firearms. Reflecting on their survival tactics, Michonne emphasizes their history of resistance, but Rick counters, citing the overwhelming numbers of the saviors. Despite the support from Hilltop, Rick asserts their numerical disadvantage. He candidly discusses his doubts regarding Judith's paternity, admitting that he accepted the truth to ensure her safety. Rick urges Michonne and the others to embrace their reality under Negan's rule, stating, "This is how we live now." Go-getters. Rick gets ready for a scavenging expedition with Aaron to gather supplies for the weekly tribute to the saviors. Despite his efforts to persuade Carl to accompany them, Carl staunchly refuses to submit. Rick informs Michonne of their destination for the supply run, offering her a walkie-talkie in case she has a change of heart. After sharing a kiss, they part ways. Sing me a song. Exiting a box truck where they had halted for the night, Rick and Aaron spot something on the road ahead. "We didn't see that last night," Aaron observes, noting the new addition. Approaching a gate adorned with a sign reading, "Keep going, only trouble awaits," Rick and Aaron sense the time pressure, with only one day remaining to secure provisions. Despite the warning, they decide to proceed, vaulting over the gate. Continuing on, they encounter another cautionary sign, this time with a threat to shoot intruders seeking food, supplies, or ammunition. Unfazed, they push forward and come upon a pond swarming with walkers. In the middle floats a decrepit houseboat. Hearts still beating. At the pond swarming with walkers, Rick and Aaron discover a canoe perforated with bullet holes. They climb aboard and begin paddling toward the houseboat positioned in the pond's center. Aaron is dragged underwater momentarily but resurfaces, swimming to safety on the houseboat where Rick later joins him after docking the canoe. Searching through the houseboat's supplies, Rick and Aaron come across a note adorned with a drawing of a raised middle finger. "Congrats for winning, but you still lose." Returning to shore, they transfer the supplies from the houseboat to their truck. Rick reflects on Michonne's discontent with their arrangement with the saviors, expressing that it doesn't feel like living. With the truck loaded, they prepare to depart, unaware of an observer across the pond. Arriving back at Alexandria, Rick and Aaron are taken aback by the presence of saviors awaiting them. The saviors inspect the goods they've brought back, and Laura discovers the note Aaron had previously found. Accusing Aaron of disrespect, David confronts him while Laura holds Rick at gunpoint as Aaron is assaulted by David and Gary. After the beating, Rick helps Aaron to his feet. The sound of a gunshot draws their attention and they rush to find Negan. To their horror, they find Spencer and Olivia dead, victims of the saviors' brutality. Rick confronts Negan about their breach of agreement, but Negan reveals Carl's infiltration of the sanctuary and the subsequent killings of 2 of his men. He also exposes Spencer's attempt to have Rick killed so he could assume leadership, along with Rosita's failed assassination attempt. Upon understanding the situation, Rick demands that Negan take the supplies and depart. Negan agrees to leave once he discovers who crafted the bullet. Tara falsely confesses to the act, but when the saviors turn their weapons on her, Eugene steps forward, tearfully admitting his guilt. In frustration, Negan implores Lucille for strength, expressing his dissatisfaction with Rick's contributions, deeming them insufficient. With Eugene in tow, Negan and his entourage depart. As Spencer begins to reanimate, Rick, seething with anger, delivers a fatal stab to his head. Later that evening, Rick finds himself in the basement cell when Michonne arrives. She reveals that there are more saviors than anticipated, but urges Rick to fight for Judith, Carl, Alexandria, and the Hilltop. Motivated by her words, Rick concurs, stating, "For all of us, I know that now," before sharing a kiss with Michonne. Rick and his companions arrive at the Hilltop, reuniting with the others. Acknowledging Maggie's foresight, Rick affirms their need to prepare for battle. Daryl and Jesus emerge to greet them, sharing a warm embrace with Rick. Daryl presents Rick with his Colt Python retrieved from Fat Joey. Together, they stride purposefully towards the mansion. Rockin' the road. Rick, accompanied by the rest of the group, endeavors to persuade a resolute Gregory to rally the Hilltop for war against the Saviors. However, Gregory rebuffs Rick's attempts at negotiation and refuses to engage in conflict with the Saviors. He asserts that their previous agreement is now void, declaring, "We aren't trade partners," and dismissing any further connections. Jesus confronts Gregory for his cowardice and failure to assist the community when Maggie and Sasha did. Despite Rick's insistence that victory is possible, Gregory maintains that his people are unwilling to aid in the fight. Continually denying the group's appeals, Gregory dismisses them. Rick asserts that they can proceed with the war without Gregory's assistance, but their discussion is interrupted by Enid, who urges them to step outside. Upon emerging from the mansion, they're met with a group of Hilltop residents, including Birdie, Wesley, Andy, Freddie, and Eduardo, who express their willingness to join the fight against the Saviors. Rick is heartened by the volunteers and acknowledges the need for more soldiers to confront the Saviors and their numerous outposts. Jesus informs Rick about the kingdom and the potential for an alliance with them. He guides the survivors to a dilapidated parking lot where they encounter Richard and another kingdom guard, Alvaro, arriving on horseback. Jesus facilitates introductions and emphasizes their shared interests. Despite initial hesitation, Richard extends an invitation for them to accompany him. Believing Rick is interested in establishing a trade partnership, Richard confides in Jesus. He emphasizes the urgency of combating the Saviors. Jesus reassures Richard that he brings good news. Rick and his group arrive at the kingdom where they're greeted by King Ezekiel after reconnecting with Morgan. Rick is intrigued yet cautious upon seeing Shiva, the king's tiger. Proposing an alliance against the Saviors, Rick states, "Alexandria, the Hilltop, and the kingdom. All three of our communities have something in common. We all serve the Saviors. Alexandria already fought them once and we won. We thought we took out the threat." He continues to plead their case, disclosing his awareness of Ezekiel's pact with the Saviors, which gives Ezekiel pause for thought. Ezekiel chastises Jesus for divulging this information to Rick. They present their arguments, with Richard urging Ezekiel to confront the Saviors before matters escalate further. Ezekiel insists on taking time to contemplate the situation. Rick shares a childhood tale his mother once recounted to him. En route to the kingdom, there was a troublesome rock in the road that caused numerous accidents. After one family lost their supply due to the rock, a little girl resolved to remove it to prevent further harm. Despite injuring her hands in the process, she persisted until she unearthed a bag of gold hidden beneath the rock. Jerry expresses his admiration for the story's conclusion. Ezekiel extends an offer for the group to spend the night and promises to provide his decision by morning. The following morning, Rick wanders through the kingdom, acknowledging the significant advantage the community's numbers would offer in the war against the Saviors. However, Ezekiel delivers the sobering news that the kingdom will not engage in conflict with the Saviors. He explains that past efforts at expansion and combat have resulted in casualties, leaving families shattered and loved ones lost. Despite this decision, Ezekiel offers Daryl sanctuary within the kingdom's walls. Departing from the kingdom with the group, Rick confides in Richard about their lack of manpower to tackle even a single Savior outpost. Richard realizes that the issue extends beyond numbers. By providing the Saviors with food, weapon, and supplies, they inadvertently strengthen them every day. Rick urges Daryl to remain behind, emphasizing the danger he faces as a target for the Saviors and the safety offered within the kingdom's walls, where the Saviors are prohibited from entry. While en route back to Alexandria, the group encounters a roadblock orchestrated by the Saviors. Upon investigating, they uncover dynamite and other explosives rigged along a wire, a trap devised by the Saviors to deter approaching hordes of walkers. Over the walkie-talkie, they hear Negan delivering a heartfelt eulogy for Fat Joey. Learning of Daryl's escape, Negan orders a search party to scour Alexandria. As Rick aids the group in disarming the explosives, he notices a massive herd of walkers approaching. Instructing Jesus and Sasha to return to Hilltop, Rick and Michonne climb into the two cars attached to the wire. Driving forward into the herd, they utilize the wire to eliminate hundreds of walkers, providing the group with a vital window of escape. After navigating through the herd, Rick and Michonne reunite with others in the car. As they drive away, Rick sits exhausted while Michonne reassures him of their capability to overcome the survivors. Upon his return to Alexandria, Simon arrives accompanied by a sizable contingent of Saviors, determined to locate Daryl. Their search wreaks havoc on much of Alexandria, yet they ultimately come up empty-handed. Simon issues a stern warning to Rick. If Daryl is ever found hiding in Alexandria, he will meet a grim fate. and Rick will be tasked with a brutal decision regarding Carl's arm. With the impending supply pickup looming, tensions rise. Rick launches an investigation into Father Gabriel's disappearance, discovering a crucial clue in the form of a single word: boat. Recognizing it as a reference to a recent supply run, Rick and Aaron head to the designated location only to be led into an ambush at a nearby junkyard. Surrounded by a formidable group of armed adversaries, Rick maintains a determined expression. New best friends. Encountering the leader of the junkyard faction, Jadis, Rick immediately demands to see Gabriel, suspecting their involvement in his abduction from Alexandria. Gabriel is eventually presented, prompting Rick to issue a warning. Should the survivors be harmed, the Saviors will retaliate, seeking retribution for their lost tribute. Attempting to sway Jadis and her group to join their cause against the Saviors, Rick meets resistance. Despite his efforts, Jadis firmly declines his offer. Tensions escalate into a skirmish between the two factions. Gabriel seizes the moment, holding a Heaps resident named Temiel at knife point. He proposes a strategy. If the scavengers aid in defeating the Saviors, they can claim their food and weapons as spoils of war. Jadis leads Rick on a stroll, testing his mettle by pitting him against a walker clad in formidable metal armor and spiked steel. Despite sustaining injuries to his hand and leg, Rick prevails in defeating the walker, proving his worth. In negotiations with Jadis, Rick strikes a deal. He will supply them with guns and offer them a share of the spoils from the impending war, along with half of the pantry supplies they took. Returning to his group with a grin, Rick announces the agreement, sharing a heartfelt hug with Michonne. Later, Gabriel recounts his ordeal to Rick, revealing he was ambushed, with the woman expressing anger over not receiving supplies from the boat. Rick acknowledges Gabriel's role in leading them to the junkyard. When questioned about his earlier smile, Rick reflects on the newfound possibility of turning enemies into allies. Determined to scavenge for weapons once he's tended to his wounds, Rick also presents Michonne with a cat statue, a token to replace the one she lost. Say yes. Venturing into the forest, Rick and Michonne scrounge for firearms to honor their agreement with Jadis. Rick observes that one of their walkie-talkies requires fresh batteries. Inside their vehicle, they organize the meager supplies they've managed to acquire. Later, they stumble upon a group of Saviors enjoying a game of golf in an open field, noticing batteries stored in the Savior's truck. Back at the van, Rick revives the inactive walkie-talkie using the pilfered batteries. Although Michonne suggests a return to Alexandria, Rick persuades her to continue scavenging for another day and a half. Rick awakens to find Michonne grabbing a firearm from their van, intent on pursuing a deer she's spotted. Intrigued, he joins her, and together they stumble upon an abandoned school. Testing the fence, they inadvertently draw the attention of a gun-wielding walker clad in combat gear. Dispatching the threat, Rick spots shell casings nearby, hinting at the presence of significant weaponry. Scaling the waterlogged school roof for a better vantage point, Rick and Michonne are greeted by the sight of a makeshift carnival overrun by armed walkers. Recognizing the potential cache of weapons, Rick muses on their ability to clear the area. Their contemplation is abruptly interrupted as the roof gives way beneath them, sending them crashing into a bed below. Laughing at their fortune, they explore their surroundings, uncovering crates brimming with canned goods and supplies. Delving into the crates, Rick and Michonne discover an abundance of non-perishable food rations. That evening, they indulge in a feast within the school gymnasium, discussing the looming conflict. Michonne encourages Rick to assume leadership post-Negan, prompting him to suggest delaying their return home for another day or two. Later, as Michonne slumbers, Rick remains awake, lost in thought. The following day, Rick and Michonne devise a strategy to seal a breach in the perimeter fence and eliminate the walker threat. Employing an abandoned car, Rick attempts to maneuver it towards the gap, but a brake failure causes complications. Meanwhile, a walker entangled in rebar accidentally triggers a gun, endangering Rick and Michonne. Although the car eventually halts, it attracts a swarm of walkers as they make their escape via the roof. Dividing to conquer the herd, Rick engages in combat with the walkers while keeping an eye on the elusive deer. Climbing a Ferris wheel for a clear shot, he loses his footing and falls amidst the chaos. Fending off the encroaching walkers, Rick's survival is momentarily doubted by Michonne. However, he resurfaces from the fray, rallying alongside Michonne to dispatch the entire herd. In a moment of relief, they embrace tightly. As they scavenge firearms from the school grounds, Rick notices Michonne in the distance, shedding tears. While en route to Alexandria, Rick decides to pull over. He takes a moment to express his concerns to Michonne, cautioning her about the inevitable losses they'll face in their confrontation with Negan, possibly even losing each other. Despite the grim prospects, he reassures her that their sacrifices will be worthwhile, emphasizing that their mission is no longer about themselves but about securing a better future. He entrusts Michonne with leadership should he not survive the impending battles. Upon reaching the junkyard, Rick and his group deliver 63 guns to Jadis, only to face a demand for nearly double that amount. Asserting the need for firepower in their ongoing search for more weapons, Rick negotiates to retain 20 guns for their own use, a compromise to which Jadis reluctantly agrees. Back in Alexandria, Rick questions Tara about Rosita's whereabouts, noticing her absence from guard duty. Tara responds cryptically, indicating she has something important to discuss with Rick. Something they need. Upon learning about the cache of weapons at Oceanside from Tara, Rick and a group of Alexandrians embark on a journey to the distant community. During their mission, Rick assists Michonne in scaling a tree, checking in to ensure her well-being, to which she responds affirmatively, albeit with reservation. Later, the survivors deploy explosives near the walls of Oceanside, prompting the residents to gather. Rick assures them that their intention is not to harm anyone, but rather to acquire something they need. Natanya emerges, holding Tara at gunpoint as Cindy steps forward to address her people. She reveals the survivors' desire to combat the Saviors, a proposition met with mixed reactions. While Beatrice advocates for joining the fight, Natanya staunchly opposes, unwilling to risk further casualties to the Saviors. As Michonne alerts Rick to the approaching walkers, both groups, survivors and Oceansiders, unite forces to neutralize the threat. Following the successful defense, Beatrice returns Rick's knife, symbolizing a gesture of solidarity as they shake hands. Despite Natanya's begrudging concession to allow the survivors to take their guns, she remains resolute in her refusal to engage in the conflict. Observing the exchange, Gabriel questions the necessity of taking all the guns, to which Rick reaffirms their importance. Returning to Alexandria under the cloak of night, Rosita facilitates their entry and leads them to the jail cell where Dwight awaits. Daryl's instinctive aggression is restrained by Rick and Michonne as Rosita advocates for Dwight's potential aid. Rick confronts Dwight, demanding confirmation of his intentions, to which Dwight affirms his desire to assist. With gun pointed, Rick commands Dwight to kneel. The first day of the rest of your life. In the jail cell, Rick and his group interrogate Dwight, who maintains his allegiance and unveils a plan to dismantle Negan's rule. Convinced of his sincerity, Rick and the others agree to collaborate with Dwight's strategy. As Dwight departs for the sanctuary, Daryl grimly warns Rick of his intent to seek retribution once the conflict concludes. Upon the scavengers' arrival at Alexandria, Rick welcomes Jadis within the gates. She brazenly inquires about Rick and Michonne's relationship before making a vulgar advance towards Rick, leaving Michonne bewildered. An alert from a scavenger warns of the impending arrival of the Saviors, prompting Rick to take his position at the front gate alongside Jadis, who conceals herself at his feet. As Negan's convoy approaches, Eugene steps forward in an attempt to persuade Rick to surrender. Rick, grappling with feelings of betrayal, hesitates before signaling Rosita to trigger the explosives. However, the detonation fails, leaving Rick vulnerable. Before he can react, Jadis rises and aims her weapon at him, while the scavengers pivot their firearms towards the Alexandrians. Negan's arrival adds to the tension as his taunts echo amidst the unfolding standoff, with the explosives ominously unveiled by his followers. Negan's crew unloads a coffin from their truck, revealing Sasha inside, apparently alive. He proposes a deal, all of their guns and Daryl in exchange for Sasha's life, with the added condition that Rick must choose one person to die. Rick demands to see Sasha, and when Negan opens the coffin, Sasha, now turned, attacks him. Amidst the chaos, the Alexandrians turn their guns on the scavengers. Rick moves to join the fray, but Jadis stops him at gunpoint. Despite his attempts to negotiate, she shoots him and pushes him off the platform. Jadis then leads Rick to Negan, ordering him to kneel next to Carl, who is surrounded by saviors. Meanwhile, a body falls from Michonne's post, shocking everyone. Negan threatens to kill Carl and mutilate Rick, but Rick defiantly declares his determination to kill Negan. Just as Negan prepares to strike Carl, Shiva pounces on a scavenger, causing chaos. Ezekiel, Carol, and the Kingdom arrive, prompting Negan and his crew to flee. Maggie and the Hilltop Fighters also join the battle, with Rick and Carl fighting alongside them. Amidst the chaos, Rick manages to take down several scavengers. As a savior advances towards Rick, Morgan intervenes, striking him down with his staff. The two men share a nod of understanding as they fight side by side. Amidst the chaos, many saviors and scavengers are mowed down by gunfire as the joint communities push them back. The scavengers deploy smoke bombs, using the cover to escape by scaling the walls and fleeing through the gate on foot. Negan and his crew also manage to escape in their vehicles despite being targeted by gunfire. Before departing, Negan defiantly raises his middle finger to his adversaries. With the battle concluded, victory is declared. Rick and Carl hurriedly search for Michonne, finding Farron's lifeless body instead. They eventually locate Michonne, severely beaten and barely conscious. Rick tenderly embraces her, relieved to have found her alive. In the infirmary, Rick clasps Michonne's hand tightly, a silent reassurance passing between them. With pride in her voice, Maggie informs Rick that she bears no singular responsibility for Alexandria's salvation. She credits the pivotal moment back in Atlanta when Glenn selflessly saved Rick in the tank as the catalyst for everything that followed. Standing together on a podium, Rick, Maggie, and Ezekiel address the gathered crowd as the leaders of their respective communities: Alexandria, Hilltop, and the Kingdom. United and resolute, they declare themselves ready for the imminent all-out war. Season 8, Mercy. Rick sits alone, a rainbow reflection flashing across his face. At another moment, Rick stands atop a truck with his gun. In a different scene, Rick is beside Glenn and Abraham's graves at the hilltop, lost in thought. On the truck, Rick rallies the army. He recalls Jesus telling them that their world was going to get bigger, declaring, "It's ours by right." Rick continues his speech, stating they will offer peace to anyone who can find common ground, but will end those who take and kill to make the world theirs alone. He vows to stop the saviors and kill Negan, the only one who truly has to die. Maggie and Ezekiel echo Rick's sentiments. In the future, Rick lies in bed with a full white beard. Flowers rest upon a nearby table. He wakes up hearing music. In the present, Rick appears and chases Sadiq away, who is talking with Carl with a gunshot above his head. Rick was supposed to meet Carl at the intersection. Carl is frustrated by his dad's shooting, but Rick insists he could be a savior and that he intentionally missed. Rick hopes he lives, but Carl tells him that hope will not be enough in the struggle against the saviors. Carl walks off and Rick looks to the side, seeing a little girl in a pink robe walking towards him, directly mirroring the first scene of the first episode. Elsewhere, Rick examines the paper and takes a deep breath, as he stands on top of the Alexandria walls, watching everyone load the cars. Gabriel asks if he'll be ready in 30 minutes. "It always starts with one person," Gabriel says to him. This did. Rick insists that this is not about him. "Yes, it isn't. You made it like that," Gabriel replies. Rick kisses Judith on the head to say goodbye. He shares a heartfelt goodbye with Michonne, exchanging a long kiss. He then takes Carl's hat off and hugs him before leaving. "This is the end of it," he tells Carl. The cars roll out as Rosita, recovering from her bullet wound, waves from the porch. En route to the sanctuary, Rick encounters a lone savior on watch. He stabs the man and searches through his belongings. The injured savior taunts Rick, saying he will kneel before the saviors again and that his son will die. Angered, Rick releases a walker tethered to a nearby electric post, leaving it to feast on the dying man. He then signals the caravan to proceed. The caravan arrives in a large field where members of all three communities are waiting, leading to the moments of Rick, Maggie, and Ezekiel's rallying speeches. Rick and Aaron discuss their preparations, as do Jerry and Enid, while Rick, Maggie, Ezekiel, Jesus, and Gabriel talk. Maggie is in her second trimester. Other militia members mingle in the clearing. Despite being pregnant, Maggie insists on joining the initial phase of the fight. Ezekiel offers to let Maggie see the Kingdom's doctor, but Jesus assures him that they will retrieve Harlan Carson, who was previously taken by the Savior. Rick vows to relinquish leadership and follow Maggie after the fight is over. The survivors gun down two sniper lookouts at the sanctuary as Dwight nonchalantly walks inside. The caravan arrives at the front gate, parking in formation to create a wall with the metal sheets retrofitted onto each vehicle. Maggie gives the signal and the group raises their guns toward the sky, shooting in unison. Negan steps out with his lieutenants. In the future, light plays across Rick's face. He looks up at a stained glass window. The white-bearded Rick gets out of bed and finds Michonne in the dining room of their Alexandria home. He walks over to her with his cane, a noticeable limp in his stride. Carl joins them. Rick calls out everyone on the balcony and asks Regina to introduce herself. Eugene tries to speak, but Rick shuts him down. Rick tells Negan's lieutenants, Dwight, Simon, Gavin, Regina, and Eugene, that he will let them live if they surrender. No one accepts his offer. Negan wonders if Rick is going to kill him, but Rick insists he is, having already told him twice. Negan tells Rick that he lacks the numbers to win a fight against the Saviors. At Negan's command, Simon brings Gregory outside. Gregory declares that the Hilltop stands with Negan and that the punishment for fighting against the Sanctuary is banishment for the offenders and their families. "The Hilltop stands with Maggie," Jesus shouts. Simon pushes Gregory down the stairs after deciding he's no longer useful. An explosion is heard at the sanctuary. Rick tells Negan's lieutenants to make up their minds, and when they don't respond, he begins firing. Negan's crew runs for cover in different directions. The survivors continue firing, blowing out the sanctuary windows. The herd approaches, drawn by the explosion. The survivors continue to spray bullets at the sanctuary, then retreat to their cars for evacuation. Gabriel positions the RV in front of the sanctuary fence and exits as it continues to move slowly forward. Rick uses the garage door opener to detonate the explosives in the RV, successfully breaching the gate. Negan takes cover behind a vehicle as Rick continues firing at him. Gabriel urges Rick to evacuate. Before leaving, Rick uses an instant camera to snap a picture of the scene. Rick departs as the herd closes in on Sanctuary. The survivors wait for Gabriel at their rendezvous point. Rick tells Daryl that Gabriel stayed behind to save him, but they can't wait for him any longer. Daryl signals the group to get back in their vehicles as they prepare to enact the next phase of their plan. At a second Savior outpost, Daryl and Rick shoot a guard and enter the front gate. In the future once more, Judith, now a child of 6 or 7 years, rushes up to white-bearded Rick in the kitchen. They stroll to the porch and observe people setting up a festival across the street. Light plays on Rick's face. He murmurs to himself, "My mercy prevails over my wrath," chuckling softly. Rick finishes his speech to the unified communities. He encourages them to fight for tomorrow, reassuring them they've already emerged victorious. The crowd erupts in cheers, ready for battle. The Damned. Rick emerges on the screen. He finds himself in the woods with Daryl. As the assault on the satellite outpost unfolds, another attack happens simultaneously at a Savior outpost situated in a town hall. Amidst the firefight outside, Rick, Daryl, and 3 companions approach the building from a different angle, stealthily eliminating the 2 guards. While the others remain on watch for Saviors retreating inside from the courtyard, Rick and Daryl systematically search each room for the weapons armory. In the office building, Rick examines the layout provided by Dwight closely. After regrouping with Daryl and completing a sweep of the ground floor, they conclude that the weapons, including 50 calibers, must be located upstairs. Rick and Daryl ascend to the second floor, where Daryl voices skepticism about the accuracy of Dwight's instructions. However, Rick reminds him that they have proven reliable thus far. He assures Daryl that they will utilize the heavy artillery to eliminate the Saviors in the courtyard below, swiftly ending the battle. They decide to split up. Meanwhile, Rick discovers a spacious living area, complete with a meticulously maintained bedroom. While attempting to gain entry to a locked room, he's suddenly attacked by a Savior. Engaged in a fierce struggle, the 2 men grapple on the floor, with the assailant managing to pin Rick down and deliver repeated punches to his face. However, Rick retaliates and forces the man off of him. Amidst the exchange of blows, the man disarms Rick of his gun when he tries to draw it. Eventually, Rick gains the upper hand, subjecting the man to a series of kicks before seizing him in a headlock and demanding to know the whereabouts of the firearms. Despite the Savior's denial of any weapons, Rick, exhausted, subdues him, and in a final act, hurls him against a spike on the wall, impaling him. In the office building, Rick retrieves keys from the deceased Savior's pocket and gains entry into the locked room. Inside, to his shock and horror, he encounters a decorated child's room, and a baby named Gracie, no more than a few months old, peacefully asleep in a crib. Realizing that he had taken the infant father's life, Rick recoils in disgust and dismay. Further exploring the office outpost, Rick stumbles upon another living space and comes across an old family photograph of the Morales family, which visibly startles him. Suddenly, a man emerges behind Rick, holding him at gunpoint. Turning around, Rick is astonished to see Morales, alive and well, clearly weathered by survival. Recognizing Rick, Morales acknowledges him, prompting Rick to mention their previous encounter in Atlanta. Morales dismisses it as being in the distant past, firmly asserting that their interaction has reached its conclusion. He reveals he has summoned the Saviors back. Stunned, Rick is left speechless. Monsters. Rick finds himself at gunpoint, confronted by Morales, who demands he disarm, recognizing him as the Rick from Alexandria the Saviors had been warned about. Morales brands Rick a monster and discloses Negan's directive to keep Rick, Maggie, and Ezekiel alive if feasible. He challenges Rick's intentions and furiously asserts that the Saviors will settle the score. Rick inquires about Morales' family, prompting him to reveal that they never reached Birmingham and that his family perished shortly after parting ways with the rest of the group. Even as Rick extends sympathy, Morales refuses to accept it, even after Rick shares the losses he has endured, such as Lori, Shane, and Andrea. Rick recounts the gruesome death of Glenn at Negan's hands, and how he encountered Maggie in the apocalypse, much to Morales' surprise. Morales informs Rick that he lost his sanity after his family's demise. He recounts how he encountered the Saviors on his journey north, who provided him with a sense of purpose by recognizing his value. Consequently, he declares himself to be Negan as well, asserting that they are alike, 2 individuals prepared to do whatever it takes to survive. He mocks Rick's attempts to reason with him, declaring that Officer Friendly died alongside the others. In that moment, Daryl appears behind Morales and swiftly dispatches him with a bolt through the face, despite Rick's objections. Rick tries to elucidate the past connection with him, but Daryl dismisses it, insisting that their prior acquaintance holds no significance in their current reality. Daryl inquires about the guns, to which Rick responds negatively. As they prepare to depart, they come under attack from surviving Saviors outside. Rick and Daryl find themselves under siege as they exchange gunfire with the remaining Saviors. Their ammunition is running low, pushing them to the brink. Rick ingeniously shoots a fire extinguisher, creating cover to eliminate the Saviors at close range. Just as it seems dire, Aaron and the militia arrive, providing crucial support fire and effectively neutralizing the remaining survivors. The skirmish at the office outpost comes to a close, marking a triumph for the militia. Numerous reanimated Saviors are dispatched. Rick captures the aftermath with Polaroid photographs. Wounded militia members are evacuated in a pickup truck while preparations for the burial of the deceased are underway. Rick retrieves Gracie from the premises, and Aaron steps up to escort her to the hilltop, as he had intended to go there with Eric after the battle to update Maggie. Rick and Daryl prepare to part ways, with Rick planning to speak to the scavengers solo. Daryl warns him that if he takes too long, he will intervene. Suddenly, they come under fire from a lone savior, Todd, who is concealed behind a tree. Rick negotiates with Todd, offering him safety in exchange for revealing the whereabouts of the missing heavy weapons. Todd, injured from the skirmish, cautiously comes out and discloses that the M2 Browning 50 caliber machine guns were transferred to Gavin's outpost to the west the previous day. As Todd requests to leave, Daryl abruptly guns him down, leaving Rick stunned. Rick notes that Ezekiel's forces are currently at Gavin's outpost. Some guy. Rick and Daryl pursue the two escaping saviors as they flee with the guns in tow. One of the saviors begins firing at them, causing Daryl to swerve off the road. Rick maintains pursuit. Yago skillfully dodges walkers on the road, disrupting the other savior's aim and causing him to stumble. As the shooter recovers and continues firing at the other truck, Rick veers to the side, allowing Daryl, who has caught up with the chase, to unleash gunfire on the savior, striking him multiple times and seemingly ending his life. Rick successfully reaches Yago's truck and leaps into it, stabbing him in the abdomen and forcing him out of the vehicle before crashing it on the roadside. Daryl arrives shortly after and reunites with Rick as they both assess the condition of the 50 caliber machine guns. They proceed to approach the truck to examine the status of the remaining savior, the Big Scary U. Rick and Daryl are spotted in a field where they pursued Yago to retrieve the guns. They proceeded to check if Yago is still breathing and proceed to interrogate him. Yago informs Daryl and Rick that the saviors and kingdom fighters at the chemical plant were all slain, with the exception of Ezekiel, Jerry, and Carol. He grimly vows that anyone among the survivors will meet their demise before he finally succumbs to his injuries. Rick then delivers a fatal blow by stabbing him in the head. Rick and Daryl are then observed retrieving dynamite from the crates. Daryl proposes blowing a hole in the sanctuary to allow the walkers to overrun the place, but Rick dismisses the idea, concerned about the safety of the innocent workers and their families. Despite Rick's objections, Daryl persists with his suggestion. As he starts to walk away, Rick intervenes, insisting that they stick to the original plan. However, Daryl asserts it's not your choice, emphasizing their responsibility to their own people. This sparks a confrontation between Rick and Daryl, resulting in a physical struggle. As Daryl holds Rick in a chokehold, Rick hurls the explosives at the truck, causing it to catch fire and eventually explode as they flee from the scene. They sit together, watching the flames engulf the truck, feeling disheartened. Back on the road, Rick attempts to start his truck, but it refuses to cooperate. Daryl pulls up on his bike. "There's a plan," Rick asserts. "We have to succeed," Daryl insists. Rick informs Daryl that he will rendezvous with him after completing the final step of their plan. Daryl inquires if Rick still intends to speak with the scavengers, to which Rick confirms. Rick and Daryl part ways, with Rick heading towards the heaps to confront Jadis and the scavengers. Despite their previous betrayal and alliance with the saviors, it seems that Rick desires their support once again to help eradicate the saviors. As Rick traverses down the road, he spots a helicopter in the sky, prompting his curiosity. Undeterred, Rick continues his journey, his confusion mounting. Upon reaching the heaps, the scavengers become aware of his presence. The king, the widow, and Rick. As Rick heads towards the scavengers, he discovers a microwave on the street and retrieves letters contained within, left by members of the militia detailing their current circumstances, mirroring his own actions. He learns that the hilltop has taken saviors from the satellite outpost as captives and is reminded of the kingdom's losses. In Rick's missive to the other communities, he informs them of his group's successful raid and urges them to adhere to the plan to bolster morale. He reports that their strategy is effective. Walkers have besieged the sanctuary while their snipers are stationed to prevent any escapes. Meanwhile, conditions deteriorate for those trapped inside. He explains that he's en route to execute the next phase of the plan and pledges to rendezvous with everyone at the sanctuary in 2 days to bring an end to the conflict. Upon reaching the heaps, Rick allows the scavengers to escort him to Jadis and disarm him. Jadis questions Rick if he's unaccompanied, which he confirms. Rick acknowledges her betrayal and the potential to easily seize control of the heaps with his increased numbers. However, he expresses his belief that both factions can benefit from one another and offers Jadis a superior deal compared to what the saviors provided. Rick presents the scavengers with Polaroids depicting their successful assaults against the saviors as evidence of the militia's strength. He reiterates their shared objective of forging a brighter future liberated from Negan's oppressive regime. Rick emphasizes that the scavengers have the opportunity to be a part of this future, contingent upon their cooperation, while warning of dire consequences should they refuse. Seeking Jadis' stance, she declines his proposition and orders Rick to be disrobed and imprisoned. As Rick stands incarcerated, Jadis, now wearing his boots, inscribes the letter A on the container housing Rick while he observes through a peephole. Time for after. Rick sits in the dim container, lost in thought until the doors are unlatched. Outside stands Jadis, holding a camera. Rick reiterates that his proposed agreement remains on the table. Jadis proceeds to photograph Rick's unclothed form from various angles. When asked about her intentions, Jadis explains that she plans to use the photos as reference material for a sculpture she intends to craft of him before the container doors are sealed once more. Subsequently, Rick is extracted from the container by one of the scavengers, who hauls him to the center of the heaps. Forcibly brought to his knees, Rick finds himself facing Jadis and another scavenger, who present a lightly armored walker as their chosen method of execution. Employing the rod typically used to restrain the walker, Rick manages to break free and fend off the two scavengers. In the midst of the struggle, the abrupt movements cause the walker's head to detach from its body. Subduing the scavengers, he proceeds to engage Jadis in combat as she repeatedly attempts to shoot him. Eventually, he pins her to the ground in front of the walker's detached head. Addressing the surrounding scavengers, he declares his intention to depart the heaps and reunite with his people. He warns that, given the refusal of his offer, an eventual confrontation between the survivors and scavengers is inevitable. Jadis gestures for her people to stand down. She questions Rick about the potential outcome if the scavengers were to accept his proposal. Rick outlines the plan to coerce the scavengers into surrendering and to eliminate Negan. The two engage in a subdued argument regarding their respective rewards post-war before reaching a consensus. Rick guides the scavengers to the outer edge of the compound. As he enters, he discovers one of his snipers deceased under attack from a few walkers. After dispatching them, he attempts to communicate via walkie-talkie but receives no response. He retrieves the rifle and ascends the water tower. From his vantage point, he scans the vicinity of the sanctuary, only to spot an abandoned garbage truck, an open entrance, and an absence of walkers, leaving him unsettled. How it's gotta be. Rick emerges atop the structure, visibly rattled. Attempting to reach the snipers stationed around the sanctuary yields no response. Leading the scavengers toward the sanctuary, they encounter an ambush, prompting the scavengers to abandon Rick. However, Carol and Jerry arrive in a car to retrieve him. As they drive away, the trio agrees to go their separate ways. In a flashback scene, Rick and Carl engage in a conversation regarding their encounter with Sadiq. Carl expresses to Rick the necessity of taking action rather than relying solely on hope. Continuing their discussion, Carl endeavors to persuade Rick that the conflict transcends mere elimination of saviors. He advocates for a long-term pursuit of peace. Finding some way forward? That's part of it. That's how it's gotta be, Carl asserts. Rick later enters Alexandria to find it engulfed in flames and devastation. He searches for Michonne, Carl, and Judith. Inside his home, he encounters Negan, sparking a confrontation. Despite Negan's attempts to strike him with Lucille, Rick narrowly evades each blow. Negan chastises Rick for his parenting of Carl, vowing to fix him and groom him into one of his top lieutenants. He warns Rick against defying him again and expresses his intention not to kill Rick immediately. Rick gains the upper hand by wielding a piece of metal to strike Negan in the face, causing him to fall backward. Seizing Lucille, Rick retaliates by striking Negan repeatedly, provoking Negan's fury. In the ensuing struggle, Rick retrieves his gun but is unable to draw it in time before being forced out of a window, fleeing down the road. Rick encounters Michonne, engaged in a struggle with the Savior, and intervenes to halt the violence. She leads him to the sewers where the Alexandria residents are hiding, including Judith and Carl. Among the survivors, Rick is surprised to find Dwight, though he offers no comment before moving on. His astonishment deepens upon discovering Sadiq among the group. Carl discloses that he brought Sadiq to the sewers and reveals a bite mark on his torso. Michonne collapses in despair as Rick and Carl exchange a glance, both overwhelmed. Carl has been bitten and there's no remedy to be found. Honor. In the future, light plays across Rick's face as he utters, "My mercy prevailed over my wrath," chuckling through tears. This seemingly dreamlike sequence depicts a serene Alexandria, where a white-bearded Rick and Judith engage in friendly conversation with Jerry. Returning to the present, Carl reveals his bite wound to Rick and presents him with a stack of letters he wrote for the group. Carl's condition is deteriorating rapidly. Rick sits beside him in disbelief, joined by Michonne, while the group reels from the devastation around them as Negan's explosions echo outside. Rick struggles to articulate his thoughts. "I don't," he begins, to which Carl explains that his injury occurred while aiding Sadiq and was not the fault of the Saviors. With Michonne's assistance, Carl lies down on the cot. Sadiq offers anti-inflammatory medication to alleviate Carl's fever, explaining that they had helped his parents. Michonne gestures to Rick, prompting him to accept the medication. "You're a doctor?" Rick inquires. Sadiq clarifies that he was a resident before society collapsed. Carl interjects, explaining that he brought Sadiq back not because of his medical skills, but because he needed us. As an explosion rattles the surroundings, dust descends upon Carl, triggering a coughing fit. Rick shields him and offers him water. Rosita suggests seeking refuge at the hilltop while the Saviors continue their assault on Alexandria above ground.
Dwight counters, noting that the Saviors will eventually deplete their ammunition, advocating for remaining in place until the siege subsides. Carl implores Rick and Michonne to cease their conflict with the Saviors. They notice a sudden quietness above ground. Daryl and Tobin emerge to confirm that the Saviors have departed Alexandria. In another future scene, Rick remains tearful as light creates a rainbow reflection on his face. Within the dream sequence, he warmly welcomes Eugene alongside Judith. Presenting Judith with an apple, they share a moment of gratitude. Rick is adamant about remaining in Alexandria with Carl, who is nearing the end of his life, while the rest of the group proceeds to the hilltop. Daryl takes Judith to allow Michonne to stay with Rick and Carl. Rick requests Michonne's assistance in carrying Carl out of the sewer. As Alexandria is engulfed in flames, Rick and Michonne transport him across a field, but Carl's condition worsens. Rick maintains his belief that Carl will survive, insisting on taking him to their house. Michonne proposes seeking shelter in another building. They eventually lay Carl down in the church. Carl expresses remorse over killing a boy during their time in the prison, and Rick tries to alleviate his guilt. Carl reflects on the ease of taking another person's life. Carl elucidates that Rick's choice to cease hostilities and welcome survivors into the prison was pivotal in shaping his beliefs. It can be like that again, he reassures Rick. Rick acknowledges the significance of their past, but emphasizes the distinction between their current conflict with the Saviors and their time at the prison. However, Carl remains steadfast in his belief that they cannot eradicate all the Saviors, asserting that there's gotta be something after. He articulates his aspiration for a tranquil future, where an older, white-bearded Rick resides with Judith in a thriving Alexandria. Rick pledges to fulfill Carl's vision. Carl's final moments approach. "I'm sorry I couldn't protect you," Rick laments. A father's job is to protect his son. Carl insists that it's simply love. Grasping for his gun, he insists on ending his own life before passing. Expressing love for Rick and Michonne, Carl shares his final words. Rick reciprocates the sentiment, professing his love for Carl and kissing him. Outside the church, Rick and Michonne await the inevitable sound of a single gunshot. They lay Carl to rest in the Alexandria graveyard. In another future scene, Rick sits beside a tree in a vast open field, tears staining his cheeks and blood on his hand, near the object that once cast a rainbow reflection on his face. The Lost and the Plunderers. Rick and Michonne continue to grieve for Carl. Rick places Carl's Beretta on his grave marker, contemplating for a moment before retrieving the gun and securing it in his holster. Coming across a deceased savior, Rick takes the opportunity to claim the walkie-talkie. Meanwhile, Michonne deals with approaching walkers, striving to keep them at bay while Rick stands vigil at Carl's grave. After retrieving the gun, they both make their way back home. Discovering the handprints Carl left on the porch with Judith, Michonne also notices the encroaching herd. Realizing the imminent danger, Michonne urges Rick to move on, even as he packs belongings in the house. Loading up the van, they witness the gazebo ablaze, deciding to extinguish the fire as a tribute to Carl, who used to sit atop its roof. Their efforts are thwarted by the approaching horde of walkers, compelling them to abandon the burning structure. Driving away from Alexandria, Michonne steals one final glance at the plaque adorning the gate. Expressing concern, Rick inquires about Michonne's thoughts. Michonne suggests a pause to peruse Carl's letters, but Rick declines, still grappling with grief. To her astonishment, Michonne discovers a letter designated for Negan. Despite his double-crossing, Rick discloses his intention to engage with Jadis, aiming to rally her back into the conflict. Aware that the scavengers, having been seen aligning with him at the sanctuary, are now vulnerable, Rick strategizes his approach. Upon their arrival at the heaps, they become ensnared when a trap is triggered, resulting in a massive heap of garbage collapsing and blocking the exit. Rick and Michonne frantically attempt to excavate through the debris as the reanimated corpses of the scavengers converge upon them. Rick and Michonne battle their way through the reanimated scavengers before being pushed up a mound of garbage. At the summit, they encounter Jadis, clad in mourning attire and communicating fluently in English. Inquiring about an exit strategy, Jadis calmly points them in the direction they arrived from. Jadis shares with the duo, recalling her pre-apocalypse visits to the junkyard for crafting supplies and how her community transformed the garbage into a peaceful home. However, Rick holds her responsible for her people's predicament. Using a discarded car door, Rick constructs a makeshift shield. Despite Jadis' offer to assist, Rick dismisses her, deeming her no longer valuable to him. Rick and Michonne battle through the approaching walkers, taking down several with their shields before resorting to their weapons. They successfully clear enough debris to open the exit. Jadis catches up to them, urgently seeking an escape route. Rick aims his revolver at her, but then fires upward, signaling her to depart. Jadis maneuvers through the herd as they attempt to engulf her. Rick observes her fleeing down a different alleyway before they part ways. On the journey to Hilltop, Rick clarifies to Michonne that his aim wasn't to kill Jadis, but to compel her to leave. Michonne parallels this with Carl's sentiments before his death. Rick pulls over the van, needing a moment to compose himself. He gathers Carl's letters in the walkie-talkie and exits the vehicle, walking to an open field.
Sorting through the letters, he picks out his own and Negan's, reading both. After a pause, he contacts the sanctuary, asking for Negan. Upon hearing Negan's voice, Rick delivers the devastating news of his son's death, which clearly shocks and saddens Negan. Rick then shares the contents of their letters, Carl's desire for peace between them. However, Rick expresses his belief that peace is now unattainable, and his resolve to still kill Negan remains firm. Negan inquires if Carl's demise was caused by the Saviors, but Rick refutes this, claiming that Carl perished while attempting to aid someone. Negan openly expresses his regret, acknowledging Carl as a symbol of their future. Yet he also emphasizes that Carl's death resulted from Rick's absence during the revolt against the Saviors, leaving Carl vulnerable to actions that endangered him. Negan probes about the next casualty, to which Rick angrily responds, "You are." Negan censures Rick's choices and urges him to halt the conflict, warning that he risks losing more of his dear ones and enduring the burden of their deaths in a futile struggle. He contends that all of the losses suffered could have been prevented if Rick had simply yielded. Negan labels Rick as ineffective both as a leader and a father, urging him to capitulate, as the war has resulted in more losses than gains. He cautions Rick to accept defeat because he has already suffered a loss. Dead or alive or. Though not witnessed, Rick and Michonne reach the hilltop. The key. Rick and Michonne make their way to Hilltop, receiving warm greetings from everyone there. Rick notices Saviors being held in the prison area before taking Judith from Barbara. Later, Rick kneels by Glenn's grave, deep in thought. Daryl approaches and apologizes for his actions at the sanctuary without Rick's knowledge. Rick accepts his apology and expresses his readiness to confront Negan, despite the loss of Carl. They agree to join a team of lookouts stationed around Hilltop. Rick then expresses gratitude to Daryl for leading everyone safely to Hilltop. Rick observes the road from a stationary vehicle. He notices Negan's convoy and prepares to honk the horn to warn the others, but at the 11th hour he opts to pursue Negan alone. Rick collides his car with Negan's and then chases him through the urban streets. Negan regains consciousness in his overturned vehicle, now smeared with walker entrails. Rick advances and fires shots at Negan, who seeks refuge behind the car for cover. Negan flees into a deserted structure, with Rick in close pursuit. Indoors, Rick keeps shooting at Negan but soon exhausts his ammunition. He hurls his hatchet at Negan, narrowly failing to hit him. Negan tumbles from a platform and clings to the edge by his fingertips. Seizing his hatchet, Rick strikes at Negan's grip. Negan drops into the cellar below. In the basement, Rick searches for Negan and stumbles upon a barricaded storage area teeming with walkers. Negan proposes a deal. If Alexandria, Hilltop, and the Kingdom submit to the Saviors, they'll only need to provide a quarter of their supplies, with the condition that Rick works as a janitor at the sanctuary. Rick responds that Negan's credibility vanished when the Saviors slaughtered the scavengers. Negan is shocked by the revelation of the massacre. On the ground, Rick finds Lucille. Rick informs Negan that he possesses Lucille. Negan sternly warns Rick not to lay a hand on her. Ignoring Negan's protests, Rick sets Lucille ablaze and smashes through the barricade guarding the storage room, breaking it open. In response, Negan rushes toward him. Rick swings at Negan as walkers pour out from the storage room and launch an attack. Amidst the chaos, Negan tackles Rick, seizes his cherished bat, and flees. Rick pursues him through a window, only to find Negan vanished when he reaches outside. Do not send us astray. During the assault on the hilltop by the Saviors, Rick arrives amidst the chaos to offer support, firing his gun and wielding his hatchet against the attackers as they breach the gates. Dispatching several Saviors, Rick encounters Sadiq and Tobin, advising them to remain hidden. After successfully repelling the Saviors, Rick and Maggie pursue Simon, Dwight, and the remaining enemy forces in their vehicles. Rick confides in Maggie, revealing that he encountered Negan earlier and attempted to eliminate him, albeit unsuccessfully. In the aftermath of the battle, Hilltop begins the process of recovery. Rick removes planks from a bedroom window while Michonne attempts to engage him in conversation and offers to tend to his wound. Despite her offer, Rick insists on taking care of the cleanup himself. As Michonne begins to assist him, Rick opens up to her about his recent encounter with Negan, revealing that he attempted to eliminate him when the chance arose the day before. On the steps of Barrington House, Sadiq offers to attend to Rick's wound and offers words of consolation regarding Carl's death. However, Rick abruptly declines his help and departs. Later that night, chaos ensues as walkers launch a surprise attack. Rick, Michonne, Ezekiel, Jesus, and Sadiq engage in combat to repel the walkers. Eventually, Rick, Morgan, and Daryl eliminate the remaining walkers, only to realize that the attackers were all members of their own community. A Hilltop resident, Tobin, turns into a walker and attacks another resident. Carol intervenes, wrestles Tobin off, and ends his life. She then notifies Rick, Daryl, and Maggie that Tobin wasn't bitten. Rick remembers Negan's bat being coated in walker blood and prompting them to realize that the Saviors intentionally infected their weapons. Bruce discovers he's infected through a wound on his arm and requests someone to end his suffering. Rick and Daryl relay the news to Tara. Despite being wounded by a savior arrow, Tara comes to terms with her fate. The following morning, Rick and Maggie observe Jerry and Jesus burying more bodies in the graveyard. Rick steps away, overwhelmed with remorse as he realizes that his decision to pursue Negan has resulted in more lives lost. Still gotta mean something. Rick sits alone in his room, lost in contemplation. Michonne enters, offering him Carl's letter to read, but he refuses. She notices that he hasn't read the letter yet and encourages him to confront his emotions by reading it. Despite her encouragement, Rick struggles to bring himself to do so and remains alone in his room, grappling with his emotions. Eventually, he retrieves Carl's note from a drawer. Later, Rick watches Judith playing, deeply affected by memories of Carl. He spots his old sheriff hat, now passed down to Carl, and is overcome with emotion. Putting on his brown coat, he resolves to pursue the escaped saviors. Rick inquires of Alden where he believes the savior escapees might seek refuge. Alden's speculation leads him to suggest that the sanctuary is their most probable destination. Rick presses further, asking how they would manage to return. Alden proposes that Rick investigate a nearby dive bar, emphasizing the importance of bringing the saviors back to Hilltop instead of resorting to violence. Rick and Morgan encounter each other in the forest. Morgan brandishes his fighting stick threateningly towards Rick, momentarily forgetting his identity. Rick reassures him of their acquaintance. "I'm not right," Morgan admits as he lowers his weapon. Both are pursuing the saviors, and Rick proposes they do so together. As they proceed, they come across a severed arm and a foot bearing visible walker bites. Suddenly, someone strikes Rick unconscious. Rick regains consciousness to find himself bound alongside Morgan in an abandoned dive bar. Jared and the escaping saviors discuss what to do with their sick comrades. Jared advocates for abandoning the dying saviors and delivering Rick to Negan. Rick assures them that he won't harm them if they return to Hilltop. Despite Rick's pledge, Jared remains skeptical and insists on killing Rick and Morgan, pressing onward to the sanctuary. However, Evan and a few others appear to entertain Rick's proposal seriously. Morgan informs Jared that his sole purpose is to kill every last one of you. Jared responds by pointing a gun at Morgan, but Morgan remains undeterred, smiling as he warns them to prepare for the incoming herd. As the herd draws near in response to Morgan's cries, Jared prepares to execute Rick and Morgan. However, another savior intervenes, cutting the rope binding their hands. Equipped with his fighting stick, Morgan joins forces with Rick to fend off the walkers. Despite initial tensions, a savior comes to Rick's aid, preventing him from being bitten. Rick and Morgan quickly devise a plan to eliminate the saviors, which they execute. In the chaos, Evan confronts Rick aggressively, attempting to seize his hatchet. Rick counters by pushing Evan into the path of the oncoming walkers who swarm and consume him. Meanwhile, Jared attempts to flee. Morgan pursues him and after a struggle traps Jared behind a gate, leaving him to meet a grisly end at the hands of the walkers. A dying savior recalls Rick's promise not to harm them. Rick callously admits to lying and dispatches the savior. As they prepare to depart, Rick presses Morgan on why he saved him in Atlanta when they were strangers. Initially hesitant, Morgan eventually reveals that he acted because Rick's son was with him. Reflecting on this, Rick gazes at his own reflection in a mirror, confronting the person he has become. Rick and Morgan return to Hilltop covered in blood. Exchanging a look with Rick as he walks inside, Alden realizes that Rick killed all the escaped saviors. In his room, Rick gets dressed and stands alone for a moment. He walks towards his dresser drawers and looks to the note Carl wrote for him. Michonne enters the room and sees him. He thanks her and apologizes to her, but she says he doesn't have to. They proclaim their love for each other. They share a kiss and stand together. She exits and he sits down with Carl's note, bracing him as he finally reads it for the first time. Worth. Rick revisits the heartfelt letter penned by his departed son, Carl. Within its pages, Carl fondly recalls a cherished childhood birthday celebration, highlighting the significance of preserving pre-apocalypse memories. He implores Rick to strive for reconciliation with Negan, envisioning a fresh start and the restoration of a harmonious community. Subsequently, upon Gregory's arrival at Hilltop armed with a map provided by Dwight, Maggie entrusts Rick with the map so that he and his allies can carefully scrutinize Dwight's annotations. Wrath. As Rick and his comrades gear up for their assault on the saviors, Rick is momentarily transported back to a pre-apocalyptic memory alluded to in Carl's final letter. In this recollection, a younger Carl walks hand in hand with his father down a tranquil country road. Returning to the present, Rick attends to Gracie and crosses paths with Sadiq. Seeking answers, Rick inquires about the circumstances surrounding Carl's fatal bite. Sadiq recounts how Carl was bitten while paying tribute to Sadiq's late mother, a stranger to him until that moment. Afterward, Rick and his group convene to examine and gear up for their expedition to investigate the supposed savior strategies, initially presented by Gregory but actually orchestrated by Negan as a deceptive ploy. Unaware of the ruse, they prepare to depart. During the discussion, Rick advises Morgan to remain behind, but Morgan adamantly declares his intent to continue the fight against the saviors. Rick takes charge of a scouting party tasked with surveilling Lance and Duke's faction as they establish a roadblock. They execute a surprise attack on Lance's group, eliminating them and recover the map, oblivious to its deceptive nature. Rick then contacts Maggie, informing her of the updated ambush site specified on the map. Acting on the information provided, the survivors encounter a vast walker horde in the distance as they press forward, guided by the map. Rick's forces move forward to the designated ambush location, accompanied by the eerie sound of whistling, reminiscent of the night when Glenn and Abraham were killed. Negan contacts Rick via walkie-talkie to reveal that the survivors are ensnared. Soon after, Negan and the Savers emerge atop a nearby hill in a formidable formation, prepared to attack. However, their guns malfunction, causing the bullets to detonate in their hands, resulting in casualties among the Saviors. With advantage now in favor of the survivors, the remaining Saviors surrender willingly, laying down their weapons. Rick tracks Negan to a tree adorned with 2 stained glass windows. One of Rick's shots fractures one. Negan strikes Rick with Lucille and they engage in a fierce struggle until Negan gains the advantage. He confesses to Rick that he desired this outcome when they first met, but refrained from acting out of respect for Carl. Rick suggests there might be another path and persuades Negan to consider it for Carl's sake, proposing the possibility of a peaceful future for the both of them. Negan appears to be receptive and starts to show emotion. Taking advantage of Negan's lowered defenses, Rick uses a shard of broken glass to bring an end to Negan's threat while the assembled groups watch from a distance. After contemplating for a moment, Rick instructs Siddiq to save Negan, causing Maggie great distress as she desires Negan's death for killing her husband, Glenn. Michonne holds Maggie back as Rick addresses the assembled crowd, expressing his vision of forging a new world founded on peace. He gestures toward the vast horde of walkers in the distance, emphasizing the need for unity to combat the true threat. As the group sets off, Rick leans against the tree, tears streaming from his face, and whispers to himself, "My mercy prevails over my wrath." At last, the survivors reconvene at their respective communities. In the infirmary, Rick and Michonne inform a recuperating Negan that he will remain imprisoned for the rest of his days, witnessing the prosperity of their community. In a flashback, Rick places his sheriff's hat on a 3-year-old Carl's head as they stroll down a country road. In the present, he pens a letter to Carl, expressing gratitude for rekindling his sense of self and attributing the creation of the new world to his memory. Fear the Walking Dead, Season 4. What's your story? A few weeks following the culmination of the all-out war against the Saviors, Rick visits the Heaps to converse with Morgan and attempt to convince him to return to Alexandria. Unfortunately, his efforts are in vain, and Morgan persists in residing alone in the Heaps before ultimately departing Virginia. TV series, Season 9, A New Beginning. A year and a half after the war's conclusion, in a revitalized and flourishing Alexandria, Rick, sporting shorter and grayer hair, joyfully observes Michonne painting with Judith. Venturing beyond the walls, they admire a flock of birds in the field. Subsequently, Rick and the team visit the Smithsonian in Washington, D.C., in search of a covered wagon and farming tools. Within, Rick cautions everyone to remain safe as they split up to search. In the cellar, Siddiq faces a walker infested with spiders, barely defeating it. He confesses to Rick that he's more frightened of the spiders, prompting laughter from Enid. Afterwards, Rick expresses gratitude to Anne for her assistance in locating packages of seeds and beans. Afterward, the entire group gathers and cautiously employs ropes to lower an aged covered wagon down the stairs and across the glass floor. Eventually, the glass floor shatters, causing Ezekiel to plummet through, hanging on by a rope. Before the walkers can reach him, Daryl fires at one, and with the help of Rick and the others, they manage to pull Ezekiel to safety. Carol expresses her joy by planting a kiss on his lips in celebration. As they depart from DC, the group gears up to return to their respective communities. During the journey, Rosita and Daryl catch up with the rest of the group to deliver news that the primary bridge has been rendered impassable by a storm. Rick instructs Tara, Gabriel, Aaron, and Anne to return to Alexandria, while the others will take an alternative route and spend the night at the sanctuary, disregarding Maggie's desire to unite with Herschel sooner. In the forest, the wagon becomes ensnared in mud just as walkers emerge from the thickets. After much effort, they manage to dislodge it, hastily gathering the supplies before the walkers overrun them, compelling them to retreat. Ken rushes back to release his horses but is attacked by a walker, sustaining a bite to his arm and then is kicked in the ribs by the startled horse. Siddiq and Enid attempt to rescue him, but Ken succumbs to his injuries and the ensuing blood loss, ultimately succumbing to death. Maggie, overcome with grief, tearfully mourns by his side before putting him down. Upon reaching the sanctuary, Rick and his companions bring in provisions. Michonne draws attention to the graffiti, proclaiming, "We are still Negan," prompting Daryl to instruct Justin to remove it. Rick assures the Saviors of ongoing support in aid of their recovery. His words are met with applause and admiration, elevating him to a celebrity-like status among the residents. Pulling Rick aside, Daryl expresses his reluctance to continue leading the sanctuary, citing his feeling of not belonging there and the factory's inability to cultivate crops. He proposes a return to Hilltop to check on Maggie and Herschel. However, Rick counters, suggesting a return to Alexandria instead. Things have changed, Rick asserts, but Daryl attributes these changes to Rick himself before departing. As night falls, Rick and Michonne retire to bed, where Michonne raises doubts about their decision to spare Negan's life. Despite her uncertainty, Rick remains steadfast in his choice. Michonne suggests the creation of a charter to establish rules and consequences among the communities, to which Rick readily agrees. Expressing his gratitude for having Michonne by his side, Rick shares a tender moment with her, culminating in a kiss and intimacy. The following day, Daryl, Michonne, and Rick reach the hilltop, where they observe workers constructing gallows. Later, Rick approaches Maggie, suggesting a visit to Alexandria, but she declines, citing Negan's presence there. Rick then seeks her assistance in repairing the bridge, proposing that the sanctuary provides labor and fuel in exchange for supplies. Maggie insists that Rick fulfill his promise to follow her lead, emphasizing his obligation to do so now. During the night, the inhabitants, including Rick and Michonne, assemble near the gallows as Maggie elucidates to her community that the penalty aligns with the offense. She watches as Gregory, with a noose encircling his neck, sits atop a horse. Despite Gregory's pleas for intervention, no one intervenes. Suddenly, a pair of children appear, prompting Michonne to urge Maggie to halt the proceedings, but it proves futile. Daryl strikes the horse, causing it to gallop away, leaving Gregory to meet his demise by hanging, much to everyone's astonishment. Maggie addresses her community, expressing her desire for this to mark the conclusion of such actions. Rick and Michonne, visibly stunned, observe as Maggie instructs Daryl to remove the noose. The bridge. In Alexandria, Rick descends into a basement to converse with someone, noting that it's been 35 days since Gregory's execution. He reflects on the profound changes brought by the war and emphasizes the collaborative efforts of the communities in repairing a bridge, which he sees as pivotal to their collective future. "We're forging a fresh start," Rick affirms, a hopeful smile gracing his face. At a woodland camp established by the communities, Rick coordinates a detonation strategy with Eugene and Rosita, intended to divert an approaching herd. Meanwhile, Sadiq observes as Enid tends to Cindy's injured hand with stitches. Rick directs Sadiq to lead the next team back home and expresses his trust in Enid's capabilities. Later, Rick intervenes at the bridge to defuse a confrontation between Daryl and Justin. Instructing everyone to return to their tasks, he leads Daryl to his tent to pacify him, emphasizing the necessity of Savior's assistance in the bridge construction despite some defections. Nonetheless, Daryl asserts that the Saviors won't comply solely on Rick's command. Rick expresses his desire for unity among everyone, prompting Daryl to question the authenticity of their alliance before storming off. Carol advises Rick to approach Daryl later when he's more composed. Down by the river, Rick assists with tasks while Tara briefs him on the Walker diversion strategy, then contacts Jerry to activate a siren. Alden approaches Rick, informing him that none of the survivors who deserted returned to the sanctuary, causing concern among their families. Tara radios Rick once more, alerting him that the second siren failed to activate and the herd is approaching. Without warning, the walkers swarm the labor site, causing chaos. In the turmoil, Jed loses control and a massive log collapses onto Aaron's arm, crushing it. Daryl urgently instructs the crew to lift the log while he dispatches walkers with his knives. Despite their efforts, Aaron's arm is severely injured. Daryl swiftly carries Aaron to safety at the camp as Rick and the others rush in to fend off the walkers. Rick takes aim and shoots the log pile, causing it to collapse and crush the remaining walkers. Under the cover of night, Rick confronts Justin, instructing him to gather his belongings and depart. He issues a warning, implying dire consequences should they cross paths again. Turning to Enid, Rick commends her for her efforts with Aaron. Expressing regret, Rick apologizes to Aaron for the accident. Aaron reassures him, stating that Rick couldn't have foreseen the mishap. He credits Rick for ushering in a new era, declaring it's not the end of the world anymore, it's the start of a whole new one. In the camp, amid laughter and chatter, Carol requests the ring from Ezekiel. He eagerly prepares to deliver a speech, but Carol interrupts, suggesting he save it for later. As she slides the ring onto her finger, they embrace, sharing smiles. Rick observes their joy from his tent with contentment. Back in Alexandria, Rick continues his recounting to a confined Negan. Negan needles him about Carl, but Rick sternly silences him. Advising Negan to listen rather than speak, he retorts, "You're not saving this world, Rick. You're just getting it ready for me." Warning signs. In Alexandria, Rick awakens in bed and shares a kiss with Michonne. He gently lays his hand over Carl's handprint before venturing out for a walk around the community. Upon his return, Rick expresses gratitude to Michonne for her incredible support and everything she contributes. Hinting at expanding their family, he suggests exploring alternative avenues for building the future. Michonne responds with a kiss and they share a moment of intimacy. After Rick brings Judith to Sadiq for a checkup, he and Michonne enjoy a family day with her, playing, picnicking, and reading stories. Suddenly, Scott rushes up and tells him that Maggie discovered Justin as a walker, but it appears to be no accident. At the camp, just before a skirmish can erupt, Rick rides into the midst of the group with his gun drawn, cautioning everyone to step back. Once they disperse, Rick interrogates Gabriel about Anne's whereabouts on the previous night when Justin vanished. Despite Gabriel's defense of her, Rick instructs him to remain vigilant and to keep an eye out. Alden inquires of Rick whether some saviors could be armed, but Rick insists they must first determine what transpired. Maggie queries Rick about his suspicions regarding Justin's death, and he glances at Daryl. Rick challenges Daryl regarding Justin's demise, proposing the possibility that he might have been struck by an arrow or bolt. Daryl rebuffs, "If I was going to kill him, I'd have done it in plain sight," before asserting that the saviors are undeserving of a fresh start while their deceased comrades were denied the opportunity. Rick concludes the discussion by urging Daryl to make an effort, recalling how he once showed mercy to the individual who abandoned his brother on a rooftop to perish. Later in the woods, Rick, Daryl, and Rosita arrive to rescue Cindy and Maggie from a cluster of walkers. They attempt to communicate with Beatrice over walkie-talkie but receive no reply, prompting them to search for her. Eventually, they discover her unconscious in the woods. Upon regaining consciousness, Beatrice informs them that she was ambushed from behind and that Arat was nowhere to be found. At the camp, Rick urges his team to locate Arat before the saviors discover her absence and depart, thereby delaying the bridge construction. In the woods, Nick confides to Carol as they hunt for Arat, admitting the persistent urge to end Negan's life but restraining himself by recalling the importance of constructing life rather than ending it. Without warning, Jed and DJ launch an ambush on Carol and Rick. While holding Carol hostage with a knife, Jed finds himself staring down the barrel of Rick's gun. Jed clarifies to Rick that their intentions are solely to reclaim their firearms for self-defense before departing. Seizing the opportunity, Carol covertly retrieves a knife from her sleeve and thrusts it into Jed's shoulder, while Rick forces DJ to kneel at gunpoint. The following morning, Rick observes with disappointment as the saviors depart from the campsite. Be obliged. While Rick sleeps in Alexandria, Michonne ventures into the woods at night to dispatch walkers. At the camp, Eugene informs Rick about the increasing water level of the river and its impact on their bridge construction process. Despite delivering unwelcome news, Eugene is reminded of his value to the group by Rick, which brings a smile to his face. Inside the primary tent, Carol informs Rick that she plans to lead her people back to the kingdom while the sanctuary determines its path forward. Rick accepts her decision with tears in his eyes and a somber expression. Suddenly, Jerry enters to alert Rick about Maggie's approach toward Alexandria. Rick promptly contacts Rachel via radio, urging her to prevent Maggie from entering the community, but Rachel disregards the request, absorbed in reading a magazine. Overhearing Rick's conversation, Daryl offers to escort him to Alexandria personally. On the road, Daryl rides past the correct turn, prompting Rick to angrily instruct him to stop. Rick questions Daryl's actions, and Daryl confesses that he tampered with the relay so that Maggie would be permitted entry to execute Negan. Rick lunges at him, and the two grapple until they tumble into a large ditch. In the ditch, Rick and Daryl engage in a heated debate regarding the decision to spare Negan's life. Daryl recalls how Negan subjected Rick to servitude and argues that nobody supports the idea of Negan remaining alive. Rick counters by emphasizing that allowing Negan to become a martyr would invalidate Carl's sacrifice. Daryl expresses his willingness to sacrifice himself for Rick and Carl, but insists that Rick must let go of his attachment to Negan. Rick retorts that he never compelled anyone to follow him, to which Daryl suggests maybe you should have. Suddenly, gunfire erupts from the camp, prompting them to aid each other in escaping. As they grapple to ascend, a few walkers tumble into the ditch. Rick eventually emerges and extends a tree branch to assist Daryl's exit. With a horde amassing near the camp, Rick devises a strategy to lure them away while Daryl makes for the river. While leading the horde away on the road, Rick finds himself encircled by another group of walkers. His horse becomes agitated and throws him into a heap of rebar, piercing his side. Crying out in agony, Rick loses consciousness as the walkers draw near. What comes after? In a dreamlike state, Rick converses with his former self in the hospital room where he lay in a coma, urging him to wake up, it's time to go. Abruptly, Rick witnesses a group of birds outside morphing into helicopters, and then notices his abdomen soaked in blood. His former self jestingly prompts him to awaken. Returning to consciousness, Rick awakens, still impaled. Surrounded by encroaching walkers, he utilizes his belt to agonizingly hoist himself off the protruding metal. Through sheer determination, he manages to remount his horse and narrowly evades the advancing horde. On horseback, Rick reminds himself of the necessity to maintain proximity to the horde in order to divert them. As he drifts in and out of consciousness, fleeting visions of Herschel's farm flicker through his mind. Eventually, he arrives at an abandoned shack where he discovers a tablecloth, which he employs as a makeshift tourniquet before succumbing to unconsciousness. In another dream, Rick travels on horseback to Atlanta and encounters Shane in their former police car. Suddenly, they're inside the vehicle, reminiscing at the field where Rick was shot, sharing burgers. Rick confides in Shane about his search for his family, to which Shane humorously remarks that technically they are his family, and questions if he's taking care of his daughter. Rick playfully calls him an asshole. Shane praises Rick for his past acts of violence, including killing him in that field, biting Joe's throat, and slaughtering Gareth, but then questions why he spared Negan. He urges Rick to embrace his anger and get it done. Rick gazes down at the burgers, which have now turned to dust, and offers his apologies to Shane for his actions. Shane, forgiving him, passionately urges him to wake up, jolting Rick back to reality just in time to evade several walkers outside the shack. With great effort, he narrowly escapes at the back and mounts the horse once more. On the road, Rick fights to stay alive as the herd persists in pursuing him. He experiences another hallucination, this time finding himself back at the farm. Herschel warmly welcomes him, proudly showing off his restored leg. Rick embraces him and expresses regret for the tragedies that befell him and his family, but Herschel reassures him of Maggie's resilience. Rick insists he must locate his family, but Herschel advises him otherwise, urging him to simply wake up. Rick regains consciousness before slipping back into a hallucination. Transported to the hospital, he encounters a familiar door marked with the warning, "Don't open, dead outside." Stepping through, he finds himself surrounded by the bodies of his friends, both deceased and living. Among them stands Sasha, who reassures him that none of this is real and encourages him to awaken. She reminds him that his family is not lost, nor is he. Rick jolts awake once more, finding himself thrown from the horse near the now deserted camp as it gallops away. Rick discovers a firearm and uses it to dispatch reanimated Norris and Kathy. The gunfire draws the attention of the approaching herd, prompting Rick to summon the last of his strength to hobble away before collapsing near the bridge. Suddenly, Maggie, Carol, Ezekiel, and the others rush past him to eliminate the walkers. Michonne halts and notices Rick's injury, reminding him of her admiration for his resilience. As the group fends off walkers, they pause to observe Rick and Michonne. Expressing her deep love for him, Michonne urges Rick to awaken, declaring this isn't real. Rick heeds her words and regains consciousness, finding himself alone on the bridge. As the walkers close in, Rick limps away, reaching the other side. He anxiously looks back, anticipating the walkers' demise, but they continue to advance. A walker nearly reaches Rick before being dispatched by a crossbow bolt to the head. Rick observes the arrival of Daryl, Michonne, Maggie, and the others nearby. Maggie and Michonne devise a plan to distract the walkers, but Rick refuses to let them proceed. Spotting the dynamite on the bridge, he takes aim and mutters to himself, "I found them," before firing at the explosives. The bridge erupts in flames and detonates, leaving Michonne and the others to watch in terror. Believing Rick to be deceased, Michonne cries out in anguish, while Maggie and Carol console her. Daryl sheds a tear before walking away. Nearby, the helicopter arrives to collect Anne and her supposed A. Drawing her gun, she hesitates when she spots a wounded Rick on the riverbank, still alive. Urgently, she radios that she has a B, emphasizing Rick's dire condition and the need for immediate assistance. Reassuring them it's not a ploy, she explains her intent to save a friend who once saved her. After some negotiation, they agree to her terms and lower the helicopter. Inside, Rick awakens to find himself connected to medical equipment. Anne assures him of his recovery and promises that they will ensure his safety. With that, Rick drifts off to sleep as the helicopter ascends into the unknown. Season 10, What We Become. While under the influence of Virgil's drugged tea, Michonne experiences a series of hallucinations and flashbacks involving Rick, among others. One flashback depicts Michonne introducing herself to Rick. In the present, Michonne identifies a pair of boots among Virgil's belongings as once belonging to Rick. Virgil directs Michonne to a boat washed up on the shore of Bloodsworth Island. There, Michonne discovers an iPhone with Rick's name etched into the back, accompanied by Japanese writing that reads, "Believe a little bit longer." Additionally, she finds a drawing featuring a depiction of Judith wearing Rick and Carl's old hat. Recognizing the possibility that Rick might be alive and could have been on that boat, Michonne angrily confronts Virgil, who insists he knows nothing about Rick. Later, Michonne contacts Judith and shares her discovery. Urging Michonne to search for Rick, Judith provides encouragement. Armed with a location obtained from the boat's logbook, Michonne departs Alexandria, embarking on a journey to find Rick. Here's Negan. Negan revisits the tree where he had clashed with Rick and recalls Rick slicing his throat. Season 11, Rest in Peace. Judith discloses to Daryl and Carol the reality of Rick's survival and Michonne's departure. A year later, Daryl embarks on a quest to locate his companions. By separate fires, Rick and Michonne envision themselves seated across from each other as they pen letters to one another. On a riverbank just outside the Civic Republic of Philadelphia, Rick, clad in an Alliance of the Three jacket and wielding a kill stick, sits on a log and composes his letter before stowing his iPhone in his bag. Placing his missive in a bottle, Rick casts it into the river, only to startle at the sound of a CRM helicopter nearby. Rick tosses the bag containing his belongings into boat 672, which rests nearby and would later be discovered by Michonne and Virgil. Addressing Rick as Consignee Grimes, the CRM pilot demands his surrender. Rick dispatches a walker buried in the riverbank with his kill stick. "Come on, Rick, it's like he told you. There's no escape for the living," urges the pilot. Rick raises his arms in surrender, a smirk playing on his lips. Fear the Walking Dead, Season 8, All I See Is Red. Rick briefly appears in Morgan's red-tinged flashes of those he's lost. Having found peace with his losses, Morgan resolves to return to Alexandria with his adopted daughter Mo and search for Rick once more. Morgan broadcasts a message addressing Rick Grimes. "It's Morgan Jones. Man, I'm gonna come and look for you, whether you're at Alexandria or not. I will leave this message every morning at dawn, and I will leave the walkie on for a few minutes after. Who knows? Maybe you might even be listening." Morgan's commitment to keeping the radio open at dawn each morning mirrors his and Rick's pledge when they first parted ways. Dead City, Season 1, Old Acquaintances. Rick fleetingly appears in Maggie's nightmare of Glenn's murder by Negan. The Ones Who Live, Civic Republic of Philadelphia. Although he hadn't anticipated surviving the bridge explosion, Rick finds himself taken to a military hospital within the Civic Republic of Philadelphia, where he recuperates from his injuries. He strikes some sort of agreement with Jadis, ensuring her silence regarding Alexandria's location. During his time in the Civic Republic, Rick explores Millennium Park and encounters an artist named Benjiro, known for carving portraits into old TVs and iPhones. Regularly, Rick commissions Benjiro to craft an iPhone featuring images of Michonne and Judith, holding on to the belief that he will reunite with his family. Despite his efforts, Benjiro struggles to capture Carl's likeness to Rick's satisfaction. When Rick's hope starts to wane, Benjiro offers words of encouragement, urging Rick to believe a little bit longer, a sentiment that resonates with him. Over the course of 3 years, Rick gradually opens up to his newfound companion, sharing details about his family. Rick participates in the consignee program, laboring on the outskirts of the Civic Republic for 6 years before earning citizenship in the Hidden City. Unlike his peers, Rick finds himself discontent with this existence, making numerous attempts to flee over the following 5 years only to be apprehended each time. Rick attracts the attention of Lieutenant Colonel Donald Okafor, which results in him being spared from execution or imprisonment for his escape attempts. Despite Rick's persistent refusal to join the CRM, Okafor permits him to remain in the program. On Rick's third endeavor to flee, he reaches Rat Island, where he leaves a message in a bottle for Michonne before being apprehended once more. Season 1, Years. Seated in his apartment, gazing out at the Civic Republic, Rick tunes into a news broadcast detailing the devastation of Omaha. He then gazes at an iPhone adorned with a picture of Michonne and a message inscribed in Japanese. Contemplating suicide, Rick lifts a shard of glass to his neck, but ultimately cannot muster the resolve to follow through with it. 5 years after the bridge incident, Rick, alongside Pearl Thorne and several other consignees, is transported by the CRM to a blazing forest to confront a Level 3 hazardous event. Their directive: halt the advance of ignited delts, ensuring the protection of vital crops and provisions for over 200,000 individuals, expediting their journey towards citizenship. Rick, tethered to a CRM soldier and wielding a hatchet, joins the group in combating a herd of approaching variants, all ablaze and smoldering from within. Rick reaches the end of his rope and is forcefully pulled to the ground by his soldier. Asserting that he's searching for his axe, Rick swiftly fashions a tourniquet from his belt and, after a moment of hesitation, steals himself, seeing this as his ticket to freedom, severing his own hand. Bleeding profusely, Rick attempts to flee, pushing a delt into one soldier who successfully dispatches it and then taking cover behind a tree. Another delt lunges at Rick, whom he manages to vanquish as he crawls toward another one, desperately pressing his stump against its body to cauterize the wound. Despite his efforts to escape, one of these soldiers zaps him with a taser, subduing Rick once again. In a dream, Rick curses softly as he scans a park and spots Michonne enjoying lunch on a nearby bench. Rick confesses he's unfamiliar with the area and running late for work, seeking Michonne's assistance in deciphering his map. With a smile, Michonne offers assistance, and Rick settles beside her, inquiring about her occupation. Michonne confesses it's not her ideal setting and questions if Rick is content where he is, to which Rick nods affirmatively. Rick wakes up in bed, his arm wrapped in bandages. He retrieves a bag containing multiple iPhones with scratched messages and some paper. At the edge of the Civic Republic, a truck guides a significant herd into a dilapidated region where the consignees, equipped with kill sticks and supervised by CRM soldiers under Lieutenant Colonel Donald Okafor's command, wait on the opposite side of a barrier to dispatch them, using their kill sticks to attract the walkers to openings. The consignees eliminate the approaching walkers, but Rick faces difficulties because of his lost hand and collapses. As a walker extends its arm through the wall towards him, Okafor seizes Rick's kill stick and lowers it. He elucidates that he descended here after discussing Rick with Major General Beale, emphasizing Rick's good fortune in having influential allies like Okafor. Okafor advocated for Rick with the leader of what is likely the most formidable military force on the planet, indicating that he may be Rick's staunchest ally yet. Rick inquires about a scar on Okafor's forehead, prompting Okafor to acknowledge the presence of someone like Rick, someone who might be better suited for his program. Okafor understands that Rick believes remaining out here increases his odds of escape, but he asserts that it doesn't. It merely offers more opportunity for demise. something Okafor is reluctant to witness. Nevertheless, Rick assures Okafor that he no longer needs to intervene, opting to resume his duties while Okafor departs disheartened. Rick continues dispatching walkers, his frustration mounting as he unleashes his anger on the herd. Eventually, Rick collapses from exhaustion, prompting Okafor to reiterate his belief that there's no escape for individuals like them. Okafor informs Rick that he left a uniform in Rick's apartment and implores him to come to terms with reality. He emphasizes that Rick's previous escape endeavor resulted in the loss of his hand, and any future attempt will likely be fatal. Okafor encourages Rick to make something meaningful out of his life. Rick navigates through the CRM compound, observing a heavily armed helicopter soaring overhead, while Thorn, inebriated, hurls a glass in his direction and expresses gratitude to Rick for enlightening her about the impossibility of escape. Later, in his apartment, Rick succumbs to despair, venting his frustration by overturning a table in a fit of anger. Rick occupies a bench with a vista of the Civic Republic across the water, accompanied by his comrade Esteban, who has been informed about Rick's self-amputation to flee. Esteban remarks that for a span of 2 years, Rick remained reticent, yet Esteban persisted in conversation until they forged a bond. Esteban discerns that Rick views the hidden city akin to Alcatraz, while other consignees perceive it as an opportunity for a prosperous existence. Esteban anticipates his imminent transition from the outskirts, marking his final day as a consignee. Come the following day, he'll assume the role of Deputy Manager of Water and Power for Ward 3 within the Civic Republic. After enduring 6 protracted years, Esteban is thrilled that his consignment is drawing to a close, granting him access within the city walls as a full-fledged citizen. Rick jests about procuring a gift for Esteban, prompting surprise from Esteban upon learning that Okafor persists in grooming Rick for military service despite past events. Impressed, Esteban proposes that Rick consider enlisting just to appease Okafor temporarily, allowing Rick the opportunity to strategize during his field assignments. While Esteban begins recounting details about his journalist girlfriend, Rick grows contemplative, mulling over Esteban's advice. Wearing the uniform provided by Okafor, Rick pays a visit to Okafor's residence to enlist in the CRM, affirming that it marks both the end and the start of his journey. Okafor warmly welcomes Rick into the fold. Equipped with a sizable metallic prosthetic resembling a closed fist with an extendable blade, Rick undergoes combat training alongside fellow soldiers, including Thorn, who was also enlisted. He familiarizes himself with helicopter piloting through a flight simulator, participates in a salute to Major General Beale, and later, under Okafor's guidance, takes the controls of a helicopter himself. Months later, extending from the previous dream sequence, Michonne gets ready to depart but proposes a future rendezvous, mentioning that she frequents the park at this hour daily. Rick tries to inquire about Michonne's name, but his reverie is interrupted by Okafor, jolting him awake. Okafor guides Rick and Thorn through a tunnel within a stadium, leading them to a section near the end that has collapsed, ensuring privacy for their conversation. Rick dispatches an approaching walker with his newly acquired blade, while Okafor retrieves dog tags from the deceased, who was once a soldier. Addressing Rick and Thorn, Okafor announces that they've undergone a year of training, officially becoming soldiers. He then questions whether they believe their journey has solely revolved around their military induction. This was all about them becoming leaders, Okafor declares, indicating his intention to assist Rick and Thorn in joining Force Command within the CRM. Rick expresses astonishment, recalling his 4 escape attempts and self-amputation, while Thorn discloses her attempted murder of Rick, leaving him taken aback. Giving them each a stack of books, Okafor discusses his desire for Rick and Thorn to aid him in instigating change from within. He posits that he believes the two possess qualities necessary for the CRM to evolve into its desired state. Thorn queries the necessity of such change, noting the effective functioning of the city and the external world under the CRM's management, contrasting it with the global disorder elsewhere. Rick highlights the inability of individuals to depart and their lack of freedom. Okafor counters by asserting the absence of freedom in the world, but emphasizes the value of being alive. He underscores Rick and Thorn's survival despite the odds against them. Okafor elaborates on the CRM's classification system, designating individuals as either A's or B's. A's exhibit strength and unwavering conviction, commanding followers and willing to sacrifice for their beliefs. B's, on the other hand, represent the everyday individuals encountered, those striving to endure in a harsh world. B's are accepted, A's are expelled and terminated, except for you two, Okafor discloses, revealing his pivotal role in sparing Rick and Thorn. He emphasizes the necessity for change within the CRM, recognizing the unsustainable nature of fighting monsters by becoming one. Okafor stresses the need for strong leaders to enact this transformation. Further details and revelations will be provided as they ascend through the ranks, culminating in the Echelon Briefing. This briefing encompasses comprehensive information, including the reasons behind the CRM's actions, undisclosed to 90% of their force and the entire city population. Rick queries on whether the CRM truly desires them to assume leadership roles and doubts if they're aware of Okafor's clandestine meetings regarding A's and B's, and covert briefings. Okafor concedes that he is acting independently, driven by his conviction that A's who ascend to become soldiers and leaders hold the potential to affect change. Rick challenges Okafor's assumption that he would comply with this agenda, asserting his autonomy as an A. However, Okafor contends that if given the opportunity to save the world, either Rick or Thorne would seize it out of necessity. With this, Okafor initiates a discussion on the Cold War, symbolizing the beginning of their strategic collaboration. Exiting the gathering, Thorne cautions Rick, sensing his differing perspective on their newfound responsibilities, and warns of dire consequences if he attempts to entangle her in his schemes. Rick queries if she was responsible for Okafor's scar, to which Thorne confesses to firing at him. She recounts her tenure in the South African Navy, highlighting her adeptness at poker during her service on submarines. Curious about her prowess, Thorne opted to test her luck at a poker tournament in Las Vegas, yet fate had other plans as the lights dimmed before she could even join a game, underscoring her ill fortune. On her fourth endeavor to return home post-apocalypse, Okafor discovered her in dire straits in the Atlantic Ocean, where Thorne, in a desperate bid to remain, attempted to eliminate him. Thorne understands Rick's motivations behind his escape attempts, even resorting to self-mutilation. It's driven by the same force that propels Thorne, love for someone outside of their current confines. While Thorne has come to terms with the likelihood of never reuniting with her loved one, recognizing their desire for her survival, she hints at a similar internal struggle during her encounter with Okafor. Though Thorne's shot merely grazed Okafor's face, it symbolized her acceptance of an uncertain fate. She cautions Rick that any future shots aimed at him will be precise, without room for error. Thorne disregards Rick's motives, focusing on the grim reality Okafor outlined. She asserts that their current existence represents the only semblance of life left for her, echoing Rick's probable sentiments. However, Rick denies this assertion, insisting that the individuals he left behind are still very much alive. She isn't, they aren't, we are, he declares. Despite their differing perspectives, Thorne extends an invitation for Rick to join her for a drink, implying a tentative truce. Rick goes for a run alongside fellow soldiers, passing Okafor and bloodied frontliners. Exhausted, he pauses to rest on a bench overlooking the Civic Republic, joined by Major General Beale. Beale remarks on the juxtaposition of life and death visible from their vantage point, a sentiment Rick acknowledges. Beale adds that unlike Portland and Omaha, the Civic Republic benefits from being relatively concealed without significant effort. Rick remembers witnessing the US military's devastating napalm attack on Atlanta, a scene Beale condemns as monstrous, even worse than the threat of walkers. Beale elaborates that the CRM, then operating as the Pennsylvania National Guard, managed to prevent the bombing of Philadelphia, which eventually evolved into the Civic Republic through a combination of sacrifice, luck, composure, and Okafor's actions. To Rick's surprise, Beale discloses that Okafor was formerly a member of the US Air Force, tasked with bombing the city, but instead defected and targeted 4,000 Marines stationed at Lincoln Financial Field, changing allegiances in the process. Rick acknowledges that he did in a sense, and Beale notes that Rick and Thorne wouldn't have been considered for consignment, let alone recruitment into the CRM, were it not for Okafor's persuasive argument. Beale then poses a question to Rick, clarifying that he doesn't expect an answer and Rick isn't obliged to provide one. Is there anything suspicious about Okafor's activities that Beale should be aware of? Rick falsely assures Beale that Okafor is not involved in any dubious activities, satisfying Beale with his response. Beale inquires about Rick's survival, to which Rick simply attributes it to sacrifice. Having attempted to escape 4 times, Beale questions Rick's motives for being present, whether he seeks vengeance, death, or if his actions are merely another escape attempt. Rick challenges Beale to examine his eyes and discern his intentions. After a pause, Beale opts to simply sit and enjoy the scenery with Rick for a while. In a flashback to their initial encounter, Okafor cautions Rick and Thorne about the CRM's recent analysis, indicating an imminent tipping point and an impending reckoning. While they may question why they can't simply turn away, Okafor emphasizes that sometimes 1 or 2 individuals hold the power and responsibility to enact significant change. When the pivotal moment arrives, Okafor believes they will recognize it, confront it, and ultimately make the correct decision. As time progresses, Rick studies maps of an abandoned chemical facility, engages in poker games with Thorne, and dispatches another reanimated soldier, retrieving its corpse. Rick pays a visit to Esteban, now serving as the water manager of Ward 3 at a Civic Republic park. Esteban questions about Rick's absence of a consignment jacket and his unexpected presence, suspecting it's not a furlough day. Rick reveals his affiliation with the CRM and shares a map he's been studying, seeking Esteban's insights on the destination of a tunnel beneath a nearby manhole. Esteban hesitates to assist Rick, but Rick is resolute in his determination to return home or meet his end in the attempt. Esteban subtly refrains from disclosing that the tunnel leads eastward to a junction roughly a mile away, featuring a padlocked gate that can be unlocked using the code 4399. Though understanding Rick's resolve, Esteban stresses that Rick doesn't need to face death, urging him to instead persevere and survive. Rick dresses in his CRM uniform, complete with dog tags, and equips himself with a bullet tied to a string, a duffel bag, and other essentials for a resource mission to the chemical plant. Separating from the group, Rick unveils a walker's corpse from his bag, severs its hand, and attaches his own dog tags to it, planning to stage his own death as a means of escape. He then uses a pair of flashing devices to attract a nearby herd of walkers, positioning them beside a fuel truck. With precision, Rick employs the bullet to open the manhole cover, leveraging it through the hole. As Rick readies a grenade to detonate the tanker, a walker sinks its teeth into his arm, though Rick's suit protects him. Dispatching the walker and another approaching undead, Rick spots a young girl drenched in walker blood nearby. She screams in terror and dashes toward the walkers. After a moment's hesitation, Rick opts to pursue her, dropping the grenade into the manhole instead. Engaged in a struggle with one of the walkers, Rick witnesses the rest of the herd being taken down by Thorn, who had observed the scene unfold, armed with a silenced pistol. Thorn nudges Rick with his helmet as a voice crackles over the radio, confirming the mission's success and the loading of the collected tablets. Rick reports that they've discovered a survivor to bring to the extraction point, but the girl discloses that one of the walkers Rick had dispatched was her mother. Thorn comforts the girl, assuring her that Rick is a decent person and they're all returning to a safe place. Rick glances at the manhole, seeking assistance from Thorn, but she insists that she's aiding him by intervening. "He would have tracked you down, whoever you're seeking refuge with. He's aware of you, Grimes," Thorn cautions. Reluctantly, Rick departs with Thorn and the little girl. In Okafor's residence, Rick confronts him with a blade, pressing for answers about what Okafor knows concerning him. Okafor references Rick's message in a bottle from his third escape attempt. Upon Rick's recapture, Okafor visited Rat Island and discovered the note, along with examining the phones. Okafor discerned that the woman depicted on the phones is the one Rick is striving to reunite with, while the child is Rick's daughter. Rick presses Okafor for further information, but Okafor cryptically remarks that Michonne is an uncommon name, hinting that if the CRM initiates a search for her in the vicinity where they retrieved Rick, they might locate her. Okafor implies that eliminating him might improve Rick's odds, insinuating that disclosing his knowledge to Thorn may have been a misstep. Okafor elucidates that the CRM would have dispatched him to locate Rick, rectify his situation, and ultimately eliminate Rick. As Rick's custodian, Okafor would be obligated to terminate him, along with Michonne and any other individuals Rick sought refuge with, solely due to his awareness of the Civic Republic. Remembering the sight of Okafor drenched in blood and observing the departure of the heavily armed helicopter, Rick asserts that he is indifferent to the reasons behind Okafor's bloodied state, the unreturned bombs, and the dynamic of the city, as they do not pertain to him or his community. Nevertheless, Okafor counters, suggesting that Rick does indeed care because all living beings are interconnected. Rick shouts that Okafor's perspective does not dictate the fate of the world or of himself. Rick asserts that the choice was not his to make, it was Rick's decision. However, Rick contends that his wife, his daughter, and his life are his own choices. He did not endure all that he has and take the actions he did to allow anyone else to dictate his decisions. Okafor repeats that Rick made the choice, but Rick accuses Okafor of living solely for the inhabitants of that city, devoid of any personal pursuits aside from his duty, statistics, and classifications of individuals as A's and B's. Losing control, Okafor overwhelms Rick and angrily confesses his past actions. "I bombed Atlanta, and I bombed Los Angeles, and I was en route to do the same to Philadelphia. Estelle, a Marine named Estelle, that was my wife, and she didn't want to have to go in to liquidate all the people I didn't manage to liquidate. We didn't want to see, Rick, another city die for nothing, and I had power, and I had a choice. And I killed my wife and 4,000 other people, and we saved hundreds of thousands, maybe the whole world with her choice. I tried with you, Rick, I tried." Expressing remorse, Rick slashes Okafor's arm, leading him to another brief scuffle before Okafor retrieves a gun. Rick pleads with him to either release him or end his life, but Okafor declines, holstering his weapon. Okafor reassures Rick that his loved ones are still present within him, but Rick now fights for them and he has already made his decision. Pouring drinks for both of them, Okafor informs Rick that he's transferring him and Thorn to logistics. Their task is to oversee the conversion of a college in the Cascades to a forward operating base within the next 12 months, making it battle ready for the frontliners. All top CRM commanders will gather there in a year to inaugurate the base. Rick and Thorn will serve as project leads for the conversion team, marking their entry and initiation into the higher echelons of power. Despite Rick's reluctance for power, Okafor asserts that he already wields it. While sipping a drink in his apartment, Rick notices several helicopters departing from the CRM base, sparking his curiosity. Just then, Thorn abruptly enters the room. She switches on the television to a news broadcast where an anchor is detailing the situation in Omaha. According to the report, Omaha failed to meet a planned rendezvous with Portland and the Civic Republic. In response, Beale dispatched a CRM reconnaissance mission to investigate. The mission uncovered the grim truth. Omaha, one of the 3 remaining cities in the region, has succumbed, resulting in the loss of nearly 90,000 lives. Preliminary assessments indicate a section of the city's perimeter barrier collapsed, prompting the CRM to launch investigations in the following weeks to ascertain if herd pressure caused the damage. Emotionally charged, Thorne expresses her belief that the people of Omaha should have anticipated the danger because they revealed their location, hinting that internal betrayal may be at play. Although Thorne lacked specific information on the culprits, she is certain of one thing: the Civic Republic endures while Omaha lies in ruin. More convinced than ever, Thorne emphasizes the efficacy of secrecy, viewing it as the key to the Civic Republic's survival and progress. She asserts that the Civic Republic is the beacon for the future, and Portland should heed its example. Thorne discloses that the girl rescued by Rick at the chemical plant had resided in a museum along with her parents, who were the first two walkers Rick had dispatched near the manhole. Within their community, they engaged in activities such as hunting, cultivating mushrooms, and erecting fences. However, tragedy struck when the undead breached their defenses, resulting in the demise of everyone in the group. The girl managed to survive by seeking refuge under a massive sculpture alongside the walkers, who were once familiar to her. In their frenzied attempts to reach her, the walkers inadvertently covered her in their blood and bodily organs. After enduring this harrowing ordeal for 2 days, the girl reached a breaking point and stepped out, fully expecting to meet her demise. However, to her surprise, the walkers did not attack, as her body was cloaked in the scent of decay and viscera. Having lost everyone and with no destination in mind, the girl simply wandered alongside the herd, striving to remain silent in hopes of concealing herself. It was during this time that she encountered Rick and Thorne, who ultimately ended the lives of the people she had once known. Though Rick, Thorne, and the girl all yearn to be elsewhere with different companions, they find themselves anchored in their current circumstances. Thorne is confident that Rick will eventually come to understand this, and she harbors no regrets about thwarting his escape attempt and preserving his life, even against his wishes. Draining the last of Rick's drink and smashing the glass, Thorne remarks, "Well, at least there's one more good man in this world, One more good man to try and save the world, whether he wants to or not." Once Thorne departs, Rick remains seated, absorbing the news report and entertaining thoughts of ending his life with a shard of the broken glass. However, he finds himself unable to follow through, recalling memories of blazing fields. The following day, Rick rises and composes a last missive to Michonne, joining the other letters he penned to her in a series of voiceovers. "I always imagined I'd save telling you everything for when we were reunited, that it would unfold like a tale on the porch after dusk, when we could barely make out each other's faces. But I must share it now. Not all of it, I can't confront everything. Here's a reworded version. This is the essence of it. If not the entirety, my journey was always about finding my way back to you. The events on the bridge, I didn't anticipate survival, yet I awoke in a military infirmary. It was a vast army that discovered me, a formidable force safeguarding a concealed, functioning metropolis, housing hundreds of thousands. Their ethos, prioritizing security and secrecy above all. Hence, no individual can depart, ever. The city operates autonomously, distinct from the military command. However, it abides by that single principle, that external decree. Those they rescue are assigned to the outskirts, where they engage in tasks like dispatching walkers for energy, cultivating crops, or managing water and waste. After 6 years of this service, they earn entry into the city, away from the military oversight, away from the outskirts. They're dubbed consignees, and I was among them, yet I never intended to comply. I aimed to escape. I was determined to find my way back to you. Damn it, I was. The first attempt, the military was at a loss regarding what to do with me, because nobody attempts escape. Nobody desires to. Why would they imprison me, execute me? A lieutenant colonel named Okafor, he persuaded them to retain my consignee status, and I persisted in attempting escape, but I failed. I couldn't reunite with you. I persisted in seeking freedom, so they restrained me when we ventured beyond the confines. I couldn't break free. I couldn't reunite with you. I was ensnared. Okafor shielded me because he claimed to discern something within me. He urged me to enlist in his program, to join their ranks, to dedicate my life to them. His words were clear. I keep on telling you, for people like us, there's no escape for the living. He aimed to instigate change, to transform the army covertly, and he sought my assistance in this endeavor. I pretended to comply, but it wasn't my struggle. In the early stages, the army had discovered 2 other cities, Portland and Omaha. Smaller in size, less advanced, and lacking in secrecy compared to ours. All 3 cities formed an alliance, though 2 were unaware of the 3rd's location. The world, Michonne, is far larger than we imagined, with aspects both brighter and darker. Secrecy dominated everything. The army guarded the city's secrecy at any expense. Their actions were shrouded in secrecy from the city itself. And then there were the soldiers, marked with those blood-red stripes, concealing their deeds from the entire force. Secrets upon secrets. All I focused on was safeguarding mine. Despite years of training and discussions with Okafor, pretending to be the dutiful soldier, I managed to find a path back to you. It was during a distant mission, a resource expedition to an abandoned chemical plant. I obtained a walker's corpse, severed its hand, and left it adorned with my dog tags. The body would be consumed by flames. There's no escape for the living, so I needed to ensure they believed I was deceased. I contemplated putting an end to it, bringing everything to a halt, yet what would that achieve? All of the struggles, the efforts, rendered meaningless. Still, I contemplated death. Throughout it all, I've been penning letters to you, seeking connection, longing for the sensation of your presence, writing under the illusion that perhaps you could perceive them. This is my final missive, the concluding letter addressed to you, never to be beheld by your eyes. I love you. I've lost sight of the dead, of those I've parted with, of the sun, the sky, or the water. Your image eludes me now. All I see is what lies ahead. Metal rotors, the scent of gun oil, and the stain of blood. My focus is on what I must do, on how I can contribute to saving the world, even if my efforts remain unknown to you. My love for you knows no bounds. I've tried relentlessly. Please understand that. I've tried, but I've fallen short. In the dilapidated grounds of Cascade College, Rick and Thorne eradicate walkers and gradually convert it into a forward operating base for the CRM. A somber Rick, now embracing his commitment to the CRM, subsequently incinerates his phones and letters to Michonne. In a different dream sequence, Rick sits with a pizza, anticipating Michonne's arrival, offering to share it with her or to go back to his dismal job. Michonne acknowledges her fondness for pizza but commands Rick to cease his complaints about being trapped as he's not confined anywhere. Michonne may not be in her desired location, but she's not confined either. They have the potential to conquer the entire world if they choose. Rick proposes the idea of one day arriving with 5 pizzas and a wedding ring, a notion that Michonne finds appealing. As they share a kiss and Michonne expresses her belief in Rick, the dream takes a dark turn, with her engulfed in flames and Rick experiencing haunting memories, culminating in the bridge explosion. Currently, Rick pilots Okafor and 4 of his companions along the coast, prompting a worried inquiry from Okafor about Rick's well-being. Noticing Rick's unusual silence as of late, Rick confesses to his preoccupation with a memory from his childhood when he was 7. One night, unable to sleep due to thirst, Rick ventured to the kitchen for water. Peering through the window, he witnessed the family's crops ablaze, instilling such fear in him that he was immobilized. Rick's father soon arrived to rescue him, bearing burns covering half his body and resembling a monster. Despite his fears, Rick's father reassured him, explaining that the flames were safeguarding the plants for the forthcoming harvest. Though the scene seemed apocalyptic, Rick's father assured him it was merely a new beginning. His father's unwavering certainty brought calm to Rick, and he trusted in his words. Miraculously, Rick's father survived, reassuring Rick that everything would be alright. The Grimes family acquired a new barn and a new house, and the following year's harvest yielded the best crops ever. Years after Rick's father passed away, his mother disclosed to him that the fire wasn't caused by lightning but by his father himself. The farm was on the verge of failure, and his father's actions saved it and their family. Learning the truth shook Rick to his core, as he'd always regarded his father as the epitome of honesty. My mother said what he did wasn't right. She said that the scars and the pain, it just reminded him that he saved us. Rick agrees to join Okafor's cause, and Okafor expresses his confidence in Rick's suitability for the Force and the plan. Okafor envisions a future without classifications like A's and B's, and without tragedies like Omaha. Despite his uncertainty about the outcome, Okafor shares one final secret with Rick. When you get to that point, swear on the sword. Don't let it take. You'll know. Trust me, you'll know. Suddenly, a projectile pierces through the helicopter's window, striking Okafor in the chest. As Rick initiates Protocol 3, the projectile detonates, engulfing Okafor in an explosion. The helicopter sustains multiple hits from subsequent explosions and crashes while Rick urgently reports the situation and their whereabouts. Activating his beacon, Rick commands the frontliners to ready themselves for engagement. However, 2 additional explosives propel the men to the ground, claiming the lives of 2 soldiers and leaving Rick and 2 others dazed. A silhouette wielding a katana swiftly dispatches the remaining soldiers before confronting Rick, disarming him, and then halting upon removing their helmet. To Rick's astonishment, the assailant is revealed to be Michonne, who removes her mask, locking eyes with Rick in disbelief as they're reunited after years apart. Gone. Upon discovering that Rick remains alive on Bloodsworth Island, Michonne embarks on a quest to locate him, eventually arriving at Bridger's Terminal, the final destination recorded in Boat 672's logbook. However, Michonne and Nat encounter the safe zone deserted and ravaged, littered with numerous charred corpses, though they cannot ascertain if any belong to Rick. Michonne reluctantly concludes that Rick must have perished, as he would have surely found his way back to her otherwise. Nevertheless, Nat urges Michonne to maintain hope in Rick's survival, even as they abandon the search to return to Alexandria. Following their journey back to Alexandria, Michonne and Nat observe a CRM helicopter passing above them. Fueled by their desire for vengeance against the CRM for the loss of their friends, the pair brings down the helicopter using Nat's scream sticks. Michonne proceeds to remove the helmets of the surviving soldiers, compelling them to meet her gaze before swiftly dispatching them by slashing their throats with her sword. Amidst the chaos, Michonne experiences several flashbacks, including one of Rick cautioning her about the possibility of losing him. To Michonne's astonishment, the final soldier she confronts turns out to be Rick. Embracing tightly, Michonne tearfully expresses her relief at finding Rick. Inquiring about Judith, Rick receives reassurance from Michonne that their daughter is safe and sound. Asserting that he's not aligned with the CRM, Rick finds confirmation from Michonne, who affirms her awareness of this fact. The two share a tender kiss, reveling in the joy of being reunited after so long apart. Upon hearing a distant noise, Rick cautions Michonne that additional CRM members are approaching and that it's too risky to leave now. Rick directs Michonne to adopt an alias and fabricate a story for the CRM, suggesting she claimed to have emerged from the forest and witnessed the soldier under attack. He advises her to conceal her true nature as a strong leader. Despite Michonne's surprise and bewilderment at Rick's instructions, he stresses the importance of compliance, assuring her that he will ensure their escape. Reluctantly, Michonne acquiesces to Rick's plan. Observing the emotional reunion, a stunned Nat realizes that Rick is the person they've been searching for all along. Michonne assures her friend that Rick is not affiliated with the CRM. Suddenly, Nat is shot at from behind by a frontliner who was only grievously wounded by his scream stick. Rushing to Nat's aid, Michonne tends to her injured friend while Rick seizes Michonne's sword and uses it to dispatch the soldier. In her dying moments, Nat asks if Michonne can still recognize Rick, to which Michonne assures her that she can still discern his true identity. In her final moments, Nat whispers to Michonne, "See, you can still believe and know when." Michonne weeps beside Nat's lifeless form, acknowledging that Nat played a crucial role in leading her to this moment. Expressing his condolences, Rick acknowledges their limited time and inquires if Michonne possesses anything that could potentially compromise her or Alexandria with the CRM. Michonne lists her possessions, including a journal, a radio, a phone, and Rick's boots. Requesting these items, Rick gently places Michonne's sword into Nat's grasp. At the cart, Rick gathers the potentially compromising items while Michonne places her sheath onto it. Rick directs Michonne to inform the CRM that Nat possessed the sword, and Michonne intervened by taking one of the soldier's guns from the ground to stop him. Though they'll be parted, Rick assures Michonne that he'll locate her once it's secure. With more helicopters closing in, Rick instructs Michonne that he must hold his gun on her, and the CRM must observe Michonne with her hands raised. Furthermore, Michonne must refer to the undead as a term other than walkers, as that's what Rick calls them. Rick pledges their escape and professes his love for her. As 3 CRM helicopters approach, Michonne complies, raising her hands and smiling as one lands in front of them. Having gained entry into the consignment program, Michonne explores the base and is surreptitiously led into a garage by Rick where they share a kiss. Rick assures his wife that the CRM bought her story, evident from her presence here, and Michonne observes Rick's prosthetic hand. Rick recounts that it occurred long ago during one of his final efforts to return home. Michonne finds Rick's statement confusing, but he reassures her that the CRM no longer has control over him and they will escape together. She assures Rick of Judith's well-being, but chooses not to disclose the existence of their son, RJ, whom Rick is unaware of until they're safe. Rick agrees, instructing Michonne to dispose of any notes that he may pass to her clandestinely. Michonne expresses her concern about the CRM's actions, citing the deaths of numerous people and the killing of survivors. Rick offers reassurance, stating he hasn't been involved in those acts. He acknowledges the mysterious activities of the soldiers in red who return covered in blood, often unaware of their actions, including himself. Despite Michonne's desire to confront the CRM, Rick advises against it, fearing it would jeopardize their chances of escape. As a token, Rick gives Michonne Nat's lighter, expressing regret over the lives lost. They share a final kiss before departing, determined to return home together. Rick arrives at his apartment to discover Jadis waiting for him. "Hello, Rick. Apologies for the intrusion. Officially, this is an inquiry, but I won't be documenting it. Let's maintain our discretion as we always have. It's been some time. You appear well. It's remarkable how things have unfolded. Truly remarkable. I mean, in a world where the majority are deceased, the living still manage to cross paths. I understand. Yet, she located you. If anyone was capable, it was her. She was accompanied by him, the child. Naturally, it was her blade. However, that's not going on record. Just between us. This doesn't fall under our established agreement. You must realize that if you attempt to flee with her, I will ensure the demise of all those individuals you hold dear, including a few whom I hold in high regard. You need to be aware of that. I'm sure you do. I've been forced to perform similar actions. My hands are already stained with blood. They couldn't possibly get any bloodier. Therefore, I must pose this question to you, and I apologize for the language, but you've heard plenty of language from me. Indeed, indeed, indeed. Rick, what in the hell are you doing? Bye. Despite the CRM's inquiries about what to ask Rick, Jadis consistently claims ignorance. She secretly wishes that Rick would express a desire for someone to lead. Rick can converse freely with Jadis in the park since the CRM does not operate in the city. They can't, much to their annoyance. The CRM doesn't take chances, but I did cause I owed you. Rick realizes that handing him over to the CRM has exempted Jadis from consignment work, but Jadis asserts her faith in this place. She discloses her intention to join the CRM and advance within its ranks. Jadis enthusiastically discusses the CRM's 500-year plan to reconstruct the world and surpass the era of the dead, a vision she deems a worthy life pursuit. However, Rick shows disinterest, solely longing to return home. Jadis advises Rick to pursue his happiness, but emphasizes that she genuinely rescued him. As Rick starts to walk away, he suddenly halts, fixating on some significant role in intertwining destinies with Rick and Michonne. She emphasizes that for Rick and Michonne to depart as the first individuals to defy the CRM, they would be forever pursued by them. Jadis acknowledges that she'd be responsible for eliminating any potential threats to their secret arrangement, even if it means resorting to violence to protect their shared interest. Rick expresses frustration, blaming Jadis for the predicament they're in. However, Jadis warns Rick that in the unfortunate event of her demise, she's left behind a dossier among her belongings detailing everything about Rick and his loved ones. She speculates that the CRM would swiftly eliminate everyone close to Rick upon obtaining that file, as they cannot allow Rick and Michonne to depart with knowledge of the Civic Republic and the CRM. Distressed, Rick argues that Michonne would not be involved in this situation, but Jadis counters that it was Michonne's decision. She then presses Rick for his decision. This informs Rick that Michonne is fortunate as the CRM suspects her of being an A, yet they admitted her regardless due to Thorne's intervention, a move she suspects Rick influenced. Impressed by Rick's maneuver, Jadis commends his ability, and urges him to consider building a life with Michonne in the last light of the world. Though she initially asks for Rick's decision, Jadis ultimately decides she doesn't need to hear it. Rick points out that Jadis hadn't previously threatened him or his loved ones when he expressed his intention to escape, to which Jadis explains that it was because she knew he couldn't. However, she acknowledges the potential of Rick and Michonne together, stating, "You two, together, you can do anything," before departing. Major General Beale presides over Okafor's funeral, attended by Rick, Jadis, and Thorne. Approaching Rick and Thorne, Beale expresses Okafor's deep regard for them and the potential he saw in both. Despite Beale's initial skepticism about their worth, Okafor was determined to demonstrate otherwise, prompting Beale's evolving perspective. Beale continues to ponder pharmakon, an ancient Greek term connoting both poison and cure. Beale associates the term with Rick opens his door to find Thorne, who shares that Beale has elevated her to the rank of Command Sergeant Major and enlisted her to the front lines. Beale also entrusted Thorne with the Echelon briefing, a privilege she never expected to receive so soon. Thorne now requires Rick's assistance in managing logistics at the Cascadia Forward Operating Base as the CRM is hastening their timetable, with numerous tasks to complete before the arrival of the organization's senior commanders for the inaugural summit. Per Beale's briefing, the summit will convene every CRM commander, senior officer, decision maker, and the entire frontliner contingent. Beale's inquiry about Michonne indicates her visibility within the CRM's vast network of over 17,000 individuals, prompting Thorne to contemplate her own standing. Rick recalls Thorne's initial motivation, and she affirms her dual commitment to Okafor and Rick. "It's unfolding. I'm advancing, and I can't allow her to hinder my progress. You need to understand that," Thorne cautions. Rick assures her that Michonne won't be a hindrance, and Thorne expresses gratitude for his understanding and for sharing a drink. They exchange a salute, and as Thorne departs, her expression betraying her inner turmoil solemnly tells Rick, "You didn't perceive what I perceived. You didn't witness what I witnessed, but you will." Isolated, Rick retrieves his former consignee attire and equipment along with a set of paddles and studies several maps, plotting a course along the coastline. Upon hearing distant explosions, Rick jots down details about pre-planned detonations to the north-northeast at 2100 and then takes a sip of his drink. The following day, after Michonne finishes her meal, Rick discreetly slips her a note. Venturing into a subway tunnel, Rick comes across a skeleton trapped beneath a beam, alongside a bag filled with canned food and a message carved into the floor. "Tell them I'm sorry I lied." With walkers nearby, Rick retrieves a sizable coil of wire. By 2017, he arrives at the Spring Garden turnstiles, where a group of walkers awaits on the opposite side. Making his way to the riverbank, Michonne follows instructions to locate a concealed red canoe among the foliage, where she also finds her katana left by Rick. Progressing through the tunnels, Michonne confronts a solitary walker with her sword and encounters the remainder of the herd obstructed by wire rigged by Rick earlier. As the disruption charges detonate in the distance at 2100, Michonne arrives at the Spring Garden turnstile, witnessing the walkers struggling to pass through, and dispatches a trapped walker in the turnstiles. Arriving at the riverbank, Michonne locates the canoe but finds no trace of Rick except for a walker in the river wearing Rick's former consignee jacket. Inside the canoe, Michonne discovers another letter within Rick's bag. Concluding the letter with an eternal declaration of love, Rick implores Michonne to depart if she loves him in return. Overwhelmed by Rick's selflessness to secure her freedom, Michonne is devastated. But recognizing that a mere survivor wouldn't have emerged from the woods to rescue a man facing imminent danger, Michonne affirms her actions, emphasizing her survival and her pursuit of companionship for safety. She explains that leaving Rick defenseless didn't sit well with her, although Thorne finds it amusing, unable to envision Rick in such a vulnerable state. Despite Michonne's insistence that she doesn't know Rick well, she maintains that her intervention saved her life. Michonne expresses her aversion to witnessing anyone, particularly someone appearing defenseless, meet harm. "I'm confiding in you. Your presence here is my doing. Individuals of your caliber aren't typically granted entry. You're a leader, what we call an A. If you're permitted to reside in the city, you won't engage in menial tasks like laboring, farming, shopping, or reading. No, you'll delve into inquiries. You'll question the events that occurred here, their causes, and their victims, and you'll pursue justice driven by an instinct. Unnamed to the Cascadia Forward Operating Base, Thorn informs Michonne that it was once a university before being transformed into a hub of authority by the CRM, with only Rick and Thorn among the infantry having seen it besides the frontliners. Thorn jests that if Michonne performed while stopping at 5 different jump points for fuel. Michonne remarks on the desolation surrounding them and questions the purpose of the base's protection. Thorn emphasizes that it safeguards the security of the Civic Republic, enhances resource expansion and intelligence operations along the West Coast, and secures the future. Upon arrival at the base, they're met with news of an impending Walker threat. Thorn conducts a briefing for Rick, Michonne, and 4 frontliners, the only available troops, as the base's squads are currently engaged in operations. Thorn discloses that they're facing a significant sink breach in the perimeter bars. The base stands on the verge of a pivotal moment: the imminent convergence of all CRM brass and the entire frontliner corps. The success of the project hinges on preventing the herd from breaching, a scenario deemed unacceptable by all. Thus, a single soldier will carry the RDIM through the breach, venturing beyond the horde to position it 100 paces past the exit edge. A flyby will then deploy charges to generate dispersal sound. Thorn, adamant on taking the RDIM herself, mandates the use of cold weapons and pneumatic rifles only, emphasizing the stealth nature of the mission. Michonne helicopter within a 300-mile radius to locate her. Following the echelon briefing and absorbing all the information, Thorn finds herself not in complete alignment with Okafor, but admires his grassroots leadership style, which she aims to emulate. At the breach, Rick and the frontliners employ pneumatic rifles to eliminate approaching walkers while Thorn grapples with the RDIM, refusing Michonne's assistance. Failing to dislodge the RDIM and with all other soldiers occupied, Thorn joins Rick and the frontliners in battling the herd, opting to wait for an opportunity to bring the RDIM. Disregarding Thorn's directives, Michonne releases the RDIM and charges through the herd with it, later joined by Rick. Together they maneuver it past the herd, with Rick triggering the device, initiating a siren that lures the majority of the walkers. Seeking cover, Rick and Michonne witness the RDIM being bombed, effectively decimating most of the herd. Amidst the chaos, Rick and Michonne share a kiss, but Michonne implores Rick to flee with her, a proposition he declines, aware of the CRM's relentless pursuit. Returning to Thorn and the frontliners, who are still combating the remaining walkers, Michonne finds herself in Thorn's crosshairs, poised to be shot. In the midst of a thunderstorm, Rick and Michonne are flying in a helicopter back to the Civic Republic base. As Michonne gazes out the window at the river below, she abruptly unbuckles herself, opens the door, and pulls Rick out of the helicopter with her. In a voiceover, Michonne addresses Judith, apologizing and expressing uncertainty about their return. What we? In a luxurious yet deserted apartment, loud music fills the air as a Roomba diligently cleans the floor. Through the window, the CRM helicopter transporting Rick and Michonne navigates through a turbulent thunderstorm. Suddenly, Michonne seizes Rick and propels them both out of the helicopter mid-air, plunging into a river below. As they struggle onto shore, they rush into the building and enter the apartment, surprised to discover it still illuminated and an automated voice warmly greeting them as the presumed occupants. Michonne clarifies that they needed a break, leaving Rick taken aback by her actions, while Michonne in turn is startled by Rick's words. Curious about their surroundings, Rick and Michonne begin to explore the apartment, discovering its amenities such as electricity, running water, functional toilets, and an empty refrigerator. After changing out of her consignee attire and into clothes from the closet, Michonne catches Rick's attentive gaze, noticing an X-shaped scar on her lower back. Rick examines Michonne's PRB, having lost his own during the ordeal, prompting Michonne, mindful of the CRM's practices, to question whether Rick truly wants to alert them by activating the device, tucking it into her pocket instead. Discovering a copy of Ramona the Pest on the bookshelf, Michonne reminisces about her fondness for the book during her childhood, drawing parallels between Ramona and Judith. Michonne's affection for the book was so strong that she briefly entertained the idea of becoming a writer. She decides to take the book to give to Judith. Reflecting further, Michonne recalls her varied aspirations over time, including believing she was destined to be a computer scientist, then pursuing art history and returning to creative writing before ultimately abandoning her academic pursuits. Fuming, Michonne confronts Rick, remarking on his recent penchant for writing, particularly labeling his note in the Getaway book as poetic. She challenges Rick to compose another masterpiece for their children, unwilling to shoulder the burden of informing them that she had discovered their father, who had chosen not to return to them. Rick is taken aback, noting Michonne's reference to children instead of Judith, the only child he knew of. Michonne discloses, "His name is Rick. We call him RJ. I was pregnant when the bridge happened. He's almost 8. Rick urges his wife to hand over the PRB, eliciting anger from Michonne at his response upon learning about Rick's son. Rick maintains that he's simply striving to ensure their family's survival, but Michonne's fury prevents her from listening further, highlighting Rick's previous declaration that their relationship is irreparable after they discussed escaping. With his voice trembling, Rick questions whether Michonne believes that he doesn't want to be with her, expressing his efforts to salvage their relationship yet asserting the necessity of returning. Rick reproaches Michonne, reminding her of his warning not to reveal her true identity to the CRM, only for Michonne to defy him by setting a kill record at the Harvest Point, seizing the RDIM from Thorn, endangering herself in the process, and then abruptly pulling all of them out of a helicopter while Rick is attempting to ensure their survival. Michonne argues that her actions stem from her disapproval of who Rick has become in the CRM's presence, asserting that the person they shape him into is not the Rick she knows. Rick questions whether Michonne truly believes he desires this situation and once again requests the PRB. Michonne inquires if they are simply going to allow the CRM to emerge victorious, but Rick somberly responds, "Look at me. They won a long time ago. They won the day Jadis brought me here." Michonne is taken aback upon discovering that Jadis had been the one to bring Rick to the CRM, leading her to the realization that Jadis had been collaborating with them. Rick explains that Jadis had been working alongside them and while fleeing from Alexandria stumbled upon Rick barely alive at the riverbank. Jadis threatens to destroy their home if Rick attempts to depart, yet he negotiates with her to secure Michonne's release. Rick expresses his desire for his wife's safety, emphasizing that Jadis perceives them as a formidable force together, capable of achieving anything. Despite Michonne's insistence that they can confront Jadis united, Rick is troubled by the possibility of their loved ones suffering a fate similar to Michonne's friends, especially their children. Michonne proposes the idea of reaching Alexandria ahead of Jadis, but Rick expresses skepticism about their ability to conceal everyone they know, even if they manage to arrive before Jadis. He dismisses the notion of killing Jadis, as it would only lead to the discovery of evidence linking them to their origins. Rick reiterates his request for the PRB, prompting Michonne to demand an explanation for all the deception. Rick contends that he had to ensure her escape as it wasn't feasible for both of them to return home, highlighting that Michonne wouldn't have complied if he had disclosed the truth. Michonne proposes a plan to return, locate, and eliminate Jadis' evidence before confronting and dispatching her, enabling them to return home. She questions Rick's confidence in their capabilities, expressing her steadfast belief in their ability to accomplish anything together. Observing Rick's ongoing hesitance, Michonne inquires about the changes he's undergone, yet Rick merely emphasizes the necessity of their return, evading her inquiry about the future plans. He reassures Michonne of his enduring love for her, prompting her to surrender the PRB. As the storm dissipates and the sun ascends, Rick and Michonne observe a burning helicopter lodged into the adjacent building. Rick recognizes it as their helicopter, downed by the storm, and acknowledges that Michonne's bold escape had saved their lives. Michonne realizes that Jadis and the CRM will assume they perished in the crash, presenting them an opportunity to return home. However, Rick remains steadfast in his refusal to return home. With a sorrowful gaze out the window, Michonne confides in Rick about his son, the one he hasn't inquired about, affectionately dubbing him the Brave Man. She shares how RJ and Judith recount the tale of Rick's deeds to each other, leaving RJ to adopt the moniker Little Brave Man, a detail that deeply resonates with Michonne. Reflecting on Nat's words, Michonne recalls Nat's cautionary statement, "I know how it ends," uttered during Michonne's relentless pursuit of Rick. Despite likely knowing the outcome of Michonne's quest, Nat remained loyal, a fact that Michonne acknowledges as she reflects on his accuracy. While Michonne had been convinced of Nat's error, reality proved otherwise. She found Rick, but not in the way she had envisioned. Frustrated by the unexpected turn of events, Michonne incredulously notes the opportunity for escape they've been presented with. Yet Rick remains resolute in his decision to remain with an organization that has held him captive for years. Rick maintains that his priority is ensuring Michonne's safety and protecting their home from the CRM's threats. Rick concedes that he cannot definitively confirm the CRM's intentions toward Alexandria, but acknowledges the possibility of future threats. He confesses to turning a blind eye to the CRM's atrocities, including the unjust killings of innocent individuals, prompting him to remind Michonne of her own desire to combat the CRM. Rick contends that by remaining with the CRM, he can ensure the protection of Judith and RJ from potential harm. However, Michonne confronts her husband about his deceptive reasoning. Rick reveals that the initial casualty in Michonne and Nat's lethal encounter was Okafor, the individual who had once rescued Rick and envisioned him as an integral part of the CRM's reformation. With nothing left to hold on to, Rick chose to align himself with Okafor's cause. Michonne interjects, highlighting that it was Okafor's mission, not Rick's, and prompts Rick to recall the life they once shared. She emphasizes that their collaborative efforts have sustained lives, implying that their shared vision had been instrumental in preserving others. Observing Rick standing behind Thorn, appearing as a soldier dutifully aligned with this army, Michonne's internal thought process conclude, "He's a prisoner here and we have to break out. You don't choose to stay in prison. When the doors open, you leave." However, Rick counters, reflecting on their prolonged struggle and the losses they've endured, portraying this as an opportunity to finally cease such suffering. Not to succumb to it, but to combat it for the greater good. Michonne presses the point that the Civic Republic isn't his burden to bear, reminding Rick of his family, but Rick maintains that he feels a sense of responsibility. With Okafor and Thorn gone, the latter having fully aligned with the CRM, Rick perceives himself as the sole individual remaining to fulfill Okafor's vision. Michonne highlights the numerous uncertainties in Rick's rationale. He seeks to safeguard them by potentially reforming the CRM in the future, yet acknowledges the looming threat they pose to their home. Questioning Rick's resolve, Michonne queries whether he truly refuses to return to his wife and children, but Rick remains steadfast in his assertion that this is a duty he must fulfill, not a desire he harbors, thus declining to accompany her. Despite recognizing Rick's falsehood, Michonne asserts that it ultimately holds no significance. She intends to reunite with her children, whom she left behind in her quest to find Rick. Furiously, Michonne hastily gathers her belongings, including a kitchen knife, and snaps off a wooden lamp leg to fashion into a makeshift spear. "Well, I found you. I fought for you. I tried to reason with you. I pleaded with you, and now I have to go. You're lying, and you'll see it, and it'll be too late," she declares before storming out. Devastated, she halts down the hallway to collect herself, mirroring Rick's actions in the apartment. After a brief pause, she prepares to depart, descending the stairs. Unaware of the approaching CRM helicopter in the distance, Rick follows her. In the lobby, Michonne encounters a sizable herd roaming outside and prepares her improvised weapons as Rick rushes to join his wife, shatters the glass windows, allowing the herd to enter. Hurriedly, Rick and Michonne retreat back inside, leaving Michonne's weapons behind on the floor. Rick and Michonne frantically search for an escape route as walkers inundate the crumbling structure. Michonne suggests finding a safe spot to wait until the walker numbers diminish, but Rick opposes this, fearing they'll become trapped and emphasizing the impossibility of breaching from their elevated position despite its defensibility. Sardonically labeling Rick as Commando, Michonne highlights her lack of weaponry and questions their ability to navigate through the throng of walkers. Discovering more walkers in a science lab as cracks spread throughout the concrete walls, Michonne guides Rick to an unlocked gym. Rick secures the doors shut, elaborating that the CRM will obliterate any traces of their existence, including the wreckage of the helicopter. With the entire structure on the verge of collapse, Michonne stumbles upon a suicide note adjacent to a deceased individual adorned with a headset connected to a fuse box, clutching a controller. The note simply states, "It's just time." When I envisioned Greenwood, the concept was crystal clear, a collection of like-minded innovators across diverse domains striving to live off the grid, forging a path toward a brighter, more sustainable future. Our motto, progress and redemption through innovation, now feels bitterly ironic, a painful reminder of my shortcomings. Yet I cannot confront the extent of my failure to uphold our ideals. I cannot endure another day witnessing the demise of our mission. I apologize. May I be remembered as someone who adamantly opposed leaving the world unchanged. Lakshmi Patel. Rick sees notices on the bulletin board containing messages such as "Trust in your ability to adapt and overcome, your past doesn't define you, recover, regenerate, and keep hope alive." Observing that when individuals endeavor to save the world in their own manner, it often results in chaos, Michonne draws a parallel between the CRM and Greenwood, asserting that both entities believed they had all the answers, albeit without the CRM's unjust killings. Rick assures Michonne that the Civic Republic remains intact, vowing to discover a means to halt the violence. However, Michonne merely likens Rick to Lakshmi. Rick expresses disbelief at Rick's willingness to commit to a lifetime of servitude to the enemy, but Rick contends that his aim is to vanquish the enemy. While Michonne argues that this behavior is out of character for Rick, he counters by questioning how his readiness to sacrifice his hand and life for her isn't consistent with his identity. Rick believes that safeguarding Michonne necessitates his actions, yet Michonne asserts to her husband that she only feels secure when she's by his side. Michonne insists that there's no need for fear, but Rick disagrees, asserting that fear is necessary. Michonne questions whether she should inform RJ that his father chose ignorance out of fear, but Rick clarifies that he isn't the brave man and Michonne shouldn't have pursued him. While Rick acknowledges being forcefully taken away without a choice, he reminds Michonne that she did have a choice. Tearful and enraged, Michonne accuses Rick of being lost, questioning if this is his true identity, a CRM soldier advancing through the ranks, potentially becoming someone to fear. Michonne finds herself uncertain of Rick's capabilities anymore. He has deceived her and continues to do so. Fuming, Michonne demands to know if Rick believes she isn't tormented by her absence from her children, questioning how she'll bear the burden if anything were to happen to her. Rick maintains that this is precisely why she should depart. Collecting herself, Michonne asserts that she no longer recognizes Rick, as the Rick she knew would never speak to her in such a manner. Amidst the building's ongoing collapse, Rick asserts their departure, swiftly breaking off a section of a weight bench to serve as a shield against the encroaching walkers, while Michonne seizes a bar as a weapon. Collaboratively, they push through the gym's exit, engaging in combat with the reanimated Greenwood inhabitants as a unified force. In the heat of battle, they inadvertently achieve a shared kill, causing Michonne to be splattered in the face with walker blood, much to her irritation. In the stairwell, the chandelier dislodges from the ceiling, pinning Michonne's legs beneath it. Rick and Michonne endeavor to shift the chandelier, their efforts disrupted by the sight of walkers closing in from the opposite side of debris, obstructing the door to the adjacent floor. Despite Michonne's insistence that Rick should depart, he instead instructs her to grasp her makeshift spear and confront the walkers while he attends to the dismantling of the bolts, securing the chandelier. While Rick diligently works, Michonne eliminates a walker, but her spear becomes ensnared in another walker's body, allowing it to advance toward her. Rick entrusts his knife to Michonne to fend off the approaching walker, enabling her to retrieve her spear. Meanwhile, more walkers ascend the stairs from below and emerge from beneath the debris. Despite the escalating danger, Rick adamantly refuses to abandon Michonne, assuring her that such a scenario will never transpire, a sentiment she desperately needed to hear. Defending against the encroaching walkers, Rick and Michonne ultimately succeed in liberating her from the chandelier's grip, with Rick asserting that no gratitude is necessary. Rick and Michonne ascend to the 7th floor, eliminating a few additional walkers obstructing their path before seeking refuge in an apartment situated on the side of the building that remains structurally sound. Following a brief pause, the couple shares a kiss and proceeds to express their love intimately on the bed. While lying together, Rick inquires about RJ. Michonne smirks on the striking resemblance between their son and Rick, noting that aside from his light brown skin and her eyes, it's challenging to discern her influence in RJ's appearance. She describes RJ as possessing the stubbornness characteristic of both parents and emphasizes that his good, kind heart is the trait that most strongly evokes Rick. As the couple shares a kiss, Rick is startled by a Roomba cleansing the floor, eliciting laughter from Michonne. Having acquired one shortly before the world's demise, Michonne clarifies that the Roomba cleans the floor according to a preset schedule, hence the apartment's pristine condition. Rick observes the city's intact state, devoid of any burnt structures, collapsed walls, or bullet-riddled edifices, with only emaciated walkers present. Michonne speculates that the Greenwood residents likely perished from starvation after depleting their food supplies. Rick acknowledges the community's sustained operation for a considerable period, while Michonne asserts that they did more than just maintain. It was their spirit of innovation that persevered. The inhabitants of Greenwood likely grew weary of constant scavenging and sought alternative solutions. Michonne expresses bewilderment at their apparent lack of agricultural practices, but Rick highlights the inherent risk of crop failure, which could have contributed to Greenwood's downfall. One bad harvest. Something has to burn to bring it back, Rick remarks, recalling his father's actions during his childhood, much to Michonne's confusion. Rick believes that effecting change within the CRM could pave the way for a brighter future for generations to come. However, Michonne admonishes Rick for continuing to deceive her and, more importantly, himself. As Michonne rises and begins to dress, Rick inquires about the X on her back. Michonne reveals that it was the handiwork of an old college acquaintance whom she had permitted entry into Alexandria. Amid her daily quests alongside Daryl in search of Rick, Michonne remained steadfast in her belief that he still required assistance, despite the absence of any evidence of clues regarding his whereabouts. While others dismissed her as delusional, her friend Jocelyn provided unwavering support and encouragement to persist in her search. While 7 months pregnant with RJ, Michonne found herself targeted by Jocelyn, a disturbed individual who abducted Judith and several other children, branding both Michonne and Daryl. In a harrowing confrontation, Michonne and Daryl managed to thwart Jocelyn's plans, though Michonne refrains from elaborating on the grim details of how they did so. Reluctant to disclose the grim truth, Michonne acknowledges that she was compelled to take drastic measures, resulting in the demise of all the children in Jocelyn's group except for Winnie. Affirming that this ultimately ended Jocelyn's reign of terror, Michonne notices Rick's approval. Following this traumatic ordeal, Michonne ceased her search for Rick in order to focus on caring for her infant son and Judith. Nonetheless, she remained steadfast in her belief that Rick's absence was not permanent, a conviction she still holds. As Rick dons his attire, Michonne questions whether he sacrificed his hand to escape and if he was attempting to return home, both of which Rick affirms. "You're still fighting. I can see it despite all the deception," she observes. "You have the button. You could have used it, Rick, but you haven't. You claim you can't return home, but I don't believe you can go back," she adds, her voice trembling. She reaches out and touches her husband's stump, expressing regret for the ordeal the CRM subjected him to. As their section of the building begins to tremble, Rick urges Michonne that they must depart as time is running out. However, she stands firm, insisting that they must make a decision about their next steps immediately. Despite the imminent collapse of the building, Michonne refuses to vacate until they have a plan in place. Nat always said, "You have to know when to leave. It's not time yet. Not until we have a destination," she asserts. With reluctance, Rick settles onto the bed and places the PRB between them. Michonne queries why Rick pursued her after she had initially departed. At Michonne's prompting, Rick confesses that she's the love of his life, and he couldn't bear to see her leave. It felt as though his heart had been torn from his chest, and walked out the door with Michonne when she departed. She implores Rick to return home with her, but Rick maintains that it's not that simple. Michonne discloses that when the CRM attacked her friends, she was also exposed to chlorine gas. She nearly lost her life and spent a year recovering alongside Nat in a mall. The CRM robbed her of a year, stealing precious time away from her children. Michonne confesses to Rick that she'd been dishonest with him, unsure of Judith's well-being as she stopped responding on the walkie. With all the CRM has taken from them, Michonne questions why Rick is willing to give them more. She argues that the hope Rick places into the CRM, even sacrificing himself, is unfounded. While their family's bond is genuine, despite Rick's insistence, their love remains steadfast, and Michonne refuses to accept otherwise. The ongoing uncertainty is causing Michonne distress, transforming her into someone unrecognizable to herself. Seeing Rick's emotional turmoil, Michonne presses him to reveal what the CRM has done to him, seeking the truth behind their situation. Rick tearfully recounts how the CRM took Carl from him, causing him to lose his son once again. When I was taken, I fought and I fought and I tried to escape through my dreams. I would meet Carl in my dreams, and that was how I survived in there. It kept me going. But then one day, he was just gone. He vanished, and then I started dreaming of you. You and I fell in love in different ways, and it gave me strength. But then you were gone too. I couldn't see your face anymore, just like I couldn't see Carl's. I can't live without you. Without you, I die. Rick confesses that he's found a way to navigate that, to exist in a state of being dead yet alive. He's gripped by fear that if Michonne re-enters his life and he rediscovers how to truly live, he'll inevitably lose her once more, and he won't be able to cope with that loss again. The prospect of losing Michonne permanently is something Rick believes he won't survive. He needed to preempt his fears by pushing her away before Michonne could inadvertently teach him how to embrace life once more. Through tears, Rick reveals that if he could simply hold on to the hope that Michonne outlives him without having concrete evidence of it, he could bear the thought of her continuing her life elsewhere. However, if he witnesses Michonne's death firsthand, he fears he won't be able to endure it. As he speaks, scenes flash through Rick's mind, walking with a young Carl at Ross's farm before Carl disappears, and his dreams of encountering Michonne in the park. Presenting Rick with a freshly engraved phone crafted by Benjiro, Michonne reveals that this one bears a portrait of Carl, the one individual that Benjiro had struggled to capture accurately for Rick. As Rick gazes at the image, memories flood back of Carl as a young boy and during their time in Alexandria before his passing, finally able to recall his son's visage thanks to Michonne's thoughtful gesture. Turning to Michonne, Rick ponders what Carl would say if he were present with him in that moment, and what action he would want his father to take with this newfound opportunity to reunite with his loved ones. Despite the countless challenges and the passage of years, Michonne located Rick and journeyed here, enduring all the hardships they've faced to bring him back home. Their arduous journey wasn't in vain, and it wasn't meant for them to part ways now. We return home, Rick, and we devise a plan to safeguard it together. That's how we bring meaning to it all. We cherish each other with all our might for as long as we can. Rick embraces his wife, finally consenting to accompany her home. The following morning, with the building on the verge of collapse, Rick and Michonne prepare to flee while the PA system announces that the elevator has only 10 more minutes of reserve power. Together, they battle through the zombified Greenwood residents in the hallway and board the elevator, sharing a passionate kiss as it descends to the lobby. Making their way outside through the herd still pouring into the building, Rick and Michonne dash across the street to a row of electric vehicles connected to charging ports. Meanwhile, in the crumbling apartment lies the PRB, destroyed by Rick and Michonne before their departure. Getting into a truck and unplugging it from its charging port, Rick finds it's a manual transmission, which frustrates him because he can't drive stick with his left hand replaced by a prosthetic. Rick and Michonne switch positions, sharing another passionate kiss before Rick notices tanks of ethanol in the back seat despite the car being electric. Michonne realizes it's a hybrid, running on both electric power and ethanol. The Greenwood vehicle has sufficient fuel to take them home, a fact that Michonne attributes to the people who believe they could accomplish anything. Rick concurs, optimistically quoting, "We can make this whole damn world ours if we want to." Michonne happily agrees, recognizing it as something she would say. Rick reveals he was quoting her, and they depart as walkers approach. Greenwood crumbles as Rick and Michonne drive off, exchanging smiles on their way back to Alexandria. Become. Gabriel Stokes meanders through the forest, poised to eliminate a walker when his attention is diverted by a passing helicopter. Seizing him from behind, the walker is swiftly thrown off by Gabriel, who dispatches it with a machete. As the helicopter returns overhead, Gabriel begins to pray. Rick and Michonne traverse an empty town, reveling in their newfound freedom. Stumbling upon an abandoned delivery van brimming with boxes of ramen noodles, the duo indulges in a meal by a campfire adjacent to a Wyoming billboard. Continuing their journey, they explore an abandoned establishment where they encounter a walker with a partially severed head and a machete embedded in its left shoulder. After dispatching the walker and retrieving the machete, they employ it to sever vines, ensnaring a nearby vending machine, securing soda. Driving onward, Rick sips a soda, his gaze fixed on the iPhone bearing Carl's engraved image. Driving through Yellowstone National Park, Rick and Michonne halt at an abandoned lodge after passing a sign for Three Pines Trail. Rick's attention is caught by a display of small license plates, a trinket Michonne has always disliked for its inability to bear her name. Selecting one marked Junior, Rick inquires if it would be a fitting gift for RJ, to which Michonne playfully remarks that no one has ever called their son Junior. She reassures Rick that his presence is more than sufficient, especially now that he's the brave man more than ever. Suggesting a necklace bearing the name Michelle, Rick removes all but the initial M, where Michonne suggests a small hatchet for RJ, reminiscent of Rick's old tools. Noting that Judith possesses a sword like Michonne. "They're us," Michonne muses. Rick presents Michonne with the toothpaste he had promised her years ago, recounting how he had realized his feelings for her when she requested it, prompting him to search for the perfect gift. They share a tender kiss, and Michonne discovers a guest book labeled Three Pines Cabin, along with keys to a cabin where they'll spend the night. Approaching the cabin, Michonne reflects on Thorin's rigidity and her own excessive efforts for the CRM. Rick elucidates that Thorin had been striving to return to a loved one in South Africa until Okafor intervened, causing Thorin to abandon her pursuit. "You know, I never truly let go. I may have denied it and pushed you away, but I never truly let go," Rick confesses. Touched, Michonne acknowledges her unawareness of his feelings. Her attention is then captivated by a fragment of a they truly aided them or merely interfered. Rick shares her uncertainty. They acknowledge the siblings' precarious situation, saved only by chance proximity. The spontaneity of their assistance resonates with Rick, who admits to finding satisfaction in the end despite its peculiarity. They raise a toast to their solidarity amidst the chaos of the world. Michonne's decision to reclaim the noodles sparks a lighthearted exchange, reflecting their newfound cautiousness. Rick's toothpaste and liquor endeavor piques Michonne's curiosity, culminating in the presentation of a necklace Rick acquired for her. Their affectionate exchange leads them to bed, unaware of the shadowy figure discreetly breaching the perimeter, setting the stage for an unforeseen turn of events. 3 years prior, Gabriel fills a canteen from a stream, sanctifying the water as holy. Jadis approaches him, reassuring him of her solitary presence. However, Gabriel questions her sincerity even in solitude. Jadis feigns astonishment at the news of Rick's survival. Gabriel reflects on his loss of faith in Jadis, acknowledging it as his true mistake. Gabriel seeks Jadis' forgiveness, prompting a visibly troubled response from her. Jadis inquires about coping with the guilt of causing irreversible harm to others, seeking Gabriel's guidance. Gabriel recommends seeking solace through prayer, making amends, and confiding in someone trustworthy. Jadis expresses reluctance to discuss her past actions or future involvement, particularly with her own people, fearing it would entail revealing the individual she left behind in Virginia. Gabriel addresses her by her real name, Anne, offering himself as a confidant under the guise of clergy confidentiality, reassuring her that their interaction would remain undisclosed. Jadis, now Anne, simply grants Gabriel forgiveness. In the present, Rick and Michonne are abruptly awakened at gunpoint by Jadis, who compels them to disarm themselves. Ordering Michonne to bind Rick to the bed and then secure herself, Jadis asserts that she is alone and her presence here is unknown to the others. Michonne queries how Jadis located them. Jadis recounts the suspicious circumstances surrounding Rick and Michonne's disappearance together, prompting her to return with the reclamation team. Spotting wreckage of the helicopter felt like a pivotal moment, triggering vivid recollections, including the presence of a yellow truck nearby. Driven by an uneasy intuition, Jadis resolved to revisit the crash site, refraining from pulling personnel from the summit due to its significance. Utilizing the nearest jump point, she equipped herself and commandeered an emergency vehicle to return to the scene. Amidst the debris of Greenwood, Jadis discovered clues in the form of deceased walkers and remnants of ramen wrappers strewn along Highway 90, the most direct route to Virginia. Rick realizes that Jadis' presence here is unknown to the others, while Michonne remarks that Jadis missed an opportunity by not killing them in their sleep. Jadis admits to ruminating on a past killing, regretting leaving matters unresolved. She expresses a desire for closure with Rick and Michonne before their demise. The other 364 days in her new community are consumed by duties rather than personal connections, with a focus on serving a greater cause, even if it entails difficult and morally ambiguous actions that visibly trouble her. Gabriel suggests that Anne's expression of doubt and recognition of wrongdoing indicate that this behavior is not truly representative of who she is. Anne, though saddened, asserts that her actions are driven by a need for survival and securing a future for others. She acknowledges that this survival instinct has kept her alive and believes that it can do the same for the rest of humanity. Gabriel discloses that the group the coalition clashed with has breached Alexandria's defenses, resulting in scarcity of food and hunger among the children. He implores Anne, visibly moved, for assistance from her community, but Anne regrets that she cannot aid them. Despite her involvement in difficult and harsh actions, Anne assures Gabriel of her genuine remorse over her inability to help. As Anne prepares to depart, Gabriel intercepts her and presents her with the ring he discovered, only to be overwhelmed by additional walkers. A year ago, Gabriel arrives for his rendezvous with Anne, who expresses uncertainty about his attendance this time, given her previous denial of him. Anne acknowledges that she wouldn't have blamed Gabriel for not showing up after what she withheld from him. Gabriel concedes to having been brusque with Anne, admitting his lack of comprehension regarding her community and her dedication to it. However, he asserts his understanding of the aspect of herself that Anne fears losing. Anne suggests that this aspect may have already vanished, confessing that with each passing year she has committed increasingly egregious acts. I understand the reasons behind them. I believe in our cause, but there's a distinction between the putting of her file on Alexandria by any means necessary, including torture. Emphasizing her unwavering commitment to her cause, Jadis declares her readiness to sacrifice herself for it, contrasting herself with Rick, whom she deems a traitor. Rick cautiously exposes himself, prompting Jadis to fire, narrowly grazing his head. Adjusting her position, Jadis concedes the formidable strength of Rick and Michonne as a duo, but warns that their children's safety remains in jeopardy. Killing Jadis or allowing her to succumb to her injuries or walkers would result in the same outcome. As Jadis steps out into the open, surrounded by walkers devouring Dalton, Red, and Tina, Michonne emerges from hiding, torn between targeting Jadis or the walkers. Ultimately, with one walker poised to attack Jadis, Michonne opts to eliminate all the walkers, depleting her ammunition and prompting her and Rick to retreat back into hiding. In agonizing pain from her injuries, Jadis laments to Rick that the current situation was avoidable. Rick, once on the right path, had begun to embrace the responsibility of fighting for a cause greater than himself after years of uncertainty. She reveals that Beale recognized this shift and intended to present Rick with the echelon briefing upon his return. Dispatches Tina with a shot to the head, and Rick retrieves his machete to dispatch Dalton. However, upon removing the walkers from Jadis, Rick and Michonne discover that Tina had fatally bitten Jadis on the side of her neck. In flashback sequences, Jadis reminisces about tender moments shared with Gabriel before her departure from Alexandria, engaging in conversations with Rick and Michonne alongside Brian and Tamiel within the walls of Alexandria, confronting the necessity of putting down the zombified scavengers, and ultimately facing the heart-wrenching task of ending Huck's life, her former ally and mentor. I've lost everything I've ever had. My people, my friends, everyone, she reflects. Opting to embrace death as Anne rather than Jadis, she discloses the location of the dossier in her room at the Cascadia Forward Operating Base, urging them to destroy it and return home. Expressing her belief in the CRM's ability to restore the world, Anne seeks reassurance from Rick and Michonne that they won't pursue the CRM. However, Michonne rebuffs Anne's plea, asserting their intent to confront the CRM. Rick and Michonne plan to retrieve the dossier and expose the CRM's hidden operations, prepared to aid the city in halting the CRM's military dominance, as they view the CRM as unsustainable and in need of termination. Reminding Anne of her role in their survival, Rick recalls fond memories of her artistic talent at the Heaps. Anne admits her longing to return to her former life as an artist before assuming the persona of Jadis Stokes, a ruthless CRM officer. She shares the significance of the ring Gabriel retrieved for Rick after he expressed his desire to marry Michonne on the bridge. Surprised, Rick inquires about the ring's origin, but Anne merely smiles softly, confirming that it wasn't a dream. Finding solace, Anne requests Rick to fulfill his promise and end her life instead of allowing her to succumb to her injuries. Rick retrieves Anne's pistol, and after a brief pause, he shoots her in the head, delivering a fatal blow. Both Rick acknowledges that changing the CRM single-handedly wasn't feasible for Rick, but together she envisions a plan to improve the entire world, emphasizing their obligation to do so if they can. Halting Michonne's steps, Rick retrieves the wedding ring, expressing, "In this fractured world, Michonne, you're the one who binds it together. Till my last breath, I belong to you." Dropping to one knee, Rick presents the ring to Michonne, who reciprocates his wedding vows, affirming that she never anticipated this turn of events, but it could only ever be Rick. Both kneeling now, Michonne confirms her commitment to him, and the couple seals their vows with a kiss. Returning to the spot near the stream, Gabriel waits in vain for Anne's arrival, and she never appears. Creates a large A in the rocks by the beach, serving as a makeshift grave marker. Meanwhile, the CRM helicopter transporting Rick and Michonne departs, flying over Yellowstone. The last time. Rick and Michonne share an intimate moment amidst a cluttered table adorned with flickering candles, ramen remnants, soda cans, liquor bottles, and a hand-drawn map of Cascadia Forward Operating Base. Nearby, Rick and Jadis' uniforms rest on another table alongside a sewing kit and a small mound of sand, indicating Jadis' burial. Strewn across the floor are Rick's bag, Jadis' rifle, their machete, spear, and hatchet, Danger's lighter, the iPhone engraved with Carl's portrait, and their wedding ring. In a sequence of voiceovers, Rick reflects on the memories of their past selves and the evolution of who they have become, while Michonne shares her narrative with Elle. Okafor articulates that both Rick and Thorne possess something essential for the CRM's advancement. Jadis echoes Negan's sentiment that people are a resource, while Nat acknowledges his expertise in construction and destruction, asserting that it requires more than mere skills in the apocalypse. Beale questions why Rick persists despite 4 attempted escapes. Thorne acknowledges Rick's affection for someone outside, while Michonne tearfully questions Rick about his enduring love, to which Rick reassures her of his unwavering affection. Taking the ring, Rick slides it onto Michonne's finger. Michonne outlines their plan, stating, "It sounds simple, doesn't it? You get the briefing, I grab the dossier she left, we share what we've learned with the city and head home, together." However, Michonne acknowledges that simplicity is rarely the case. Close to Cascadia Base, Rick and Michonne, clad in the 2 uniforms, depart from Jadis's parked helicopter and share a kiss. They then part ways, with Rick heading towards the front gate with his hands raised. Introducing himself as Sergeant Major Rick Grimes to the frontliners stationed at the gate, he acknowledges that they likely assumed he was deceased. Allowed entry into the base, Rick reminisces about his father reassuring him that there was no need to be afraid, that it was only the burning. Inside, Rick encounters Thorne, who expresses disbelief at his survival and inquires about the events. Rick recounts that they encountered turbulence, prompting the helicopter to descend to evade it, resulting in a lightning strike. As they descended over water, Michonne pushed him out of the helicopter, saving him, but perished in the crash. Expressing gratitude to Thorne for bringing Michonne in, Rick deflects the credit to Okafor, suggesting they attribute it to keeping his plan alive. Thorne admits to Rick that she once believed surrender indicated a deficiency in character and resolve. However, their shared sacrifices have led her to see surrender as an act of strength and dedication to a greater purpose. Through surrender, Thorne has gained insight into the true nature of the CRM's mission, and she trusts that Rick will come to that same realization. Rick reassures Thorne of his earnest desire to understand, affirming his commitment to the cause. Thorne expresses her appreciation for Rick's presence and emphasizes his importance to their cause. However, she clarifies that their role differs from Okafor's vision. Okafor's inability to fully engage led to his demise, whereas both Rick and Thorne have survived and are integral to the mission. Thorne urges Rick to discard Okafor's misguided notions, signaling a shift in perspective. Rick eagerly requests Thorne's guidance towards an alternative path, much to her satisfaction. Thorne guides Rick through the woods to a segment of the perimeter fence where Beale is actively eliminating a small group of walkers gathering nearby using a kill stick. Thorne informs Rick that Beale wishes to have a conversation with him, indicating that this is the moment. Beale explains to Rick that he never had to undertake the task of clearing walkers for citizenship because he never truly became a citizen of the Civic Republic, the end of the world and the beginning of the world, and we're the dead ones, Rick. We're somewhat similar to them, but their killings are driven by the need for sustenance or compulsion, Rick concedes to Beale's observation. Beale informs Rick that the CRM scientists have yet to decipher the wildfire virus, and there's a chance they never will. However, humanity, the other type of dead ones, possesses weapons, and the sword that kills is the sword that gives life, and that's us. We're the sword, Beale asserts. Before an operation, Beale instructs his aides and lieutenants to leave him in solitude as he dislikes distractions. During this time, Beale contemplates the path ahead independently, feeling the weight of his decisions. Despite usually avoiding interruptions during this period, Beale acknowledges Rick's presence after everything that has transpired, and he's humbled by it. As a result, Beale is willing to spend some time with Rick and might even ask Rick to share the burden of his responsibilities. In his office, Beale commands Rick to place his gun and prosthetic hand along with its blade on the table before Beale and away from his reach. Once disarmed, Rick is instructed by Beale to contemplate all the lives he's lived both before and after the world's collapse, reflecting on every action taken leading up to this pivotal moment, because after this next moment, everything will change. Beale then probes Rick about the most morally challenging action he took to ensure someone else's survival. Rick reminisces on his past, recalling the moments when he took the lives of Shane, Thomas, the Terminus Butchers, and Joe, the latter with a method akin to the undead. While Beale expresses regret for Rick's grim actions, Rick himself does not. As Beale prepares tea, he acknowledges Rick's exceptional decision-making, noting that while he has conducted the Echelon briefing over 2,000 times, Rick is the first of his kind to undergo it. This marks a new beginning, and it's fitting for today, a day entirely focused on tomorrow, Beale remarks, placing his sword alongside Rick's weapons as they both disarm for the briefing. In a flashback, while lying together, Rick expresses to his wife about how much he missed her, unable to articulate it adequately with words. Michonne comforts Rick, assuring him that he doesn't need to, as she already understands. Reflecting on their situation, Rick questions whether they might be crazy, to which Michonne humorously agrees, labeling them as certifiable. In subsequent flashbacks, Rick eliminates Pete Anderson, Michonne gouges out the governor's eye, Rick leaps from the RV onto the hanging library survivor, and Michonne combats walkers on Oceanside's beach. Placing a frontliner uniform on the desk and preparing tea for the both of them, Beale shares with Rick his upbringing in Pittsburgh. He recounts leaving home at 15 after his alcoholic father inflicted a severe injury, leaving him to secure a job as a barback at a VFW hall. The individuals at the VFW became Beale's surrogate family, shaping him profoundly. Motivated by this sense of belonging, Beale enlisted at 18, serving 2 tours in Vietnam before undergoing further training at Fort Benning to become an officer. Following his military service, Beale returned to Pennsylvania, eventually rising through the ranks of the Pennsylvania National Guard. Despite venturing away, Beale felt compelled to return, similar to Rick's journey. Beale reminisces about Rick recounting the early days of the outbreak, where Rick witnessed the actions of the US military. Rick affirms this, having witnessed the federal forces bombing cities, a strategy referred to by Okafor as clearing disease vectors. Beale discloses that he made the pivotal decision for the National Guard to confront the federal forces, marking a second civil war fought on good Pennsylvania ground. The National Guard engaged the US military on 2 battlegrounds, Pittsburgh and Philadelphia. However, they faced a disadvantage as they couldn't maintain 2 fronts. In Pittsburgh, the National Guard seized an advantage in terrain and tactics, exploiting a significant incoming herd that caught the federal forces off guard. Under cover of night, Beale ordered the evacuation of their forces, allowing the dead to overrun both the enemy troops and the entire city. Beale safeguarded Philadelphia by sacrificing Pittsburgh, witnessing the fall of his enemies, friends, and his hometown. While it's not sinking your teeth into someone, Beale prompts Rick to recognize that it's not insignificant, to which Rick agrees. My dad used to say sometimes things have to burn to pave the way for rebirth. Beale acknowledges that was the case, reiterating his belief that the sword that takes life is also the one that bestows it, his past and an entire city to allow another to thrive. Beale divulges the first secret he shared with any frontliner. Despite all the battles, bloodshed, strategies, and sacrifices, the most probable outcome is humanity's demise. The most likely scenario is that everyone will perish. In a flashback, Michonne questions if they were always like this. They reminisce about Rick's shootout with the Saviors at the satellite outpost. Michonne kicking Merle Dixon in the face while bound, Rick decapitating Crowley and getting thrown through a window. Rick responds to Michonne saying he supposes they were. Beale reveals aerial photographs to Rick showing massive herds. The CRM has discovered herds with millions of zombies. Their models indicate that humanity only has about 14 years left, possibly less. And it isn't just the delts, it's starvation, the fragile balance between population and resources. Disease, with a billion petri dishes out there stumbling and cooking in the sun, waiting to transmit God knows what to us while it transforms into God knows what. Ultimately, the most probable result is that the planet will be littered with corpses which will eventually decompose into nourishment for the trees. It will all turn into a bizarre temporary museum for an even stranger species that dominated it and left its mark for just a moment of its existence. This is why we do what we do. Rick then asks what exactly they do, and Beale explains that the CRM is striving to beat the odds. In flashbacks, Rick points his gun, Michonne wields her sword while battling walkers, and Rick falls off his horse, getting impaled on rebar. Beale explains to Rick that the CRM destroys communities for resources, strategic superiority, and to ensure the city's secrecy and security above all else. Rick recalls seeing a CRM helicopter flying away from the heaps and armed helicopters departing from the Civic Republic military base, finally grasping what he had witnessed. Beale informs Rick that the CRM had spies in selected communities across the continent and the world to monitor them, potentially sabotage them, and influence their politics and strategies. Until recently, the CRM provided test subjects for scientific research in CRM-run labs. Omaha didn't just die, we destroyed it along with its campus colony, and in 18 hours, we will take our final action to leave us as the supreme force on this continent, maybe the world. We will destroy Portland. In a flashback, Rick tells Michonne that they will inform the Civic Republic about the CRM's actions, such as the massacre of Nat's group and any other atrocities they commit. Rick and Michonne understand that if they don't expose the CRM's actions, no one else will. Rick asserts that you don't leave people behind, while Michonne agrees, saying this is the shit they do. Beale continues, explaining that following the loss of Portland, the Civic Republic's last alliance partner, which will be reported as another tragic, mysterious, shocking incident, the CRM will declare martial law on the city, eliminating the council because the stakes are too high for freedom. With the city under CRM control and our alliance partners dead, we will march across this country and further eliminate any growing competition. We will take their resources and ensure supremacy, and maybe we get to survive. Horrified by Beale's genocidal and despotic plans, Rick silently draws a hidden knife, preparing to kill him. In a series of flashbacks, two CRM reclamation team members confront Al. CRM forces swarm the perimeter, and Beale leads Okafor's funeral. Crops grow in Alexandria, oil shoots up into the sky from a well, and the Commonwealth train passes through the depot. After waking up from his coma in Harrison Memorial Hospital, Rick touches some dead flowers. Michonne arrives at the prison, Ezekiel stabs a walker, and Daryl, Negan, Morgan, Eugene, Carol, and Maggie appear at various points in their journey, ending with Rick making his way through the hospital after awakening from his coma. In a flashback, Rick tells Michonne they will return to the Civic Republic using Jadis' helicopter. Rick will then fly them to refueling jump points that the CRM won't anticipate. If anything happens at the base, Michonne is to key her radio, and Rick will get back to her as soon as he can. Michonne asserts that he will if she can be gotten back to. In Beale's office, Rick's radio experiences several bursts of static from Michonne signaling him. Rick turns down the volume and dismisses it, assuming it was Thorne who had gone through this and thought that it would be good to talk it out. Beale tells Rick that after everything, from all of his escape attempts to this very moment, he believes Rick could be the next leader of the CRM in the coming decade. Rick recalls being captured by a CRM helicopter on Rat Island during his third escape attempt, trying to escape while fighting burning delts, running through the base, and standing in formation with other CRM soldiers. Beale notes that after numerous escape attempts over so many years, Rick was considered dead to the CRM and finally free to go wherever he wanted, but he chose to come back instead. Rick has become a powerful story, a powerful symbol, one that the CRM might need to tell to win the hearts of people who will see some of their freedoms delayed once again. Both Beale and Okafor made sacrifices, and Beale anticipates the same from Rick, though Rick has already sacrificed. Beale holds up Rick's prosthetic hand as a demonstration of the sacrifices Rick has already made and asks who the closest person to Rick who died in all of this is. Rick reveals that it's his son, the person Rick saved by tearing a man's throat out. Recalling standing near Carl's grave with Michonne, Rick confesses that he couldn't save his son in the end. Beale extends to Rick the opportunity to never endure such loss again, to ensure the safety of everyone he was trying to protect by bringing them to the Civic Republic. Whether family, friends, or a loved one, Beale is indifferent. They will be shielded from the CRM's advance whenever they would have been discovered. Beale is prepared to entrust Rick with that responsibility, and Rick tightens his grip on his knife as he ponders Beale's proposition. Portland will perish, and this force will assume control of the Civic Republic. We will initiate our advance into the countryside. The next new world will commence, and through it, somehow, someway, we will endure. We will ignite things to restore things. The sword that ends is the sword that begets life. Extending his sword before Rick, Beale directs him to swear on the blade. Rick recalls Beale posing a question while gazing into his eyes, and Okafor with his final breath urging Rick to swear on the sword, don't let it take. In flashbacks, Rick dispatches Dave, severs Herschel's foot to spare him from a walker bite. Michonne dispatches walkers with her sword and confronts the governor at sword point, and Rick cuts Negan's throat at the conclusion of the Savior War. Michonne saves Rick's life by stabbing the governor from behind, Rick ends Ethan's life, and Rick and Michonne combat various walkers. Filled with newfound resolve, Rick gazes at Beale, who realizes what is about to occur and seizes Rick's gun. However, Rick hurls his knife into Beale's shoulder and vaults over the desk at the deranged Major General, tackling him to the ground. Rick reattaches his prosthetic hand and employs it to deflect a blow from Beale's sword as Beale demands to know why Rick returned when he was presumed dead and lost to the CRM. Rick had the opportunity to save anyone he wished and then save the world. Rick asserts that the world isn't on the brink of ending, but Beale insists it is, and he's merely striving to ensure humanity's survival. The two men trade blows until Rick ultimately disarms Beale, seizing the sword and endeavoring to end the man's life with it. In the struggle, Rick stabs Beale through the palm as he deflects the blow. I never lost my son. I lost myself. He brought me back. My wife brought me back. We're the sword that kills. We're the sword that gives life. One unstoppable life. We're not dead. You are, Rick proclaims. Rick then plunges the sword into Beale's heart, ending his life and discarding the weapon. Overwhelmed by the recent events and revelations, Rick sits down and contacts Thorne via radio, informing her that he received the briefing and suggesting they discuss it later. Rick informs Thorne that Beale went to the woods for solitude before the all-hands meeting and declines her offer to meet immediately, stating that Beale had already assigned him a task. Rick notices a substantial supply case in the hallway and conceives a plan. Clad in the frontliner uniform provided by Beale, Rick hurries through the corridors with the case and enters the elevator, opting for the 6th floor. A fellow frontliner joins Rick, who feels apprehensive as they both select the same floor. During the ascent, Rick observes blood oozing onto the floor from the case. Upon reaching their destination, the frontliner notices the blood pooling on the floor as he prepares to exit. Rick swiftly assaults the man, and they engage in a brutal fight in the hallway as the elevator begins its descent again, with Rick desperately attempting to reach the call button. Eventually, Rick gains the upper hand and relentlessly strikes the frontliner in the face with his metal hand, shattering the man's mask and ultimately killing him. The elevator returns, revealing Michonne, who informs Rick that they cannot return home yet. Having received the Echelon briefing and observed the frontliner briefing respectively, Rick and Michonne both realize that the CRM is on the verge of launching another genocide. Michonne cautions Rick about the presence of an entire tent filled with bombs outside, revealing that the CRM intends to evacuate the children and then annihilate an entire city of people. With the CRM on the brink of executing their plan and no time to alert anyone else, Rick and Michonne recognize they are the only ones capable of stopping it. "We have to stop them because we can stop them," Michonne concludes, and Rick concurs that they can still return home, but only after thwarting the CRM's scheme. As Rick joins Michonne in the elevator, she inquires about the contents of the case he's brought along. In the woods, Thorne notices that Beale is not where Rick had indicated near the perimeter fence and begins to speculate about Rick's intentions. In Beale's office, Michonne threads wire through the grenades in the supply case she appropriated, fashioning a makeshift bomb. Rick expresses admiration and asks how she devised the plan. Michonne discloses that she drew inspiration from Nat. As they prepare to depart, Rick discloses Beale's statement about Rick's potential leadership in the CRM, prompting Michonne to chuckle and speculate that Rick was correct all along. He could handle this task solo. Rick proposes the idea of leaving, but Michonne insists that this is their duty, questioning what kind of world they'd be leaving for their children if they abandoned this responsibility. Overcome with emotion, Rick expresses frustration at the time he has missed and the inability to witness the children's growth. Reflecting on those moments, Rick yearns to return to them. The couple shares a kiss and reassures each other that they are together again, affirming that this is their chosen path. On the tarmac outside, the entire frontliner corps gathers, seated before a stage, awaiting the CRM Force Command's briefing on their mission. Thorne enters Beale's office in search of Rick, discovering it deserted except for Rick's prosthetic hand, left behind on the windowsill. She deduces that something is awry. Rick and Michonne enter a spacious tent situated behind the assembled frontliners where multiple canisters of chlorine gas are stored. They begin unpacking their makeshift bomb. As the briefing commences, Rick and Michonne wire grenades to the canisters flanking both sides of the tent. Upon completion, Rick assures his wife that this will be their final separation, and although Michonne acknowledges that she should feel fear, she doesn't because of Rick. Rick presents Beale's sword to Michonne, and they open the large supply crate where Rick and Michonne have concealed the zombified Beale and the frontliner who Rick had dispatched. Thorne recollects Rick seeking her assistance in facilitating Michonne's inclusion in the consignment program. Rick had explained to Thorne that the CRM would perceive him as emotionally invested and indebted to Michonne if he initiated it. Thorne had reminded Rick that she had taken a risk for both of them and emphasized the importance of resolving the situation. Thorne reminisces about playing poker with Rick, during which Rick steadfastly insisted that his wife still existed. Finally connecting the dots, Thorne realizes that Dana Bethune is in fact Rick's wife. Rick and Michonne each connect one end of the wire from one of the rows of grenades to one of the walkers. Liberating Beale and the frontliner from their restraints, Rick and Michonne guide them in opposite directions, utilizing the walkers as makeshift fuses for their bomb. Outside, Rick and Michonne attempt to flee through the shipping containers behind the tents, but Thorne intercepts them at gunpoint. Realizing that Rick had deceived her, Thorne demands explanations. By firing shots near their feet, Thorne compels the duo to remove their helmets and bag, instructing them to turn around, return inside, and undo whatever they had done. With a warning that they will regret their actions when she locates Beale, Thorne asserts her authority. Holding hands, Rick and Michonne walk back into the tent while Thorne somewhat anxiously reassures herself that they will rectify the situation. "It never died. It won't stop. It can't stop," Michonne asserts. As the two walkers reach the ends of the tent and the ends of the wire to which they are attached, Rick and Michonne seize the opportunity presented by Thorne's astonishment at encountering a zombified Beale. Taking advantage of the situation, Rick and Michonne swiftly move to the side as the pins are pulled on all the grenades attached to the chlorine gas canisters. Michonne directs Rick to lower a CRM flag over them, and she slices open a water tank, dousing the couple with water as an additional shield against the lethal gas about to be unleashed. The grenades explode, generating a colossal blast and a shockwave that engulfs Major General Beale, the CRM Force Command, and all the frontliners, while simultaneously releasing the deadly chlorine gas, resulting in the demise of the entire assembly of over 2,000 individuals. In the aftermath of the explosion, zombified frontliners begin to roam aimlessly. Beneath the flag, Michonne advises Rick they must wait a little longer as the gas dissipates rapidly. Wearing a gas mask, Thorne, still alive, searches for the couple. Rick decides to charge Thorne for the mask, while Michonne retrieves the other one, noting that Michonne is the armed one between the two. Covering their mouths with wet cloth, the couple hurries out, and Rick launches an attack on Thorne, who accuses him of ruining their chance and destroying the world. Walkers converge on Rick, providing Thorne the opportunity to flee and retrieve her firearm. As Thorne attempts to target Rick, Michonne, now donning a gas mask, assaults her with Beale's sword. Recognizing Michonne as the woman that Rick was endeavoring to reach, Thorne demands to know how Michonne located Rick. Michonne responds that she never surrendered or betrayed herself like Thorne did. Michonne then demands to know Rick's whereabouts, prompting Thorne to instruct her to turn around as a zombified frontliner draws near, trapping Rick against a container as the walkers close in. Thorne fires at the walker, whom Michonne employs as a shield before forcefully pushing it headfirst into Thorne's bayonet. Thorne argues that Michonne fails to comprehend because in a world devoid of life, love perishes, but Michonne vehemently asserts that love is eternal. Retrieving Beale's sword from the ground and grasping it firmly, Michonne maneuvers under Thorne's defenses and thrusts the blade into her chest, reaffirming that love endures. Meanwhile, Rick manages to extract the pin from a grenade attached to one of the walkers and seeks shelter as it detonates, obliterating the walkers. To Michonne's relief, she discovers Rick unscathed following the explosion, protected by some of the walkers nearby. Michonne releases the sword and the two embrace. In her final moments, Thorne offers Rick her gas mask, affirming Okafor was right, he was right. You just have to hope Beale was wrong. Rick and Michonne try to flee, but they encounter walkers converging from every direction. Michonne ascends atop a shipping container while Rick retrieves a gun from one of the walkers, shooting several to provide cover for his wife's retreat. Michonne aids him up, and they discard their gas masks as the chlorine gas disperses. Rick and Michonne leap from container to container, navigating their way through an area devoid of walkers toward the opposite end of the containers, securing their escape from both the walkers and the base. A Civic Republic news anchor announces the extensive consequences of Operation N1W and the exposure of the CRM's atrocities by Rick and Michonne. Following the demise of the entire Frontliner Force and CRM Force Command, led by Major General Jonathan Beale, along with the startling revelations concerning all their operations and activities, the Civic Republic Council unanimously approved emergency oversight over the remaining CRM forces. The CRM's intricate command structures and layers of operational secrecy suggested that frontline units were not involved in the atrocities committed by the highest echelons of the CRM, offering optimism for the organization's immediate reform. In a remarkable decision by the CRC, which reverses previous CRM directives, unrestricted movement has been granted within the Civic Republic. Citizens are now permitted to depart at their discretion, and the city will welcome newcomers as they arrive. With military oversight now under the purview of the CRC, the CRM's focus has shifted from solely defending the Civic Republic to engaging with, assisting, and even airlifting any survivors or communities encountered. Rick and Michonne sit in the rear of a CRM helicopter, gazing at the iPhone displaying Michonne and Judith's portrait, along with Benjiro's message of hope, which played a pivotal role in reuniting them. Michonne tenderly clasps Rick's trembling hand, offering him solace. As Judith perches on the steps of a house adorned with Rick's former Colt Python and her katana, Michonne establishes communication with her daughter via radio. Nearby in a field, Rick and Michonne disembark from the helicopter and hasten to embrace their children, marking their long-awaited return home. However, Rick briefly hesitates, grappling with the realization of having been absent for so long and having missed significant moments in Judith and RJ's lives. In tears, Judith embraces her father, expressing her belief that he was still alive all along. "I just never wanted you to feel alone," she confides to Rick. Rick acknowledges that he had felt isolated until he realized he wasn't. Turning to Michonne, Judith declares that she has her mother back, prompting Michonne to remind her daughter that she insisted on finding her. Meeting his father for the first time, RJ inquires if he is the brave man, to which Rick and Michonne affirm. Gently touching RJ's hat, which had once belonged to Rick before he passed it down to his children, Rick urges his son to address him as Dad. RJ shares his conviction that Rick would return, expressing his unwavering belief in it. Rick and RJ share their first embrace, which evolves into a heartfelt group hug with the reunited Grimes family. Overhead, CRM helicopters soar, delivering supplies to aid other communities in need, a testament to the transformations initiated by Rick and Michonne within the organization. And that, my friends, is the life of Rick Grimes. And what a journey it's been. From awakening in an Atlanta hospital all the way to toppling a new world order. He has done quite a bit on his journey through The Walking Dead. Make sure you let me know what your favorite Rick Grimes moment is down in the comments, and subscribe for more like this. Excelsior!